they are kindred spirits, the folks that we're thinking of. But how they ultimately aim to replace or fundamentally restructure capitalism. The Democrats have traditionally wanted to reform and regulate capitalism. The Democratic Socialists, they just came out a week ago with a platform at some gathering that they had, so it's right there for us to see. They want to actually replace or fundamentally restructure it. I think that at the core, if you're a Democrat, and at the core, if you're like one of these Democratic Socialists, you have there's a common thread that you have a commitment to social justice. Their economic philosophies may be the same, but they may not. And the manner in which the country would be governed, I think, diverge significantly. For example, a traditional Democrat views the free market as the primary driver of economic growth, but believes there has to be government regulation. Democratic Socialists take it further. They argue that capitalism is inherently exploitive. It's right there in the Democratic Socialists of America platform, which you can see. Go to dsa.org, I think is where it is. It calls for putting large corporations under public ownership. It calls for establishing state-run entities like publicly owned grocery stores, such as the one that Mamdani is attempting to institute here in New York City. You know, it's interesting because grocery stores, and we all know there's a pinch there, but grocery stores operate on a very narrow margin. They are generally not exploitative, especially in communities where there is competition. So there are concerns among the grocery store owners. They may be put out of business. Fine, the Democratic Socialists would say, because capitalism is not properly serving the community. So there's a big difference there. There's a difference in their health care and social safety net approaches. The traditional Democrats are big supporters of the Affordable Care Act. They want to lower prescription costs. They want to introduce a government-run public option, but alongside private insurance. The Democratic Socialists want to eliminate completely private health insurance in favor of a single-payer government-run Medicare for all type system. This is a very populist approach by the Democratic Socialists, no question. When it comes to labor and wages, there are some differences. The traditional Democrats might support a federal minimum wage, but the Democratic Socialists would like double the amount of money that people would be guaranteed. There's differences when it comes to foreign policy and defense. There's differences within electoral reform. You can read it all. I don't want to get into all the nuances. So the Republicans, of course, are seizing on all of this populist movement. And they're sometimes painting with a wide brush and interchanging the terms socialism and communism. And I think that's very emotive on their part, without question. And while we know that there are major differences in the definition between socialism and communism, if you read that platform, which is embraced by the AOCs of the world, she's on the stump along with Senator Sanders supporting these candidates. There are overlaps. I've discussed how traditional Democrats want to reform capitalism. Well, both the Democratic Socialists and Communists, I think, share a baseline belief that capitalism is inherently exploitive. or is it exploitative? I've heard it pronounced both ways, and should be entirely replaced. I've always thought that if you're going to eliminate capitalism, that's a communist philosophy. Both the democratic socialists and the communists believe in collective ownerships of large industries and utilities. Things like that. So there are overlaps. So the question here is, and I don't think it's happening yet, if you look at the number of democratic socialists or people who support their philosophies, it's a minute number of people within the Democratic Party. But I think when you look at this poll today, we would be remiss not to consider the possibility that there is a shift going on in the Democratic Party. Now, we know that oftentimes small changes start with big bravado proposals. So because the Democratic Party has this big tent philosophy, there might be some accommodations and things might just inch in a direction that many people may find palatable. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the words that come out of the mouths of these folks and what is published in their platform is anything close to what might occur with the Democratic Party. But you know, there were those who scoffed when the Tea Party was formed, which was a precursor to what we now know as MAGA. And they controlled right now the Republican Party. So there was a major shift in the Republican Party where traditional conservatives are on the outside looking in. Cindy McCain, and one would argue that Cindy McCain and her husband were Republican royalty, is actively campaigning for a Democratic candidate in Arizona right now. So that shows that there is a major schism in the Republican Party. I think it's prudent for us to discuss today whether the Democrats are making a shift within their party, not dissimilar to that the Republicans made in a different direction. And I think explore how this might affect elections, even in the short term. Because we know the Republican pundits are seizing upon this, and they're trying to scare the bejeebers out of voters as we approach the midterm elections. And hey, your job, if you're a party operative, is to, by whatever means necessary, convince people to vote your way. So just because they say that there's going to be a major shift to the left, or there is one in the Democratic Party, doesn't necessarily mean it's true, but it could be an effective means of campaigning. So all of this might affect campaigns as we approach November. I don't know, but it's something to consider, and certainly it's something the Republicans have considered because they're exploiting it. And I use the term exploiting not in a negative sense. They're seizing an opportunity here. So with that, I will open it up to y'all. I don't know whether Alan is with us on this or not. Alan?
Yes, I am, sir. How are you?
Okay, Alan, followed by Scott.
Thank you very much for your introduction, Gary. As usual, it's perfect. Let me take the opportunity here. I cannot figure it out how to tell hello to Liz. She comes in here quiet, she leaves. But anyway, back to the topic. I don't think so, Gary. It's a shift in Democratic Party. Democratic Party got pregnant, but the wrong idea because they were more adapted to the different idea. Republican, these are all my own opinion. Nobody, it doesn't attach to anything. This is my intakes is after living 50 years in the United States, seeing a good glory days, and now I'm seeing it more and more. It bring me to bring to my mind a friend of mine went to Iran. He got married, brought his wife here. In the week when I saw her, she told me this. She says, "I see the future of United States. It's going to be just as bad as Iran." I don't know how she comes in with that. I was laughing at her back then. I said, there is no way, but unfortunately, I see it. It's going that direction. And not that extent, but it's going that direction. These new, which there is a part is growing inside the Democratic, they call themselves Social Democratic. These people have a very, very dark plan for the United States. Take my words. I don't have any way to prove it to you, but this experience, the knowledge I have, it gave me this indication. The four, especially in the Congress, they are bound to bring this great nation down. There is nothing in it. Mamaduni in it, I don't know what he has proved, what he has done in New York to prove this guy is the enemy within and no one else. Chuck Schumer is another enemy within. I always believe no one has the guts to attack us from outside. No one. But they send the enemy to grow under our skin and they going in. So be aware of these. Baby, it's inside the belly of Democrat and it's growing. And when it's a monster, it's going to pop out and only God can save us. Back.
Thank you, Alan. And it's always great to hear from a perspective of somebody who has seen similar changes in their home countries. That's the beauty of our gatherings here. We get so many different perspectives. Thank you, Alan. We'll go to Scott, followed by...
Yeah, Gary. Hey, nice to talk to everybody. I'm on the stationary bike right now because 1 Timothy 4:8, the Apostle Paul says physical training is of some value. So heeding scriptures today, multitasking. No, I mean, look, I think ultimately the Democratic Party is certainly taking a turn left on cultural issues. Where this is where people like Bill Maher and many others will say the new religion is wokeism and woke this and woke that. And look, I'm not unsympathetic to these criticisms of my own party. I am probably more of a cultural traditionalist. I don't know if that's the religion in me or what, but so yeah, I'm sensitive to that. I don't think we are in danger of seriously moving left on economic issues. I don't think the party, on the whole, is much different than it was in 2016 on economic issues. You still can't get that 65% of Americans want Medicare for all. You can say that's good, you can say that's bad, you can say it's affordable, you can say it's not affordable. This is a winning issue. I don't know why every Democrat doesn't say, how often do we get a 65% issue? And the majority of Democrats aren't saying, hey, Medicare for all, why don't the Republicans want it? It's a winning issue, because insurance companies donate to both parties. So I don't know that look at how much Wall Street money people like Kamala Harris was taking. Who was in her ear at the, running up to in the 100 days? Mark Cuban saying she's too tough on billionaires. And she listened. I don't think that this is the mainstream Democratic Party is just going to go that far left. I just don't. First off, we're too anti-tax for that. I mean, I think if we wanted to even move in a Scandinavian model, right, which is thoroughly capitalistic, in some ways more libertarian economically than we are. Rand Paul has a new movie out where it's a documentary about socialism and has the prime minister of Denmark basically on the film telling Bernie Sanders to stop saying Denmark's socialist because it's not. It's totally capitalist. it just has a generous safety net, right? And you get things like free college. But people pay for that, right? I mean, the average Scandinavian, it's not like here where, Mitt Romney said 48% of people pay most of the taxes. It's still a progressive system there, but working class people and middle class people pay a lot more taxes in Scandinavia. And arguably they get more for it, right? But we're just not going to do that, right? We are not going to do that in this country. We are too libertarian. We are founded on the tax rebellion. We don't like taxes unless billionaires are paying them. And I'm not saying billionaires shouldn't pay them. They should pay. I'm for progressive tax, severely progressive. I remember when Mitt Romney said, when people doubted his conservative credentials in 2012, he said, I was a severely conservative governor. I don't know how many presidential candidates used the word severely like that. He also was a kid. He was had a penchant for using the term marvelous, which many candidates don't use. But yeah, I don't think that we're in danger of that. On the whole, I think that now look, I mean, we are in a populist moment, right? And populism is taking grip on the left and the right. What do populists have in common? They're both, on the left and the right, they're both anti-establishment, right? They blame the ruling class. They often reject the establishment experts, although I think the populist right rejects expertise a little more than the populist left, but not really. I mean, it's just differently, right? What the populist right will say they're elites, the populist left will say it's all racist or gender-based, or they'll have, and some of these are legitimate critiques, but they'll have different reasons for rejecting expertise. They'll often both have like savior figures, charismatic figures. I think the populist right has that more than the populist left. I mean, Trump. The populist left really doesn't have that. I don't know that Mamdani will be that. Both the left and the right. Look at the populism on the left and the right now. It's us versus them. There's a good guy and there's a bad guy, right? As opposed to non-populist, right of center and left of center politics, where you have people that are not populist, like Wes Moore and who's the governor from Utah. I can't think of his name now. But these guys get together. They don't play us versus them, right? But on the populist side, on left and right, it's us versus them. Both of them have a crisis mindset, right? The sky's falling. Both tend towards reductive, simplistic, answers. But the difference is, the key difference, I think, between left-wing and right-wing populism, or seeing it in the DSA, versus sort of the Christian nationalist sort of Trump populism, is for the left-wing, at least this used to be true. Now, I think identity politics is changing this a little bit. But at least traditionally, left-wing populism, I think of Bernie Sanders as the archetype of this, defines people by their economic class. You're either in the working class or the 99% versus the billionaires. Right-wing populism doesn't tend to talk that classist. It tends to find people by national signifiers or cultural or ethnic identity, or the native-born American or citizen versus the immigrant and the outsider. But they have a lot in common. And so I think, I think that I just don't think that left-wing populism can catch on as much in the Democratic Party because it's becoming the party of the elite, right? It's funny that Trump wants to take away, the whole SAVE Act, right? Well, more Democrats have passports than Republicans, right? And the states that are lowest in passport possession are all red states, and the states that are highest, the cosmopolitan jet setters, they're all blue states. So I think when you have this elite class, the educated elite, who, Trump is now winning. People, Trump won in 2024, the first time Republican, and oh God, I don't know how long, won people making under $50,000 a year. The Democrats are becoming the party of the wealthy elite. And I don't think those people tend to go for socialism. Now, again, they'll be for social programs, right? But the limousine liberals in New York and LA, they want their shit. And they're not going to, I don't think the party is going to let the DSA that far off the leash, right? Again, Marshall spoke on this. You might get some election victories in deep blue districts, right? Like in Mamdani or somebody. But some of this, too, is so cultural. Look at how much the friggin' DSA, I bet you the average Democratic Socialist talked more about cops and Palestine. Oh, my God. Palestine. You heard more about Palestine, Israel, than you did about Marx, Engels, or socialism, or socialism as a transitional state to classless society or anything like this.
Well, clearly Mamdani is obsessed on this issue, isn't he?
Yes, and so was the woman in Colorado. So I mean, look, this is very different than a Bernie Sanders who represents a kind of more classic socialism that sees race and ethnic divisions and things like this as a tool of the elite to pit the working class against each other. So that's just interesting. I'm not dismissing that there's left-wing populism out there, and that but I just don't think it's going to take over the Democratic Party because somebody's got to pay for shit. Somebody's got to pay for lawn signs and expensive Facebook ads and TV time, stuff like that. And it's not going to be the bohemian people that smell like petroleum oil. And Abby knows these people in West Philly. Thank God Abby is further across the river from them than I am. It's not going to, these people are not going to pay for campaigns that you need to wage on any significant level. So I don't think it's taking a hard turn, but the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? So I mean, I think that's and then part of the reason I think people respect the DSA is they say, something like some of the right-wing populists. I think part of the reason people like Donald Trump is whether you like him personally or not. People have this perception that he gets up there, he'll just say things unfiltered, and that he's not bullshitting and playing political games. I think people have this sense of the DSA, right? That these people mean what they say and say what they mean, and they're not going to mute it, and they're not going to sort of modulate, and they're going to try to get elected and do the shit. And I think people respect that. So, but again, I don't think your average Democrat is for socialism. And again, there's huge differences in socialism and communism, largely because in socialism you still have private property, and you still have space for a doctor to make more than a teacher. You don't have that in communism, right? Each according to his ability and each according to his needs. So you work according to your ability, and then that's redistributed according to needs. So it's not, there's pretty big differences, I think, between communism and socialism. But there you go, Gary. I've rambled on, and Abby can testify to these petroleum oil people in West Philly. So thanks.
So I think it's interesting you point out correctly that thus far the Democratic Socialist philosophy is taking hold in areas where there's already a progressive base. But we are going to see people who run on similar platforms in areas that are atypical with regard to folks getting elected who have progressive philosophies. And I think that will be a better barometer, don't you, Scott? If they don't resonate and don't get elected in those, heartland districts, then perhaps your assessment is spot on. But if some of them do get elected, would that not be an indication of a significant shift in the public perception of government?
Yeah, I think so. And Abby can speak to this, my buddy. But yeah, here in Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, if he doesn't get primary, because he's not popular with the Democrats, but he's above water with Republicans, right? I mean, I think if he doesn't get primary, out of spite, John Fetterman could easily get reelected, and he'll get beat through a lot of Republican votes. I don't think you put a DSA person or even somebody DSA adjacent, if they manage to beat Fetterman, they would lose by about I'll let Abby Barsh bank it out by about 2,000% in Pennsylvania. It doesn't play in Pittsburgh or even suburban Philadelphia. Again, maybe in West Philadelphia with a petroleum oil, but I don't think the appeal is beyond it.
So is West Philly like the Upper West Side of Manhattan?
It's sort of the hippy dippy people that are not as into grooming as the rest of us. And you find some Marxists. There's a Marxist anarchist.
Well, maybe they're more like sections of Brooklyn than they are on the Upper West Side. Gotcha. Not familiar. Maybe I should take a trip out there to check it out. Thank you, Scott. We'll go to Abby, followed by Chip.
Okay, so a quick understanding of West Philly. It's where University of Pennsylvania is, and also somewhat Drexel. and so it's attracted a lot of intellectuals over the years, but I wouldn't liken it to the west side of New York. And actually, in the Jewish community, we're dealing with a very bad renegade temple that's there with a rabbi that is an anti-Israel, very, very strongly so.
Are these the Reconstructionists, Abby?
Yeah, I can't even. I'll start to get upset if I start talking about it. I mean, it's got the whole community whacked. But not to talk about West Philly. But I agree with Scott. Fetterman probably will get primary. The question is whether he'll run as an independent or stay, as a Democrat. And I agree with Scott in that state. I don't see a DSA person taking control. I did want to, you're going to be shocked that I'm going to talk about this, but I actually wanted to point out, as a Republican, I wanted to point out the good Democrats. And the Democrats, and I wish there were more, and that's the point I want to make, of the 15 members of Congress that signed a pledge, and it was called the Promise to America. It was put together by Tom Suozzi and Adam Gray. There were several issues. I mean, there's the signatories. You can Google and read them. Josh Gottheimer was a signatory. My Congresswoman was a signatory. And it was a statement from moderate Democrats. Basically, you can read it. It's not that long. I'll put it in the chat. But it was capitalism over socialism, and fostering a more competitive economy, safety and secure borders, and talking about having a proper immigration system and safe borders, fiscal responsibility, and free speech, but in embracing moderation and democratic pluralism, and rejecting political extremism. It goes on with other subjects in the Pledge to America. I think what's important is to see that it was only 15 members of Congress that signed this, and many might have been concerned in their re-elections how things will be perceived. I do agree that the Israel-Palestine issue has become so front and center, and I agree with also and I'm thinking about what you just said, Gary, because places like Michigan are really going to be the litmus test, not a district in Colorado that's a plus 50D district, but more so the state of Michigan, and to see how someone like Haley Stevens, who is a moderate Dem, is going to play out against a DSA very, very strong proponent against Israel, and making that subject front and center for the DSA. I live in a state that our federal representatives, but for one, are all Democrats. Our 2 senators and our members of Congress, they are all moderates. And the DSA at one point took over our state party. At that time, one of our senators was up for re-election. She pulled her money out of the state party and said she wanted no connection with it whatsoever. Basically, all the federal representatives pulled away from the DSA-controlled state organization until finally they voted those people out. And as a result of voting them out, the state Democratic Party reflected more what the representatives are like. So, and again, that's in Nevada and what happened here. But there are pockets and areas that it has taken over, and it's of great concern. I mean, even in our state, there's a few that got through in the primary, and we're going to have to deal with them in the general. From a Republican standpoint, I mean, some Republicans see it as a gift because they see it as an easy win against these policies, especially the very extreme ones that believe in no military, no police, no prisons. I mean, you can go through the list of some of these positions that they've taken, and it may bode well in those areas in Manhattan or in Colorado, or even where Rab won in the West Philly, but it won't bode well, I think, nationally. And in the middle of the country. I don't see it. What's going to be interesting, and I don't know, someone is going to have to help me when this election is, the Cori Bush, Wesley Bell election, which is also going to be a test in St. Louis as to whether someone who's DSA running solely on the issue of the Jews and Israel will be I don't even know if I'd call him a moderate.
August 4th. I just looked it up. August 4th.
Yeah. So I think that's also going to be a test of it. I think you really have to look around the country at these primaries in the more central part of the country. But, from the Republican standpoint, on those races, it's where it's not a D+12, but it's a more competitive battleground race, it will work well for the Republicans. I just, there are these moderate Dems. Many Republicans will support them and will support their elections. Someone like Richie Torres, we write checks to and we support. And we hope for more of them. We hope that those voices are loud in the Democratic caucus. And for the senators also. I mean, I'm very proud of my two Democrat senators that stood out on that Bernie Sanders vote and, are moderates. So that's sort of a perspective from a Republican / I like a good Democrat voter on this. Thank you.
Yeah, you mentioned the El Sayed Stevens Senate campaign in Michigan, and because I'm a native Michiganian, I kind of keep a close eye on all of that, and I got to tell you that if El Sayed wins, that's going to be great for the Republican Party in terms of their campaign to convince voters that the Democrats have become radicalized. I don't know what the polling shows there. I was just starting to look that up. But it's a closely watched race, and it's got traditional Jewish Democratic voters in Michigan extremely concerned. No question about that. And it would be interesting to see that if El Sayed becomes the nominee, whether some of those traditional Democratic voters flip and become Republican voters.
Well, that's actually the last thing I wanted to say to you, Gary, is we are flooded at the Republican Jewish Coalition. I've never seen this much interest with people that felt homeless from their party and have now shifted over. I mean, our membership is up, our conferences are selling out, and we're seeing it from all around the country. So there's definitely a shift, and we obviously saw it in the last cycle with the percentage of vote in the swing states. But for sure, that is happening.
I have a friend who is a volunteer lobbyist for AIPAC, has been for many years. And he's a solid Republican, but he acknowledges to me, he has in the past anyway, that when he goes up on the Hill, you get uniform support for Israel from Democrats and Republicans. That's starting to change. Now, some people might say this is a reason to embrace the Democratic Party, but a lot of people who you and I know think otherwise. Thank you, Abby. We'll go to Jim, followed by Steve.
Hey, Gary. Thanks a lot for bringing me up. I was thinking about that, and when you read the salutation at the beginning, I started feeling a little bit anxious because about this time recently, the party did that, and Kamala came, and I like Kamala a lot, but I felt like moving too far to the left alienated our center folks in the Democratic Party of which I'm one of them. It didn't alienate me. It annoyed me that they waited so long, and I was afraid that there was some foretelling of what was going to happen because of that. But what I'm concerned about, and what makes me a democratic socialist, is that I see what's happening to our social safety net and programs like IDEA, where there's current litigation, Texas versus Kennedy, which is undermining the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act of 1970, which is the Rehab Act of 1973 amendment to the Rehab Act of 1954, the amendment of 1973. And if I was confusing it all in saying that, please let me know. But what I worry about is that if we go AOC, I mean, I've heard people go off about AOC, but when I've seen interviews with AOC, she didn't sound crazy to me. I know there may have been some purported performative things that, as a man who's blind, I may have missed. And there may have been some other things that happened in Congress that I didn't quite understand, or maybe been blown out of proportion. But to me, she seems like she's got her, her stuff together. To me, she's not an idiot. So it would be interesting to see if she goes further on up the ladder in American politics. I'd be interested to see that. There's some other younger leaders, which I think both parties need, but, I mean, with the passing of Lindsey Graham, I think slowly but surely, even the Republicans are realizing that you need to get some more young blood, because if you don't, there's, the party's going to dwindle. So I don't have a lot to say today, except for those things, like I said, I hope, as a moderate, that we don't go too far left and scare everybody, and that we do pay attention to the fact that it's great to be the land where business can start up, and you can be, whoever or whatever you want to be in a country, and not have either a rigid or, invisible caste system like a lot of countries do. But man, I would just hope that we don't go too far left, and then we have what happened again, as they say, oh, well, we've learned to deal with crazy. So crazy is what's familiar. And so when we vote, we really don't want to change. And that's pretty awful, but we've dealt with crazy so much that, I don't know, that I don't want us to become immune and not realize that crazy really is crazy. And if there really is some sanity left in the world, I'm done speaking. Thank you.
So I think you're correct that the both parties are looking for young blood. They have to look towards the future. The demographics are shifting in the nation. The baby boomers are dying off. There are new ideas. There are more attractive candidates that may be formed more so than substance. There's no question about that. But the issue here is not whether AOC, for example, is intelligent or not. The issue is she espousing philosophies that we would like to see embraced by a future president of the United States, given the polling today, which puts her way out in front among potential candidates for presidential, for the nomination for the Democratic Party for president. Thank you for that, Jim. We'll go to Steve, and then we'll give Marshall a chance to get acclimated and come back to him.
Fucking faggot, Marshall, run, get
Gary,
me.
I slightly disagree with the analysis so far, and not really disagree, but I think there's a slight edge to this, and I think the edge is this. I think the Democratic Party, as a party, they started to shift to build coalitions, a lot of different groups that have a lot of different objectives. And I think in a way, because of this, the type of coalitions they're trying to build, that the combined groups find that if they join together and they espouse a given line that can be a vehicle to what they eventually want to achieve, that they've gained a certain amount of power. Now, the exact amount, I don't know. That to me is an open question. I think there's it's starting to build in the Democratic Party, and what's concerning to me about that is that we have a lot of people in the last 20 or so years that to me it's like a grievance culture, and everyone has grievances about things, but to have a grievance without a solution is an issue. And I think the weakness of some of these people on the far left is they articulate a grievance, but they can't articulate the solution that the grievance needs to achieve or how it's going to be done. It's kind of like that mayor in Seattle was posed a question, if you put this tax on these people, what if they move out? And she kind of chuckled and said, let them move out. Well, they did. And it devastated the downtown office part of Seattle to the point that the vacancy rate is extremely high. Well, what do people do? They went across the river to Bellevue or the coast or whatever there and got away from it. You can have a belief in something, but to have just a belief without an articulate way to convey what your solution is versus what's already here is disconcerting. And I think that's the problem. There's the grievance aspect of it without the solution aspect to it. For instance, I've heard some people, get wound up by ICE, and ICE has had their troubles. But to say we're going to eliminate ICE and we're going to eliminate a border, okay, what does that look like? I mean, how do these things manifest themselves, and what are you saying, and what kind of effect? These type of things are never thought through well. Or like, let's defund the police. Yeah, okay. 2 a.m, you got a guy kicking down your door, and you call, and there's not a cop to come and see what's going on. That's a solution. But that's where I think this fraction or part of the Democratic Party is trying to drag them off the rails, where anyone with a brain in their head will say, "Oh, hold it, just a second, we can't go there." You want to do these things, and we can see where this is going, but you don't provide a solution. So I think there's the inherent danger is we got a lot of people that's getting into politics with pick your grievance, and they articulate it well to the people that feel like they're part of that group, and they'll nod and they'll say yeah, but there's never solutions in a way that's meaningful or can be put into a budget or can articulate what's that's going to mean to society in general. And I think there's your problem. So I think the Democratic Party, by the nature of how they've run the past 15, 20 years of their coalition, has allowed this to fester, and it's become more prominent. And I think it's become more prominent because we're seeing a younger generation that's coming in that has grievances but no solutions. So there's your problem, and I'll leave it there, Gary.
So, Steve, you mentioned numerous times that they don't have solutions. They just cry about the problems. But it sounds more to me like that's not really what you're saying. I think what you're arguing is they have solutions. You just don't like the solutions they come up with.
Well, Gary, I mean, a solution that doesn't work, do you call it a solution? Like, for instance, the lady in Seattle that's the mayor that laughed about imposing a tax on the millionaires and the people in the downtown. Well, she proposed it, she implemented it, and the devastation on real estate values in downtown Seattle has just been unheard of. Now, there's your solution in that particular case. Well, do you call a solution that brings economic calamity to your city really a solution, or do you call it a mistake? And that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Steve. We'll go to Marshall, followed by Les.
Hey, Gary. From my particular observation post from the outside looking in, yeah, it looks like they're encountering what the Republicans encountered when we moved right. It seems like they got a hard left turn in their party. So I don't know what you do with that, but it does seem like they're facing that.
How does that, if in fact is the fact, or even if it's just the perception, affect elections?
It means that on the party primary side, they'll probably have more folks who are progressive, and that may mean that they wind up against either moderate Republicans or Trump folks. And in the case like my state House rep, a MAGA guy against a DSA guy, you're going to have the extremes versus the extremes, and that doesn't seem like it'll help anybody. But that's what it seems like it'll do.
So let's put it on a very personal note. You campaign professionally for Republican candidates in Texas. Would it be a gift to your candidates, theoretically, if their opponents were Democratic socialists?
Yeah, actually it would. They would be, the DSA has some pretty crazy ideas. So yeah, that would be a gift to us.
I'd like to see that in the Rio Grande Valley. I don't see how those kinds of policies resonate to where a candidate such as that can get nominated by the Democrats down there. But, we'll see. As I said earlier before you jumped on the stage, there are some candidates in some areas that are not typically progressive strongholds that are running on Democratic Socialists of America philosophies, even if they don't call themselves DSA members. And, that'll be an indicator if they're successful. It's one thing for someone in the West Coast or Portland or Seattle to get elected on these policies, or here in New York City. It's another thing in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Well, Tulsa may be an exception too, but the rest of Oklahoma. And, it'd be very interesting to see if any of them are successful in their political endeavors. Thank you, Marshall. We'll go to Les, followed by Hanson.
Gary, also, let's just look at what if we had a Bernie Sanders Democratic Socialist or social left, however you frame it, however Bernie would frame himself, I haven't been dead yet, of 2016 or even 20, I think it would be different. I think if you have, because Bernie Sanders is not a creature of the cultural left the same way, right? And so it wasn't about Palestine or wasn't in some of the identitarian frames that the DSA does. So I think if you had a Bernie Sanders, or Fetterman was close to Sanders for a while, as far as that sort of left wing populism, or Plattner. You saw Plattner did until we found out he was crazy. I don't know that you couldn't, or the non-identitarians, left wing sort of populism could. I think the problem is more the identity politics, the radical sort of anti-Israel. I think that stuff, the cultural politics, which aren't traditionally a part of a socialist agenda, right? So I think the non-identitarian, non-sort of cultural leftist socialism might do better than you think in the Harlem.
I don't know whether Plattner's a good example because Bernie Sanders is because how he resonated nationally. I think progressive politics is fairly prevalent in Maine, right?
We also have an expert consensus.
Well, I don't know Maine that well. Maine's, as Abby has told us, Maine's a unique creature, right? So, I don't know. But Plattner was a left-wing populist, for sure.
Isn't the bigger question, Scott, who called him out within his own party? I mean, one of the other issues is when there's the bad egg, do the Dems call it out? The ones that endorse him, like stupidly, like Elizabeth Warren, etc. But when they have a bad one, I've seen Republicans call it out. I cannot remember the election. It was a Senate election. It might have been Louisiana or Alabama. Maybe it was Alabama, where someone was running and there was issues with him. I don't know if it was with molestation or something like that. It was, and I'm blanking on his name. It'll come to me. And you had the Republicans removing themselves from that. The general RNC separated themselves from him, and Republicans called him out. Just one of the questions is, when there's the Plattners and the extremists, look at who's endorsing and who is saying this is just wrong. They did call out the woman in Texas that wanted to put us all in concentration camps. I mean, I think that was a good thing. The majority of them called that out. But have they all called out Plattner?
Well, yeah, no, Abby, that's a problem. And Plattner maybe is a bad example, but I will say Plattner, before we knew how problematic he was closer to sort of Bernie Sanders economic populism than he was to say, I think, Hillary Clinton's, economic strength, right? I mean, I think that's, and again, it would be interesting. Steve Bannon has said this. Steve Bannon said, he was disappointed that Hillary, that basically the Democrats sort of put the finger on the scale for Hillary, because he wanted to see a left-wing versus right-wing populist, right? And had Bernie gotten the nomination, you would have seen that, right? You would have seen two populists against each other, a right-wing brand and a left-wing brand, right? Whereas what we got was a right-wing populist, at least rhetorically. We could talk about how populist Trump has governed, and that could be issue by issue, but at least rhetorically in the campaign versus, what is less populist than Hillary Clinton? I mean, if you looked up anti-populist on Wikipedia, it would be a big picture of Hillary Clinton, right? And I think Kamala Harris wasn't far behind, right? But again, the problem is we have this left-wing populism that's so culturally alienating. And I think if you had Bernie's left-wing populism in 2016, it would speak to the heartland. I mean, again, Fetterman wasn't far from that when he got elected. Bernie was campaigning with him. But Fetterman wasn't crazy culturally, right? So, these are the issues I think. And that is the thing I fear, is I fear that I don't fear the Democratic Party gets dragged to where the DSA is economically. It's not going to happen. Just because, again, the donor class, these people, look at how much, when people used to say to me, Obama's a socialist. I would say, look, Wall Street people don't give money to socialists, okay? The issue is not the economic stuff. It's the cultural stuff. It's that the DSA would infect the party culturally. And then, and you see it now. We talk about Israel a lot, but look at the J Street position now. The J Street position, which used to be sort of like, I hate Netanyahu, but I love Israel. And it's kind of, that's become like a hardcore right-wing position now. That's the most extreme right. That's even untenable now.
What can't even have? No. First of all, they never embraced Israel. But I mean, this is not what the room's about. But no, I mean, I have a lot to say about J Street. So
Okay. Well, let's next.
and by the way, it was Roy Moore that I was thinking of. That Mitch McConnell removed himself from, and the head of the RNC, and the president. Everyone separated themselves from him.
Well, that's why Franken got torpedoed, because it was in response to Roy Moore. So Democrats thought we have to police ourselves, and Franken was the guy of the hour. But no, I just think that, like, look at Israel, right? And now that, like, with the dance Rahm Emanuel has to do, that is what scares me, is that you'll get this rhetorical stuff becoming mainstream. The abolish the police, it's stuff that I think is never going to happen, but it's stuff that rhetorically infects a party, right? And I think if that sort of rhetoric, those sort of cultural politics become mainstream, that's going to hurt the Democratic Party. Again, I don't think any mainstream Democrats ever going to be a socialist, just because you're not going to get enough money to get elected. People with money don't want socialism. You got to get elected. But the cultural politics, the limousine liberals buy into that shit sometimes, and that will be the death of the party.
I think one aspect of this that we've not discussed that's a very important part of the equation that's now been raised has to do with Donald Trump. Plattner, every vote for the Democratic Party for the U.S. Senate is so vitally important to the party that they set aside what's right for the expediency because they are so focused on the possibility of gaining control of the Senate in order to hold Donald Trump in check. And so they tried their best to stay with Plattner as long as they could until it was so untenable they had no choice. And then they scrambled to determine who would be a palatable candidate who could, in short order, become the nominee and then potentially the successful candidate in that race. And so I look at the El Said situation in Michigan, which just drives so many mainstream Democrats crazy. And I saw an interview with Joe Crowley, the former congressman who got upset by AOC because he didn't have his eye on the ball in his district. Very powerful member of Congress, should not have lost his reelection, but he got primaried out because he wasn't paying attention. And he was interviewed yesterday about Al Said, and they said, and the interviewer asked him, "Well, I mean, how can you support a guy like this?" And he said, "Look, Democrats have to keep their eye on the ball."
Well, you know, Republicans learned this lesson, right, Gary, about power. You know, somebody like Lindsey Graham said said about Trump in 2016 when he was running that Trump was a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. And Lindsey Graham changed his tune when it became clear that the xenophobic, race-baiting, religious bigot was going to win the nomination, right? I mean, but parties do this, right? And Lindsey Graham.
You know what that's called? You know what that's called? Selling out.
Well,
when I saw Joe Crowley on television yesterday, that live interview, I turned the TV off. I said, "This guy's a sellout." And I had a lot of respect for him when he was a congressman here in New York. What a sellout. You mean you can't stay true to your values because the overriding issue is making sure that you regain control of the Senate to put this horrific President Donald Trump in check? So that's more important than standing up for what you truly believe in? So you support somebody who's opposed to your point of view? This is just ridiculous, and this is the problem with party politics right now, Scott.
It's come out quite, in a lot of interviews and stuff, post Lindsey Graham, that this was calculated by Graham, right? That he didn't really change his views. He just wanted to be relevant and powerful and thought that he was probably better off closer to the president than far away. So he didn't he didn't really change his views on Trump. He just changed the way he dealt with Trump. And so, yeah, parties do this. And you're right. I think it's sad, but it's people are. What is Steve Appel, my friend here? So the number one goal of a politician is to get elected. The number two goal is to get reelected. And so often you see this kind of hypocrisy, or at least a lack of conviction. But this is the nature of the game.
Indeed. Les, followed by Hans.
So I think Mandami is probably the most famous of the Democratic Socialists. And first of all, what got him elected too was that he was media savvy, and his mother is the famous director Mira Neer. So he knows how to present himself and tell a story. But that only takes you so far. You got to do the job. And, these are old ideas. The idea of having government-run grocery stores. And they haven't worked in the last 100 years. And so I don't know what makes them think it'll work in the future. There are ways you could have it done. You could take money from people in New York State, perhaps, and subsidize it. But it's just there's no free lunch. The best way to do things is to do whatever you can do with capitalism, and then use government to fix where capitalism doesn't work. There isn't really a market. And so if you have government grocery stores, why should any other grocery store come in there, or the small mom and pop stay? If they're being unfairly competed with. If you have housing and you say, we're not going to allow people to make money from their housing, rich people are just going to take their money and invest it someplace else, and there just won't be as much housing stock. There's a competition for capital. And if the local government says you can't make money with housing, then people will invest in something that is more lucrative. So I'm just hoping that with Mr. Mandami, they hold his feet to the fire. Just like I said last week, they should do with Mr. Trump and some of the statements he's made in the past. Check on him. Just have newspaper stories, and 3 months from now, just put a, just see how that's going. That's my only point, that can tell a good story. He's got some very old ideas that haven't worked in the past that he can make exciting because he knows how to deal with the media. And that is a positive thing for a politician to have. But the other thing is, if you're going to do your job, do your job. I don't see how, displacing half the Jews in the world and driving them into the sea is part of the mandate for the mayor of New York. But it seems to be a bee in his bonnet. Thank you.
So the thing about Mamdani, and I don't want to just focus on him, but of course we're talking about democratic socialist policies here and how they're influencing the mainstream Democratic Party. He proposes things and makes pronouncements when he knows full well they cannot be achieved. So I'll give you an example. He announced that before he got elected, it was part of his platform, free buses for all. And boy, we love this guy. Everybody wants free buses. He's a great mayor, people tell me now. He's going to give us free buses. Well, the fact is that the bus system in New York City is not run by the city of New York. It's run by the state of New York. And he was in the state legislature. So when he was in the state legislature, if he really wanted free bus service for the people of New York, he would have proposed legislation that would have made that possible. Not that it would have passed, but he would have, said, I believe that there's free bus service, and he would have fought for it. But he did not. He waited until he lacked the authority or ability to influence that, and then claimed that's what he was going to do, knowing full well he could not. And you point out his pronouncements about Israel, and most notably, we're going to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu when he comes to New York City. He knew full well, and finally yesterday he acknowledged he lacked the authority. He knew full well he lacked the authority to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. And furthermore, when he issued a video statement yesterday in which he acknowledged that, but he called upon the United States government to arrest him, he knows that they lack the authority.
Right.
They lack the authority because he's going to be here for the UN General Assembly, and the agreement between the United Nations and the host country is that anybody credentialed arrives and leaves along with their family members unimpeded. That's the agreement that dates back decades. You do not have the authority, even if you had the desire, as President of the United States even, to arrest the most despotic dictator who comes in September to New York City. You do not have the authority to do this. In fact, the only restrictions that the United States government can put on a UN credentialed diplomat is that you can require that they not travel beyond 25 miles of UN headquarters. That's right. part of the agreement. But that's all the authority you have. So this is all nonsense, and he knows it's nonsense, and yet he espouses it. And the thing is, these idiot voters in New York City, oh wow, this is great, yeah, free Palestine, free buses, etc., and they all think he's doing a great job, and he hasn't done a thing.
Well, let me give you a story I heard. A politician dies and goes to heaven. Okay, I know that sounds improbable, but stay with me. And Saint Peter says, we're feeling in a generous mood today. You get to choose if you want to go to heaven or hell. And he says, where are all my friends? And they said, well, he said, they're in hell. Well, let me try that out for a day. Well, first he tries out heaven for a day, and there's the harps and all that kind of stuff. And then he tries out hell. He goes down the escalator, and he spends a day there. And they're all having a great time. And he gets to play golf with all his buddies, and it's just, he has a time of his life. But he can only stay there for one day, and he has to go back to heaven. And so he goes up the escalator to heaven, and St. Peter says, so do you want to stay in heaven? And he said, no, I like it down there. And he says, as you wish. And he ends up in hell. And it's just, unfortunately, it turns out to be a place of fire and brimstone. And he asked the devil, hey, what happened? He said, well, yesterday was a campaign. Today we're actually governing. And that's the way politicians are.
Exactly. Thank you, Les. We'll go to Hanson, followed by William. That's a cute story. Hanson.
Ever since 9/11, we started with Bush too, and we had a 8-year administration that was to the left, to the right, but not radically so. And then in come the left-leaning Democrats, but there were not too many screams about socialism and all that stuff. And then in 2016, we all know what happened, and that was a sharp lurch to the right. And then we lurched for 4 years, and then we lurched back to the left, which was further left than Obama had been. And then here we go, another 4 years, and we've lurched back to MAGA on the right, which sometimes borders fascist. And we're going to lurch back to the left. The question is, how far are we going to lurch back in 2028? Where they at least have some fringe elements that talk like and act like communists. Communists versus fascists. I wonder who would win a Stalin and a Hitler election. But my point is, we've been lurching. We have not been smoothly governed, peaceful and progressive, and always on the upward slope of improving the lives and conditions of America. We have tried to put dotted lines and lurch to nirvana, make America great again. And then we're going to lurch in the absolute opposite direction, and government is going to take over. Government's going to run society. They're going to nationalize companies that are going to have government-run healthcare, government-run blah, blah, blah. All that is lurching. And those swings from one election cycle to the other have gotten, in my view, bigger and worse since 9/11. I have always considered myself right of center. And I have not been able to vote for a presidential candidate for the last 3 elections. I had to write them in because I couldn't stand either one of them. Who do you vote for if you've got a Democratic Socialist and you've got a Trump or something even worse than Trump as opposed as in opposition? Who do you vote for? I don't know. I just won't vote, I guess. So the choices, and Scott said something that I thought was profound. This whole house of cards is going to collapse when we figure out who's going to pay for it. I don't know what the national debt is going to have to be, but at some point, the debt payments, we're concerned about $1 trillion a year for the Defense Department right now. It's not going to be long before we're going to be paying $1 trillion or $2 trillion or $3 trillion a year to service the debt, because of all the wild plans and the wild ideas and the promise to the American people in an effort to buy the election. I remember when Obama was elected, there was a online video of a woman that said, "Oh my goodness, I am so glad that he's been elected because I don't have to pay for my cell phone now." I mean, that pretty much expresses, I'm so glad all these people are going to be elected, or I'm going to vote for them, is because I don't have to pay for whatever you want to say, because the government's going to provide it to me. Well, who's going to pay for it is going to be the ultimate test, Scott, Gary, and everybody else in the room. And I'll be long gone when it happens. But if you go back to history, you'll find out what happens to the empires when they can't pay for it any longer. And we're headed in that direction, and I don't see any improvement.
Thank you, Hanson. We'll go to William, followed by Dave.
Hi. So I think there's one fact that people are missing, and that is that the Democrats really are a big party, and there are people who have joined us from the Republican Party. You know, people like David Jolly down in Florida, Joe Walsh, Jeff Duncan from Georgia. There are people that have joined, people like Conway, George Conway, and they're welcome. Now, George Conway didn't win the congressional race up in New York. It's his first time running. He's got to get his sea legs as a Democrat if he's serious about running. But he did run, and he was welcome, and nobody gave him a hard time. But he just didn't win that congressional race. So that there's a moderating factor of a lot of people who were Republicans who are now joining the Democratic Party. It's not, I don't know what the percentages is. I don't have statistics, but I think that is more frequent than what you're going to see in the terms of Democratic Socialists. Democratic Socialists may win in a congressional district. They may be popular in certain neighborhoods for real local offices, but I don't see that sweeping the Democratic Party and going nationwide. And you look sort of at the individual districts and see where that flew and why. As for things like minimum wage, the idea of raising the minimum wage is not a radical idea. I mean, what is it right now? $7.25 an hour federally. So if you doubled that, it still wouldn't be a living wage. So if you doubled that federally, that's not a completely radical idea. As far as Medicare for all, Medicare doesn't pay for everything, and people have to buy insurance to supplement the Medicare. So that the insurance companies really are still in the mix. It's just that, if you want expanded services, you may have Medicare paying for certain basic things, but you've got to buy insurance to cover other things or go out of pocket, and that can be bankrupting for a lot of people. So they buy insurance for the most part. So you can expand Medicare or make basic Medicare benefits available up and down the food chain or at an earlier age, and that would be a gradual expansion. And where's a lot of the tax deficit coming from? The tax breaks for the ultra rich really does cause a shortfall in the budget. And so you might see some moderate Democrats suggesting, well, maybe we shouldn't give the ultra rich, the top 1% or the top 3%, these super big tax breaks. Maybe there should be a graduated tax that takes into account that some people have more than they can spend in 100 lifetimes. But that's not like putting a tax on everyone. It's just making people pay more of their fair share. The ideas of a moderate Democrat to raise the Medicare contribution levels from $500,000 now, where it cuts off. I don't know the exact number, but raise that up to $750,000, and that would make Medicare solvent for decades. If the chip-in was higher for the wage earners earning up on the first $750,000 you contribute to Medicare as opposed to just the first $500,000. So those are moderate changes that are not going to turn the country into a socialist country. And in fact, we have a mixed economy. We have mixed elements of socialism and capitalism. It's primarily a capitalist country. I'm a moderate Democrat. And, and Scott is right about the grooming in West Philadelphia. You might have some people with bad grooming, that don't represent the party as a whole, and they certainly wouldn't fit in on the Upper West Side or Harlem or anywhere else in Manhattan. And I'm not as familiar with Brooklyn, but maybe there's a place for them there. But it's not. It's there are people that are on the fringes, but there are more centrists also joining the Democratic Party from the Republican Party because they didn't have a place in the Republican Party because they're alienated by MAGA. So I think there is going to be an expansion of the Democratic Party, and I think the Republicans coming in may offset the Democratic Socialists. I have no statistics to back it up, but that's just an observation.
So you suggest that this is like there are outliers and they're not going to take control of the party. And I'm wondering, William, whether your assessment of what has become MAGA, I think I'm correct in saying that it actually began back in the Tea Party days when that was first brought to our attention in the public realm. Whether your assessment about them not taking over the Republican Party was the same as your assessment that the Democratic Socialists are not going to take over the Democratic Party.
I don't see them as being broadly popular. They may take over some congressional seats. They may take over some individual cities.
Right, but that wasn't the question I asked you. I asked you whether your assessment of the Tea Party / MAGA at its inception was the same. Did you reckon that they would never take over the Republican Party?
I didn't actually have an opinion on it back then one way or the other. I just saw that they morphed into MAGA. And, then they included QAnon and, some other...
All right, so how is this different from that?
It's different because if you look at the individual proposals that are being made, and some things, like you said, if somebody's profiling, if somebody's blowing hot air and making promises like Mondami that he can't keep, then that's gonna detract from his appeal in the long run if he promises stuff that he doesn't have the power.
Didn't happen in the inception of the Tea Party / MAGA movement?
Well, the exact same thing that's happening on the liberal wing happened to the Republicans, literally almost verbatim.
I don't see it being
the wings of each party are becoming more popular.
I don't see the wings of the Democratic Party taking over the center. I don't think that they have.
Right, I know you've made that point, but that wasn't the question. But thank you for it anyway.
Why do you say?
I answered the question several ways, and you didn't actually answer it directly, and that's fine. You're not on the witness stand, and you're not going to help.
My answer is no, but I don't see it happening. But
no, I know you don't see it happening. I'm asking you, what are the marked differences between what happened to the Republican Party and what may be happening to the Democratic Party? I'm asking you to back up your point. I'm not arguing that your point is wrong. I'm asking you to back it up, and you're not answering what I'm asking. So I'm going to move on.
Do a statistical analysis.
I'm going to move on to Dave, followed by Leaping.
When I look at who are the people joining DSA after 2024, I would say many come from the campus-wide protester, right? And that constitute about 80 to 85% surge in the membership. So who are these people? And and how do the world look at this DSA? Basically, they constitute the continuation of useful idiot joining DSA, repurpose DSA into useful idiot, and therefore makes sense why Mandani said he want to arrest Netanyahu, not for the American people. These are for the 2 billion Muslims out there and say, look, we managed to turn a reputable Democratic Party, repurpose it to be a useful idiot fraction of Democratic Party for the purpose of increasing, dividing the American population. And then who are the useful idiots? Some of them are May 21st, 2025, who chanted Free Free Palestine after murder 2 Jewish diplomats. And now in this new platform, they increase the hate among the American population. Who is hating, who is have a lot of rage because of the war in Iran, because they have the Trump's rage syndrome, join DSA. When you have so much rage, then you are legitimate to kill anybody look like Charlie Kirk. That's the whole platform, useful idiot in American platform.
Let me ask you a question so I fully understand your point and tell me if I'm getting it wrong. Are you suggesting that all of these domestic issues, the populist issues that people are quick to embrace of the Democratic Socialists of America is subterfuge because their real agenda is to support Islamic extremism? Is that what you are?
It's against America, as you point out, right? Against America, right? You need to stop Trump from winning. You need to keep on putting pressure on Israel, and anything that make Trump look good, like ICE and everything, lump up all this agenda into DSA and continue to force no war, peace immediately, and then the war will continue in the Middle East. So who will win eventually? Who will be losing eventually? The American.
So again, am I going too far in my questioning about they are really supporting Islamic fundamentalism? That's not the point you're making then, right? Or is it?
I mean, for the American, they will not think as far as you. They still think, oh no, it's still Democrat.
Right, but I'm asking you if that's their hidden agenda. Are you arguing that that's their hidden agenda? Because I'm hearing an allusion to that, and I want to know whether that's what you are actually arguing.
Okay, who? I say yes, because who are crazy enough to say arrest Netanyahu and make it a political showcase? Who is crazy enough to do this? And you already point out, it totally make no sense. You spend so much of your cognitive ability to say no makes sense. For them, it's total sense. For who? For the 2 billion Muslim out there.
Thank you for that, Dave. I just wanted to make sure I understood you. Leaping, followed by Edward.
Hey, what's up, Gary? What's up? Leaping real quick is my Native American indigenous name. It's Sleeping Bear Yuna Ozadega. Just call me Greg, though. That's my legal name, Greg. First of all, I'm a centrist. Left, right, a little bit of both. The fact that the people, most people are worried about the Democratic Socialists, they have no reason to be. I mean, even in its infancy when Obama was first elected, because Bernie Sanders was way out to the left, and he drew some of them in to spark this so-called movement. And, just like I can't remember his name, the person that said it was just going to be certain boroughs, certain districts, that's all it's going to be. people are making a big to do, and I think what we ought to be worried about is going either to the extreme right or to the extreme left. That's why I try to keep to the center if possible. Sometimes you have to choose the devil over the next devil. But what I think is 2028, everything will change, but it won't go to the point of democratic socialism.
Thank you for that, Glenn. We'll go to Edward, followed by Rambo.
Mr. Edward, you there?
Edward. We'll go to Rambo.
Hey, good evening, Gary, everyone. Been listening to the conversation. Is there a question that you want me to onboard on, Gary?
Well, the question is the Democratic Party taking a hard turn to the left? What do you think?
I think it's fractional. I think they don't have motion. The Mandamis of the world don't have enough volume at a national level. I think the Mandamis will exist in regions like New York and other places, in other cities. But by and large, I don't think that politic is going to take a hold in middle America. And we knew, at least I pondered this question 2 years ago. What is the new? Because the outrage or the way people feel about the Trump administration and it being an authoritarian regime, right? The MAGA party piggybacking off of Republicans and then eventually taking hold of the party now, right? So and then the Democrats finally getting a backbone, right? So the question I posed was, what's going to come of this? Like, will there be a new party that will emerge and be a centrist, more of a centrist party? Because the only difference in a lot of this was certain issues that I'm not going to get into, certain divisive issues and on policies were the divide. That made a lot of Democrats vote Republican in 2024, right? Certain key issues that meant so much to a group of Democratic and independent voters that they went ahead and voted for the Republicans. So to answer the question above, I don't think it's taking a hard turn to the left. I think it's going to continue to morph. I think this hard left that we look at as they branch out and seek votes from middle America, I think their platform will soften a little. I think it'll be a little bit more malleable, and they will try to find a sweet spot somewhere along the way in order to get votes at a national level. And I'll land with this. I saw an image of Mandami, and I looked at this image and I said, wow, this is a couple of weeks ago. I forgot he was making an announcement. He was sitting behind a desk and he had people from all different hues in his background. And I said, that is a play. He's going national, because that was, basically the White House desk, right? And the way the imagery of it, and some of you may have seen it, it just made me think that this guy's going national. So that's my contribution. I land.
So assuming, Rambo, for the moment that your assessment is accurate, that these are just little outlying anomalies in communities that are more receptive to the message. Clearly, the Republicans are already trying to convince the voters that this is the direction of the Democratic Party as a whole. How do the Democrats counter that argumentation?
I'm glad you asked that. I know when I reacted and I said that, because I remember the next day after his victory, the sudden rush by Republicans on the news circuit They saw a threat. Republicans and MAGA Republicans saw a threat, and they're so good at seeing a potential threat and responding to it with new talking points for its members. And so the word communism is a trigger word. And so they're using that trigger word, and you know, you guys have heard the rhetoric. They're launching investigative parties, and they're monitoring them, and they're calling them violent. They're doing all of these things. They're not even giving it a chance to take hold. So yeah, I'm glad you did mention that. I think the Republican Party sees it as a threat, and they are acting as if it is a serious threat. They are not letting that seed get any roots. Hope that answers your question a little bit. But
Yeah, I think the fact is that the Democrats don't like being labeled communists, and the Republicans don't like being labeled fascist, right? Thanks, Rambo. Let's go to Sue, and we'll try Edward again. Sue.
Hey, Sue, you there? Sue.
I'm sorry, guys.
Sue.
I didn't mean to go on stage.
Here we are.
I didn't mean to go on stage. Sorry.
That's okay.
Well, you're here. Edward, are you there?
To see you happy, Alan.
Now we can hear you, Mr. Edward. How you doing?
Hey, Mr.
The best day of my life. Good to see you.
Good to see you,
yes.
Mr. Edward.
Yeah, I do personally think that they've taken a hard left for several reasons. Number one, when you say you want to take away our borders, you want to take away the police, you want to change capitalism, you want the public sector to own, like what they're trying to do with the rent thing in New York. I just think that they're gone left. They're not a political party, but they're a pretty big body of people that's changing the way we see, whether it's the state constitution or the U.S. Constitution. They're pretty far away from it. That's just my observation of the things I've heard.
And what effect do you think, Edward, they have on, in reality, the Democratic Party, and secondly, with regard to perception about the Democratic Party?
Have a big effect because obviously some of the strong Democrats that have been there have lost their seats, which is very sad. Obviously, they're still not pro-Constitution or pro-America. And I think the perception, and this is where young people come in, especially young people, they're fond of socialism, they're fond of all these different things, because most of them probably were given the illusion in the last 40 years that America or colonialism has been a problem, you know, versus them being responsible. Like, I ask young people, my son's 41, my daughter's 35, I always ask them and their friends, what do you hold to be self-evident, right? I don't think asking a Democratic socialist or a Democrat, what do they hold to be self-evident, is very hard for them to answer that question, Gary. And I think that perception by itself is that they think that there's a government body that's going to bail them out of something, which doesn't exist at all. There's nobody coming to our rescue. So that's how I see it.
Thank you, Edward. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
joining. I'm still debating of whether or not to have a woman like leaning over a tiny casket. For the background of this video, I'm really mad at John, so I'm trying not to be too, harsh when I do this. So.
Not a First Amendment matter because he's mayor.
Yeah, and Bren is also recognizing the ICC, which the U.S. does not recognize. That he is conducting foreign policy, saying that he agrees with the ICC and he's going to act on whatever warrant they have for Netanyahu.
I mean, again, we kind of have to break it into what he said before and then what he said last night. Because before, he was definitely interfering and they could have picked his ass up. Afterwards, he is still over the line because he is the executive officer of the city of New York. If he did not hold that job and he wasn't making that statement as a press briefing as mayor, you could maybe have an argument, but he does not have the same...
That's the crazy thing about it. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Florida.
fucking, I want to see a swamp puppy.
So if you're gonna go to
being like a 5-year-old while we're trying to have a conversation. Comrade, are you saving the world right now? No. You're not though. But should we take you seriously, comrade? You're such a serious person.
Comrade, what do you think abstractions are? Can we just go there? Because I feel like that might be more helpful.
Utilizing the term extraction is appropriate.
Okay, what's the right way?
You're trying to say that the concepts that describe natural phenomenon, the concepts themselves are abstractions, and that is not what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm talking about the physical processes themselves. And the physical processes themselves are not abstractions, right?
I know, which is why I kept distinguishing between the abstraction, biological, or electronic correlates.
The words that we use have are assigned to things in subjects. The subjects,
unless they're abstractions.
Words are abstractions.
Words are abstractions.
Are physical phenomena. And I'm sorry.
Words aren't physical phenomena, unless you write them down, I guess.
Phenomenon. Qualia, as you described it, is a specific phenomenon.
No, it's not.
Yes,
not a physical
living thing that are able to prove.
That's the problem you're having.
You're smuggling that in. You have to prove that. I'm not smuggling it.
You don't know what qualia even is.
It doesn't.
It's not even. You want to know? You want to know what's crazy? One of the main features of qualia is that it's non-physical. So how can it be a physical phenomenon, comrade? Riddle me this.
Oh, that's false.
It literally is in the definition because it's in the definition.
Qualia is just hold on, Leon. Qualia is just the what it's like part of your subjective experience. Nowhere in that definition does it mean. I don't care about the abstraction stuff. The thing that I'm disputing, I don't know why you keep other talking. I'm not fucking comrade. Okay, you're not correcting shit. You're just fucking wrong. So what I was going to say is that the qualia is the what it's like part of your experience. Like there's nothing in there that dictates that it must necessarily be non-physical or physical. Okay, that's
so the what's it like part is physical? That makes sense to you? Really?
The what it's like part
is physical.
What about that tells us that it necessarily must be non?
Yes. So what's it like part is physical? How much does the what's it like part weigh? How big is it? How extended is it? What color is it?
No, it's
a causal physical.
It's an abstraction, guys. Like,
it is not a fucking abstraction.
Okay, so then why is that in the definition? Okay, why is it in the definition? Oh wait.
It's not in the definition. What are you talking about?
Literally.
Where's your definition?
It's in the chat.
Are you going to read Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy? Because I read that.
Exactly,
it doesn't say that.
Exactly where it
that's
is.
That's one interpretation of what qualia is.
So
that's what
you have
your
a different definition. You haven't provided any definitions. The fuck? You want me to read it to you or not?
Go read it. Tell me where it says.
All right, cool.
That the definition of qualia. Okay, well you can just wait until I'm fucking done, Black. Or you can do what happened last time, and I kicked your ass out of the fucking room for being a scumbag. All right, I don't know. This is not your. It's not your house, bro. Okay. Go ahead and read your definition, and if it doesn't say that qualia is necessarily non-physical, then you're.
Okay, it doesn't say necessarily. It says it's not physical, which is what I said. It said. So don't change my words and move the goalpost. But here's what it says. It's in the first.
Now you're just being dishonest because you did say that it is necessarily non-physical. That's what you said.
I just said it was non-physical. Don't lie.
You quite literally interrupted me to say it is.
Do you want to put this to a vote? We want to put this to a vote.
Sanity by consensus is not a good measure. Let's just move on.
When I described that one senses were necessary, even experience fucking qualia. You literally said that. Stop being a fucking dickhead.
No, I didn't. All I said was that the definition says that it's non-physical. That's all I said. So we can bet $1,000 if you're not bitch made. You want to bet?
How are you gonna prove it though?
We have the recording in the room.
Really? We're recording? We're recording.
Oh, I thought this is not recording.
Oh.
I guess you guys can just lie. Do you want me to read the thing that proves you wrong or no?
You misspoke. It's okay. We can move on. Let's go.
That's fine. What's up, T? How's it going?
So I'm not allowed to read it now?
You've already conceded defeat. What's up, man?
How are you?
No, I didn't. I told you what I said, and I was about to prove it.
You misspoke. It's okay. We're moving on.
So wait,
I just
so
want
I'm not allowed
to interject one
to be
second.
clear. I'm not
Just move on from this shitty point. Jesus Christ.
I guess.
I wasn't here before, Elliot, but Black, are you a dualist, or I'm assuming you think that consciousness?
Hey, look, it's Abe, the little bitch Abe. Look at this. He's here with us. This is so
we're not gonna do that here.
I'm not a dualist now.
I think we need more gasoline, Elliot.
So
go for it, Abe.
What are you disagreeing with Elliot about when he talks about the consciousness is physical?
Consciousness is physical. He was talking about qualia as being physical, not consciousness. I was saying that qualia is definitionally not physical. It's like one of its defining features in the literature.
So you just again stated what you said you did not state.
What did I state?
You said that it is definitionally non-physical, which means it's.
I didn't deny that I said that.
Non-physical.
What I denied that I said was that it was necessarily, because you guys lied.
Oh fucking God! If it is definitionally non-physical, that means it's necessarily non-physical.
No, it doesn't mean that. Those are not anonymous terms. The fuck.
It's like, are we just going to say words don't mean what they mean?
That's right. We're going to fight with dictionaries. Let's move on.
No, bro. Definitionally does not mean the same thing as necessarily. That's something you made up.
It does. Anyway, the point is this. The point is this, Black.
Like, you already lost this debate. I don't know why you're going back into it, but go ahead. Sorry.
The point is this. When you say qualia, right, you're just taking a word from the philosophical literature, right?
I am.
There are plenty of neuroscientists who don't even accept this word qualia.
That's
so
true.
You seem, thank you. You seem like mighty attached to it, but instead of arguing about the word qualia, why don't we talk about whether qualia are even real?
I mean, we could, but Bro was interested in the concept, and I was just trying to make sure we knew what it meant, so that people like Conrad and Elliot, who were saying dumb shit about it, would stop saying dumb shit.
You think that insects don't have brains? Stop.
No, I don't. I simply asked if bees had brains. You said yes, and I said that.
You asked them.
I never said they didn't.
Brains. You should
not
I didn't know other people's intelligence.
And I don't know if praying mantises have brains.
That's insane. That is insane. They have fucking.
Oh my God.
Okay. But there's a lot of things I don't know. Unlike you, I'm willing to admit it. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know something.
What do you mean, unlike you? Dude. Like,
you've been pretending like you know what qualia was the entire discussion.
Pull something stupid out of your ass to claim that I don't have understanding of it. We're literally having a conversation. about what results from the perception of living things. And you didn't even know fucking insects have brains.
Okay. I mean, it's not the win you think it is, but okay, you win knowing.
It's embarrassing. Are you fucking serious?
Not
The
really.
people who are muted are probably laughing at you. How the fuck are you an adult and you don't know that fucking praying mantises and bees have brains?
I'm pretty sure a lot of adults don't know that, but okay.
Where's Lisa?
You didn't know the jellyfish did.
Yeah, Wilson needs to come up on stage, please, Wilson. Please save us with
fucking idiots.
You do now.
You talking about? No, I've been there. What the fuck?
All right, bro.
Can you guys just give it a rest? Can we hear from Abe? Abe is actually a very level-headed person. Abe, what else did you want to say?
Yeah, let's let somebody else talk to save him.
Yeah, because what you're saying is fucking dumb. You want to talk about the meta and shit, okay? But Abe doesn't want to.
You don't even know what I'm saying because you don't know what I'm talking about. But that's fine.
You're just wasting time at this point. You're wasting everybody's time by continuing the stupid discussion. Let's hear from Abe.
I said let's hear from Abe. I'm in agreement with you guys. Jesus fucking Christ. Doesn't seem like Abe wants to talk.
Yeah,
and you're still talking. Wow.
I guess I'll wait for Abe then.
Yeah, sure. The point is that there are two basic ways you can approach this phenomenon. One, you can approach it from a medical perspective, like a neurologist, a biologist, people who brain, and then they talk about what we found. The other way is philosophers who, in my opinion, basically either sit around on like their couches just hypothesizing, or the good philosophers basically bootstrap off the scientists who they look at their literature, their work, their experiments, and then they start philosophizing based on that. So what I'm trying to point out is there's an asymmetry here when it comes to delving into consciousness and qualia and all the words that you seem to like scientists. And all I'm saying is I think the matter needs to be researched and adjudicated by the people who are actually looking and experimenting with the brain, not philosophers who just make up words and then stick to them, and they don't really have any like empirical basis.
Okay, what do the expert neurobiologists say about qualia?
Expert biologists don't use the word qualia.
Exactly.
Well, we have Wisdom down in the audience. If only he would come up, Wisdom, please.
Wisdom's above the riffraff, though.
Word. They need to invent a word, because if they don't invent it, they basically have nothing to do.
Scientists invent words too, but okay.
But no,
the invention of words doesn't mean anything. Like scientists do it too, and biologists do it all the time.
Scientists, they make up words when they are well motivated on the basis of empirical findings. That's when they make up words. Philosophers just make up words just to I don't know, be able to.
Some of them, not the scholarly ones, but you're not wrong. Like there are a lot of philosophers who are bad.
No, I'm not wrong. They are.
But you have a pejorative stereotype of philosophers that's not true. Actually, most modern philosophers don't do what you're saying, but it's fine. You just like science over philosophy, which is fine. I get it. It's your preference, and I don't even disagree that much because I think a lot of philosophers are full of shit, to be honest. So fair enough.
So why did you get taken in by their bullshit that you're reading about qualia?
The irony is that Bro started the stuff about qualia, not me. The fact that you came in here and blamed me without knowing what happened is kind of awkward and not very scientific, is it?
No, I'm not saying you started the room. I'm just saying that you talked about qualia.
I was talking about qualia because Bro wanted to talk about qualia.
Okay, but it's irrelevant. You believe in qualia.
I believe in qualia.
You think they're real?
I think they're real. Okay.
I mean, do you? I'm asking you. Do you think qualia are real?
I don't have an opinion on whether qualia are real. Actually, I was just defining it in the literature because that's what Pro wanted to talk about.
Synesthesia makes me think it is real, and even more weird than we realize.
And it's something I had discussions about because I was a philosophy major in college. So that's all. I was just trying to have a discussion about it, not take a position on its fucking I don't know, bro. It's existential status or whatever, metaphysical status.
If you had to bet your money on it, do you think qualia are real or that consciousness is?
I mean, I guess it would depend on what you mean by it. The thing that I think is obviously real is people have subjective experiences of things. That's kind of what people are getting at when they say qualia. So other than that, I don't take a position. I don't know. People say weird shit about qualia that I disagree vehemently with. I don't want to be tied that shit. So that's about it. That's about all I have to say about quality.
We also had some other people join the stage, so somebody else wants to.
Let's have that.
Yeah, I just wanted to. Thanks. So I just joined the group.
Sorry, could you just say once?
Say what?
Could you just, you broke up a sec. Could you just say what is the one thing you said you for sure knew?
What I know are real is that people have subjective experiences, and that's kind of what people are getting at when they talk about qualia. Also, there's a bunch of weird shit that people say about qualia that I do not agree with. So I'm not trying to like lump myself in with the weirdos on qualia. But if all you mean by qualia is that people have a kind of subjective what's it like to be experience of things in the world, I'm cool with that. I think that's not that spooky.
You know,
yeah, I don't think it's spooky either. I think it's also
you guys converged to the same endpoint in the end. This is insane.
You know that if inputs are finite, that the subjective experience can repeat, right?
Obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, there's many ways to slice this. That's right.
Should probably carry that with you.
Has nothing to do with what we were talking about, but
I mean,
fun fact, I guess. I don't know why you keep interjecting that Richard into the conversation.
Suture, you wanted to say something? You're an open mic Suture or Deepak?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I just sort of stepped into the conversation and I was just trying to get my head around what the disagreement is. Because I thought that qualia generally just meant a sort of subjective conscious experience, and I just wanted to see what the disagreement was broadly.
Well, I think what T brought up is that it could be the case that there actually isn't any qualia. That there's stuff like eliminativism. There's what else is there? Like there's illusionism. These are real theories of mind that are like the serious philosophers and people with PhDs in the relevant fields think is the case. So we should take it seriously. And it is germane to the room title, the qualia of environmental.
I actually, Elliot, I actually am an eliminativist.
What's up, Sutra?
Hi, bros. How are you?
Hey, I didn't know Sutra was trying to say something like
It sounded like flushing water to me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm driving. I'll try and mute up.
Riding in the toilet is crazy.
Hey, what does that mean when you say you're illuminativist? Is that right?
Yeah.
Like about consciousness, about what? Can you have that kind of position about? Yeah. What is that? Can you talk about what that entails? I'm just curious.
Yeah, sure. So, eliminativism. Sorry, Elliot. What was the word you used before? What was it? Is it eliminative?
Illusionism.
Oh, illusionism. Yeah. So I don't know as much about illusionism, but eliminativism I'll talk about because that I actually am. So eliminativism is basically just like it's the idea that our common ways of talking about things doesn't actually correspond to scientific, reality. So I'll give an example. In the olden days, people used to use the word angry. So like if you were in the 13th century and someone said, I'm angry. So we understand kind of what that means. But the word anger, it doesn't apply in the layman's terms, the way they use it. It's not really what anger is. Nowadays, when we research it scientifically, anger is actually a bunch of biochemical responses in your body and brain. It has to do with adrenaline, cortisol, your heart rate increases. Like that's all those physical things are actually what anger is. So basically the layman's definition of anger got eliminated under, more scientific inquiry. And
That's
the idea of
Hold on, we can't hear you, Deepak. Your mic sucks.
This thing is wrong as usual.
Yeah, that's not accurate. So let me just finish and then you can respond. So the point is, Leon. Yeah. So the point is that also like we've eliminated a bunch of other stuff like material in history. There used to be like the ether in physics where they thought that everything's moving through an ether. We eliminated that once we understood that like light can travel in a vacuum. So the point is that the idea is that we have historical precedent that every time we learn more about the universe, our old layman's terms that people use to describe certain phenomenon becomes eliminated, and we no longer use it anymore. So in the context of consciousness, the idea is that even the words we use when we use qualia or consciousness, those things will be eliminated in the same way we eliminated ideas about the ether, or in biologists, remember before we knew about like evolution and stuff, we thought that there was like the vital life force that was animating everything. That got eliminated once we understood biology and chemistry. So
yeah, like,
that's just the basic idea about eliminativism.
Oh, okay. So, but you like, it wasn't clear when you described it. You do think that like anger is like an okay shorthand for all of that stuff. Like it's still a usable. It still fits like, or like when we use it and we're describing what's happening with someone, even though we're not describing like the set of like physical processes precisely, we're still like indicating something that has some like value for helping us understand what's going on. Right?
For
At a different level. At a different
yeah,
level.
for laymen, I think you're probably right, which remains, you know, in the, I don't know, for peasant form, when peasants said, I'm angry, yeah, it works. But the point is that if someone starts claiming, if like the 13th century peasant would start claiming, anger is like something special or it's non-physical, you know, how could you get angry if it was physical? It has to be non-physical. That would be a claim that we could easily eliminate by understanding the biological substrates that are, you know, making up anger. So the idea is that, so the idea is just that when we understand the brain more deeply, even the word consciousness is kind of going to be eliminated, and we're not going to need it. Like when people say consciousness, they're using it as a shorthand for brain processes that are currently too complex for us to fully grasp.
But why would we stop using it though? I don't know why we stop, because it's like you're when you talked about the ether, that's like a very, I don't even think that relates, because even though we may understand, like we have a complete understanding of consciousness, we may still use like these terms because they still have like some type of pragmatic like fit for how we interrelate as humans, like on like the, like, you know, the whole social realm. Like, wouldn't that be the case? Like, okay, we can like change the underlying or like the exact like, you know, definition for the thing, and maybe like eliminate it in the sense that we now like understand whatever like the referent is, but we can still like use it at a social level, and we can still like indicate things with it, and it can still have some use value that's like important for like how we like need to understand each other or like interact or like carry on social processes, right? Like that's the thing. When we say eliminate, I'm like, oh, what does that mean? With the ether, that makes sense. You can eliminate that because we have a use. It doesn't really have any use value anymore. Like, what's its use value? Right? It didn't have a use value. We replaced it with something, you know, with
when I say to be
Michael Orley or whatever. Is that correct?
To be fair, Leon, when I say eliminate, I'm not saying eliminate from everyday usage in language, even though it might be. But what I'm arguing for is when people are making unwarranted philosophical claims on the basis of these words.
I follow you better. Okay, I get it.
So I'm just trying to understand this better. Maybe it's my lack of understanding, but when you say like, that we understand anger, so we understand that anger is caused by various hormonal states, and a release of things like adrenaline, like you talked about, like epinephrine, raising cortisol levels, and various biochemical reactions in the brain. But even if we were to recreate those sorts of things, and those sorts of things are similar in other emotional states,
baby.
Love you, baby. Reactions are very similar in states like anxiety. So even if we were to recreate those specific biochemical reactions, we wouldn't be able to recreate the emotion of anger itself, right? So I'm just wondering how you get to that point.
When you say recreate in what? In your own brain? In another brain? What do you mean recreate?
So, like, we understand that, you the emotion we feel in anger is rooted in various biochemical reactions, which are very similar to other states. So the biochemical processes which produce anger are very similar to the biochemical processes which produce anxiety. So what's the thing which differentiates those, right? If you have the same biochemical processes, which then the output is a actually palpably different emotion, how do you account for that difference?
That's an interesting question. What's the cocktail of neurotransmitter proportions and signals and all these other dynamics? Yeah, that's an interesting question. Up to what multiple is it unique? I guess is an ancillary question to the room. Like, how similar can our colors be? And when you throw something in like synesthesia, what happens then? Because in my perspective, sorry, go ahead.
I say I have synesthesia, and I mean, there's only one color I see that does not occur in nature, and I don't see it outside of the fucking hallucinatory, reactions that I have to stimuli. But I mean, okay, I happen to have this, visual translation that I can't describe to anyone else. Okay, that's fine. Sure. I guess we can say that as an aspect of qualia. But who is to say that the manner in which my brain is physically configured has only happened in the sense of myself, right? So if we say that, then, it is quite possible that somebody else also experiences this weird gray-blue glowing string when they hear a specific sound, right? That can't be described because there's no point of reference in the universe, right? Outside of themselves. But we can't prove that, right? It's just whatever. There's a limited amount of ways that my brain can interpret things, and because of that, it's probable that somebody else out of the billions and billions of other people may also experience the same.
Yeah, I mean, all I would say to you, Suture, is that the brain is like incredibly complex, especially when we compare it to like other organs in the body. It's by far the most complex organ, by far. So the point is, I understand that it's going to be difficult to fully understand the brain, because like for us to fully understand the heart, we kind of fully understand the heart. It's like pretty simple. It's made out of like muscle. It pumps blood. It oxygenates it. It's fairly easy. We've mapped it all out. Whereas the brain is not just like hundreds of billions of connections in a neural network. They're like constantly changing, and they're like rewiring and reshaping, and like it's not even a static organ in the same way as the heart in many ways. So yeah, of course it's going to be difficult to pin down when you say, okay, how much like neurotransmitters or dopamine fires before someone's like relaxed or happy versus the cortisol when they're stressed or angry or something. I don't know, these are good questions, but all I'm saying is we do have the basic architecture to understand your brain and what makes people angry, to some degree. The fact that we can't yet like quantify that in a predictable way, I think that has to do more with the complexity of the brain rather than like some idea of philosophy that either consciousness is qualia or non-physical or something like that.
Yeah, in the room chat, I posted a study from 2025 that actually addresses this, and they found something like, hey, if you don't have this rod length for your vision, you literally don't have that pattern, and that pattern is unique up to a detectability in an fMRI study. So I think it still comes down to why. So if we move away from color, talk about sweetness. So why is the molecule of sugar sweet? Shouldn't it just be nourishing or energizing rather than have this particular thing that you're chasing? The sweetness, is that the same sweetness that I taste as you do when you eat it?
It's probably similar. I don't know if it's exactly the same. It's probably similar.
Yeah, and how similar or how unique that is, it might be an artifact of language. At this point, it could be an illusion, but I think there's something accessible about it being a universal experience. So that kind of speaks to the mystery of the nature of reality to consciousness and matter. So it's a good room topic.
Yes, so it's
the other fascinating thing with it, I was just gonna say, is how many levers can you pull? Like I was speaking to that same thing earlier, Iowa too. Like why color is even color? Like you can imagine somebody's color might not be color at all the way we think of it, and we still agree that we're seeing red when we see red. Even that thing is hard to figure out. You know, like
it sneaks up on you. Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, my sweet could be your sour, but it doesn't even have to be what we consider taste at all. You would never know that thing either. I mean, I think you need a better way to figure it out.
Well, I'll give you an example from my surgery. They removed part of my tongue, so everything now is just overall sweeter. I've lost the spice the landscape has become simpler. Everything is more sweet. Even things that I didn't think were sweet before now are sweet.
Yeah. So that brings up the interesting question of it, and I said this earlier to Black. It's like when you lose color, we're color blind, and we're basically in shades of gray. What is the shades of gray for every sort of qualia thing we're talking about is very interesting. And what does that tell you? You know, like what is the base condition? What's the 0 and 1? You know what I mean? Is really that's it. And then all those things that get filled in between, it even seems arbitrary what you're filling it in with, and like what levers you can pull from to hey, the brain figures out I have this thing that can make you think sweet. Make you think sour, but what the hell is that thing? That's fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think so. So it's a really great point that Io brings up actually, and it shows us that, and we know this. So we know that different people when they taste certain things have different affinities to them, and we've actually tied this to various genes, right? So there are certain gene mutations where if people have a certain gene mutation, they find things like chocolate more addictive. So they find it more difficult, palpably, to give up things like chocolate because the way their brain responds to it is completely different. And so if we're, I don't know, I think that it's hugely simplistic to say that the brain obviously is a hugely complex organ, but actually we know a hell of a lot about neuroanatomy. We know exactly, which parts of the brain are responsible for various sensory inputs that we have. We have various parts of the brain which are responsible for the motor outputs that we have, and we're using technology now to map onto those things, right? But to say that it's going to be reducible to simple inputs and outputs, I think is overly simplistic, because we know that even if you give multiple people the same inputs, the way they experience those in their subjective experience is palpably different. So we can't just say that this is reducible to inputs and outputs, right? That's just overly simplistic.
I kind of disagree with that. Yeah, well, it could still be. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Same thing I was going to say. You can say it. I was just going to say the very last part there. You don't know if it could be not reducible to inputs and outputs, but it might not be. But it's very difficult to say that.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say, to make the positive claim, it is possible that the reason it seems more difficult than it is because, for example, Sam Harris talked about these type of studies that have been done. For example, like if you get up in the morning and you suddenly feel like some pain in your biceps, and you're like, oh my god, like what's wrong with me? And like it's kind of like a burning pain, and it's tight, and you're scared or anxious or want to go to the doctor, because that's what your brain interprets. Whereas if you take the exact same pain and burning, and then we put you in the context of you in the gym lifting weights, you're fine with it. And you even get excited about it. You're like, oh, I'm having a good workout. This is going to make me stronger. So our perception of our sensations is actually influenced by a lot of stuff. Your experience, your environment, stuff like that. So it could be the case that it is just inputs and outputs. It's just the inputs and outputs are so complex that they just defy our current computational ability.
I just want to say that in both of those scenarios, the person was having a heart attack and they died. If they were like, "Oh, it's okay, I'm in the gym," and still,
when Black first came in the room, I was just sitting in a room by myself on a bike, and where I was going with it is kind of like what I put in the overhead jumbotron thing here, like the getting away from the reason I was trying to stay away from like this is because I know there'll be one camp that goes with philosophy, right? And a Black goes philosophy, another camp will go to what the neurosciences and so on, right? The mathematical.
To be more creative for discussions, I agree.
Yeah. Just kind of be like, what are you generally thinking without citing the references at this point? Like, just dumb it down, right? And getting at the essence of the idea, right? Of that, and admittedly, we have ingested all of consumed our own, information from various sources. But if we're going to agree generally with the, when we get into wave particle duality, all that kind of stuff, and we say there isn't really much to the whole physical thing. Right, like I'm going to skip past the lesson, assume everybody knows what we're talking about here. If there isn't really much to the physical thing, what is it when we say physical? And if it isn't this piece of sort of the qualia in the brain doing all the heavy lifting, because it's like at the end of the day, kind of like we're talking about the redness of red, like we're picking and choosing from these electrical impulses that are also picking and choosing from the waves of electromagnetism, so to speak, dumbing it down again, just keeping it simple. It's like, well, what are we really doing, right? And it does get interesting wherever you want to go with it, whether you're in the Matrix or anything like that, in terms of what you think that all means, right? Everything is just, and I'm also doing some work with just, right? If everything is just, waves and electromagnetism, so to speak, or fundamental forces, whatever, what does that say about everything that there is? That's super fascinating. I don't think everybody necessarily has, the right answer, so to speak. And we're going to necessarily go back to, well, I read a thing, but what do you feel right about that? And does that even land with most people?
Sorry, my reception is bad, but thank you, Pro. I guess the point I might have, you broke up for me, but just about the point about the different camps. Obviously, I'm firmly in the camp of like the scientists, and to me, I don't like seeing like. Do you know Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic?
Wonderful citation. Yes.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Like I said, most of this stuff I like him. He's good enough. But recently, I don't like the fact that he's kind of like against emergence. He's like, you can't explain how consciousness comes out of the brain, and I don't appreciate this stuff because I really think he just doesn't understand like scientific inquiry. He talked to Sean Carroll, who's obviously like a physicalist or whatever, and I think he schooled him pretty badly in that discussion, but I don't think he understood it. The point is that from a scientific perspective, if you ask us a question like, I don't know, what's an onion made out of? And we say, oh, well, here it is. Here's the first layer. And then we peel back the first layer and the second layer. And eventually we get to the center and you keep saying, yeah, but what is it? Like, what is the onion made out of? At a certain point, when we've explained all the relevant physical variables, there is nothing more to say. And I feel like philosophers who are intent on like there being a mystery somewhere, they're just never going to be happy because they're always just going to say, but what is it? And to me, I feel like if you've peeled away, I
agree. I do want to give credit, and I know but I do want to give credit to the idea of sort of, that horseshoe philosophy where it's like, well, at some point you do come back around to it. That's very, very close to, well, everything really is pretty damn mysterious, right? And it's like, in other words, if the substrate of everything that we're talking about is that, it's one thing. Like, in other words, if everything is fields and electromagnetism and that's all there is, that is pretty damn phantasmal, right? At the end of it, no matter how physicalist we want to be with it, I'm being very physicalist in my representation. Black pointed this out correctly, where I'm just saying that physical thing is very, very, very small. Right? Whatever that physical thing is very, very small. I don't have a claim that it's very big, but that itself isn't necessarily magic or woo or wild. It just might be what it is, and what it is we can define as weird because that's what we almost never see. We don't really, we don't see the tiny building blocks. We don't see the quantum realm. We just experience what we experience, and that by itself is fascinating enough.
Yeah, and it might be the case that, for example, the phenomena of qualia only exists at, let's say, this scale of phenomena, in the same way that chemical laws, the laws of chemistry, only exist at the scale of chemistry. We have other laws that are more dominant in a different scale of analysis. So, to me, it's always fascinating because humans find themselves at around the 100 kilogram mark, which is approximately halfway across the scale of the universe. I don't know if you know this, but halfway between an electron and a star is a human, about 100 kilograms. So it's an interesting place to be because it allows the maximization of complexity.
Yeah,
and Pro, I appreciate that. I've had like conversations with some other friends who are like kind of religious. And I've really tried to like understand their perspective because one of them said to me like, "Oh, Abe, like, I can't imagine how like life formed on Earth. Like, it just seems so improbable. I just can't understand. Like, there has to be some explanation. It can't just be chemicals.
Improbable is impossible. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So the point is, for their point of view, they're trying to make sense of how we came to this moment and we're having this conversation talking on computers and phones. And they think that obviously the explanation is like God or something. Whereas I can acknowledge, and they think that takes away the improbability. Whereas it might be the case that the universe is just so large and vast that improbable events happen all the time. It makes it seem crazy for us. But that's only because we don't grasp the sheer magnitude of our reality.
Yeah, it's like 1 in a 64 trillion chance, and you're like, yeah, but the universe is quadrillion, quintillion, whatever.
Right. So for us, yeah, it looks crazy. But for the universe, like, look how many. Yes.
Bro, are you like just trying to like that? I just want to make sure I understand. You're saying like that the mystery could still be there. Because like when you just intend to like the world from the perspective of like quantum mechanics or like some, I guess, like, particle, whatever you intend to the world just through that kind of like perspective.
Yeah,
is that it? Is that kind of the thing?
I would, but I would just say it in a different order. And I think it's your headphones in the back. They're reverberating here. We're all hearing it. But yeah, no, I would say that I wouldn't say it even as phantasmical as that, right? But I would say generally the same thing. I would say that the thing itself, right, has a fascinating quality to it. It doesn't have, it's kind of where T's going with this. It doesn't have to be an impossibility of whatever it is. It's just wild to us because we don't get to see it operating on the day to day. That alone is the thing that whatever the adjective is, if I want to call it like wondrous, cool, whatever that thing is, I'm happy changing the word. But that thing in itself doesn't have to be magic, right? But it can feel magical. And if someone wants to call it magical, cool. If a spiritual person wants to call it spiritual, cool. I don't happen to be very spiritual. At least I don't think I am. I'm not religious. I'm not spiritual. I'm just kind of observing and trying to make sense of things and figuring things out. I can feel a sense of awe because I'm like, that is awesome. Like, that's totally awesome. I think we were able to do that, but I don't ascribe anything to it by default. After that, I'm just not sure. And I think being not sure is just as awesome as people who want to proclaim their certainty, you know? What's going on? What's up here?
What up? I just, it's funny timing. I just watched that the Alex O'Connor talk with Sean Carroll, and it was kind of. I've watched quite a bit of Sean well, a lot of Sean Carroll. I've watched quite a bit of Alex O'Connor stuff over the years. Not a ton, but I like him. But I found his take on this to be kind of infuriating. There's always this like, yeah, but what does it mean? You know, like what like he brought up the whole Mary's room thought experiment, which I kind of hate. Like, well, you know, if she learns everything about red, but then she's going to learn something when she first sees red. It's like, well, what does that even mean? You can't learn everything about a thing. That's impossible. No one learns everything about a thing by reading about that thing, and then experiencing it. Of course, it's going to be. I don't know. I find that really irritating, and it seems like he's been reading Philip Goff or something like that. And those guys are just loony. Bugs me. But I guess the contrast was I normally like that guy, and I don't know what's going on.
I saw that. It was kind of interesting. I think he. Sorry.
I was just gonna say. No, my original take on him is I did not like him early on, and I've gravitated more to him. But there's a lot of takes that he has that I just. But at first, I think it was just I was offset by the personality. But over time, I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of.
Whiston is mentioning Frank Jackson. Changed his mind. I don't know who that is.
He's the guy that came up with various thought experiments. And initially, he used it as an argument against physicalism, but he later reversed his position, and now he's a physicalist now.
All right, Sean Carroll mentions that in that talk, right? So that's the guy. Okay, good.
I think Sean Carroll's answer there was, all the questions that Alex O'Connor had was like, even if you could write down every physical fact about our subjective experience, like in totality, or even if you could express it in mathematical terms in totality, something like one of those or both of those. Sean Carroll said, still, even if you could do that, it still would not produce the experience itself. It kind of doesn't matter. The thing that would produce it is the physical brain doing its thing. That was his take. And I guess he's right about that. I don't know if he's actually answering O'Connor's question.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry, I'm just kind of working, but I've been listening the whole time. And damn, Abe just left because I was talking to Abe about this yesterday. Do you guys know who Kastrup is? With a K? Bernardo Banks?
Yeah, I just mentioned him. I and him super. Well, I think he's a dick. He comes across as a dick, and I think his ideas seem just like baloney to me.
So, okay, and it's funny you use the word baloney, because he wrote a book.
I'm using that word on purpose.
Oh, okay, good. So I saw a podcast like a day or two ago between Bernardo Kastrup and Graham Hoppy, right? The Graham Hoppy is this Australian atheist philosopher, and it was really interesting because the beginning was really awkward because you had the host introducing both of them, and he introduced both of them as naturalists. Graham Hoppy, he's a naturalist. So, and the topic of this debate / discussion was regarding is physicalism versus idealism, because Bernardo Kastrup defends this version he calls analytic idealism. Now that's
his own
right
thing.
It's not the idealism of what's this guy's funky name? One of these German guys or French guys, but it's this new. It's this more modern idealism. So the beginning was really awkward because he introduced both of the guests as naturalists, but Graham Hoppy's a naturalist in the kind of standard sense and the more familiar, something most of us probably, or in where physicalism is pretty prevalent, some version of it at least. Whereas Kastrup is described himself as a naturalist also, but he rejects physicalism. Like Hero was just saying, he wrote a book called "Physicalism is Baloney" or something like that, and he thinks like these mental states, but he's still describing himself. Why I can still kind of take him like semi-seriously, as at least I'll hear him out. He described himself as a naturalist, so by that he meant like, yeah, there's no supernatural stuff, so no God, no like just magical substance shit, nothing magical going. World is not physical in it of itself. Like it's not. If you can see the world in it of itself, it wouldn't be this physical shit as we see it. How we see it is through obviously our senses and like what this guy Donald Hoffman called like or like
his inner worse.
Exactly, it's his analytic idealism. So
both
there's
those
no
guys,
natural shit. So
both those guys have been on Clubhouse, and I've talked to them.
Yeah. Well, I know.
ID's rooms. Which was kind of fun. Donald Hoffman's at least kind of a nice guy, but Kastrup really strikes me as somebody who struggles with mental health issues and is just doing this whole thing as like a hobby project to try to figure out his own weird shit.
So his like analytic idealism is basically saying that like really so he's doing the Donald Hoffman shit that the world just appears to us physical. It's not really actually physical like it's how we think it is. That's just how our it appears to us. It's the more fundamental things.
Don't you kind of think like, well, duh, like yeah, the nature of reality isn't just the way we see it. Like obviously, like bees see the world,
and the reason I'm
bats see the world different. Like everything sees like fine, but like Hoffman goes a step further and says like no, what you see is wrong. Like well no, what you see is like extremely limited, but the idea that it's wrong is to me is silly.
So they're very related. But this whole fucking preface I just did was because during this podcast, Kastrup spoke like 75% of the time. Abi maybe spoke 25% of the time, because I was just like Abi. I was just dumbstruck by some of the shit he was saying. Like he was basically posing this. So like as an argument for his analytic idealism, he was posing like this like dichotomy, which I'm trying to think about. Thank God Benjamin left. Where he says, because of all this quantum theory shit and multiverse and many world stuff, like how some interpretation of quantum mechanics have this many world shit. He basically said like it's either like that his version of quote physicalism, or he actually rejects physicalism because it's either so the physicalism we think of the standard one is true, or the real reality is this analytic idealism, and there's a dichotomy because of the fucking these many world shit. So like because the world, this physical world that we describe at the most fundamental level is in this quantum superposition,
Hey, see,
etc.
I think most of us are at least a little bit familiar with Castrop.
No, but do you guys?
Are you explaining anything to anybody here that we don't understand?
No, yeah. So it's
sure.
Right. Well, do you guys agree that? Because I'll look for the video right now and I'll play a little clip. Do you guys agree there's some kind of like a dichotomy between it's either the world is physical, but there's like an infinite number of realities, many worlds shit, or he's correct and there's only like the real version of reality is this idealist version. Is how he understands it. He made this dichotomy.
I don't know if many worlds necessarily has to come into it, but it certainly could.
And he even called out Sean Carroll and said some physicalists have bit the bullet, and like Sean Carroll, he starts laughing at Sean Carroll, and he's like, Sean Carroll just freely admits, yes, there's like infinitely many universes and things like that. Hold on,
I think it's a different conversation about whether there's many worlds or not. But if you want to see something fun, look up Castrop and Tim Modlin.
Tim Modlin.
I don't know if you saw that. He was on Kurt John Uncle, and it lasted like 5 minutes.
It was like 30 minutes.
No, it's 30 minutes because Tim Modlin stuck around and kept talking to Kurt. But Castrop kind of left in a huff.
Yeah,
it was really. I really enjoyed it.
Are you a Modlin fan?
Am I?
I'm gonna look for like a clip of when he tries to make this dichotomy. See if you guys understand, because it left me just like it left Grandma like dumb shit.
Do you guys like Modlin?
I do, or I did, but then at some point I feel like, where are you going? Like it doesn't quite seem to. I mean, but I often get frustrated because I feel like he starts off somewhere interesting and then never gets there. But what's your objection? I'm curious.
Similar. I feel like there's not a lot of substance whenever he's actually speaking that isn't like sort of common knowledge. That's just kind of the only thing. I feel like there's a lot of fluffery, and I hate to agree with Benjamin because the ire of Benjamin is the Modlin. I feel like he's always reserved and he's never gonna say the thing that matters. And it's like, come on, bro. Like, it's sort of the reason I said it's sort of like with you is like it starts out like it's gonna go somewhere, and he never gets there. Just like, all right, you told me nothing new, and I didn't need to watch you or listen to you or read you.
Yeah, Donald Hoffman's interesting for that reason because he's actually like trying to use new vocabulary and all these other things and making predictions. So his most recent stuff with the at least reality as being like a headset, and everybody has a different headset. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Kind of more colloquial language. Maybe the next generation will think of it more instead of just qualia. So it's an interesting problem because he's also operationalizing it and then trying to cross-pollinate, I guess, with Michael Levin's work. So that was an interesting, if you want to watch Electron Hoffman stuff recently, that's the one to check out.
I like Levin a lot.
Make sure you vote in the next mayoral election.
I will, but right now I just want to enjoy the sun.
Reality isn't real, or whatever. Like it's a good book title.
Look at it this way: what's an arrest?
What does that even mean? Like reality is reality. It's in the word, right? Like these statements are vacuous. Like
so
reality.
What I'm saying is,
like
if you read like
this is our level of this is where we our concept. Our subatomic particle level is just very, very different.
Is red real? Is red real?
Well, I mean, of course, red is real.
I don't know. Well, there's a difference between what you call red and what somebody might sense as red, or somebody, if they're colorblind, they'll have a different brain scan, for example.
There's a lot to say about it, but red is red.
Yeah, that's what Hoffman does.
The bigger question is, does real imply sameness? I don't think it does.
Exactly. We're smuggling in a lot of stuff. That's why it's saying.
Would you say sameness?
Does real imply sameness? Like, in other words, it can be real for you, real for me, and they're not the exact same thing, right? Like, there doesn't have to be. Obviously, it's the same thing we're saying. My red doesn't have to be your red.
Like, how much does that affable exist compared to freedom?
So when pushed on Clubhouse, does the moon exist when you're not looking at it? Often it's like, well, I would say no.
I would say yes.
Oh yeah, so it's like fuck you. You're just goofing around. You know, like if you say shit like that, you're just goofing around.
But it's when you say I would say no, and sorry, my food is not wearing a seatbelt. When you say no, it feels like ironically saying no is making a positive claim. That's what it feels like to me, right? It's like, wait a minute, you're actually doing the thing that is like sort of the claim that you need evidence for. Like, I don't feel like I need evidence for a thing that I already have evidence of just because my eyeballs left. Like, you know, that's all I'm saying, right? I feel like that a third party could look at the moon, and that is a way around the answer. When I'm gone, well, as long as I pass the baton to somebody else who's watching, well, I think it's still there, right? Because that person could call me and go, "Hey, it's still there, bro," right? And I could go back and I could look at the tape and go, "Oh, it's still there." I would need something extra that is not there when I preserve it.
Billions of dead to endless crimes. Puppet masters are selling our city out.
Why the moon is fake?
Secret organizations and shell companies to keep us all on the deck.
No, we're gaslighting you on this
Cases of black budgets
at least one there. Not real, but why it's there.
They think leadership is
Hey,
just
I saw the
strong.
clip. It's really
This is a
interesting.
joke.
I'll play not even a minute of it. But come on, like you guys joking, like we all agree. Every human being is dropped.
No, he was saying these people that don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. We in this room, like the moon will still exist even if every human dropped it.
Right. However, it's epistemically honest to at least say we could never, right? In the same way that we could never.
You also have with that. Did you have some conscious beings that triangles, for example? Is another kind of question. So did we need conscious beings to know that triangles exist in our universe?
Oh, okay.
That's a Max Planck Institute question. That's actually their quantum gravity question.
That's something I'm gonna think about. Hey, but look, check out this Castro thing where he says physicalism is either false or else we're in a multiverse. So tell me if you guys can hear this.
Right.
Series of experiments in the late 70s I was a child.
So here might watch.
The results were clear, but of course, the implication is physical properties have no standalone existence. They only exist upon measurement. They are the result of measurement. And nobody's comfortable with that. We want to find out what the world is in and of itself. So people pointed out all kinds of possible loopholes, which over time became more and more ludicrous, like conspiracy theories about elementary particles conspiring from absurd stuff, like even that's absurd stuff. Even those hypothetical loopholes have been closed in the course of now over 40 years. And anyone who you talk to, the jury came at the verdict in 2007 or 2008 or 2016 or 2018, but certainly not after 2018. It's very clear. Physical properties do not have standalone existence. The world as it is in itself either is non-physical or, and that's the other option on the table that's still there, there are countless consequences of physically real universes popping out of nothing that we think there's no fraction of a second for no reason for which we have absolute zero in your life. Now, you believing that, what do you not believe? So for me, it's much more reasonable to just bite the bullet and say, okay, physicality is an appearance, it's an image. Even observe the world through instrumentation, we still have to perceive the output of instrumentation. So satisfying.
Okay, like I agree with everything said. You cannot escape the implication.
Yeah, I don't.
No, I do.
So wait.
I'm just saying I do, and here's why. You cannot escape. Wait, let me finish this point. Let me just finish this point. You can't escape the implications of that reality. The reality. I'm not saying that the reality. We can never. It's like saying escaping death. We can never escape the fact that those implications are 100% real for us in our everyday lives. The only way that you can do the disclaimer, if that is not the case, because I again, it's where I started the room. Like when we say physical, we are literally talking about fields and electromagnetism, basically, right? We're talking about fundamental forces. And when we can't put our fingers on those things, pun intended, right? Because we can't touch them. What are we talking about? Right? And I agree with that as a sentence. And if you want to make the next leap, if you want to say there is a physicality,
Well, then you have to start considering holographic principles and shit like that. You have to start going into the worlds of I know that's different than the worlds of hologram, but similar, somewhere in that vein. Between we're looking at a holographic
Chicago
projection
is
and a holographic
breaking, and they're hiding
somewhere
the
between
truth.
there is where you land.
Dinner.
Or else you know,
I don't think the hologram is free yet. My question is more whether you accept his dichotomy of it's either physical or false. Or you have to accept that there's physically trillions and billions of fucking physically real for nothing.
No, I don't think that's what it is.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I don't see how that connects at all.
I don't think that's what it is.
He says this is a dichotomy. You have to see Grandmappy's face when he's saying this shit, because my face was exactly the same. Like, I don't think
Hear it that way.
I'll play it again. Well,
And he said, he said, I'm not willing to entertain. Right?
Putting the video out.
Can I say something before you play the next thing? So yeah, I think like Castro started out by defining. Well, I don't know if he defined as a word.
Chicago is breaking, and they're hiding the truth.
Like the meaning of the word property. That it's sort of like the way you should understand property. I think from his point of view is that it's more like an essence of a thing.
Yeah.
But like, that's not necessarily the right way to think about properties. Properties could also just be, they could simply mean just the differences between things.
That's right. That's
like what makes something different. Yeah, that property is just something that differentiates one from something else, and that is very consistent with physics. In physics, like every theory of physics, is not about like the essence of stuff. It's actually about the behavior and the interactions of the things, like an electron or whatever. Not actually what it is in itself. That's not what physics is trying to do.
Right, which is what he keeps larking back to and doing this whole, like the thing in of itself, etc. So like, just so we hear it one more time, because my question is whether you guys, and I wanted to play, I wish T was here, because I was talking to him about this yesterday, is whether you guys accept this, how he frames this as like a dichotomy. So let me play one more time and we'll discuss it.
Just historically, whenever people claim a dichotomy, though, there's always like a third option that's paradigm shifting. So if I were to probe this, for example, I would say what are like underserved and underrepresented variations on what this could be. So I'm just thinking of how to formalize that question to get out of that.
I'm on the camp that I don't think this is a true dichotomy, but he says it like so nonchalantly.
2018, but certainly not after 2018. It's very clear physical properties do not have standalone existence. The world as it is in itself either is non-physical or, and that's the only other option on the table, that's Sean Carroll's favorite option. There are countless gazillions of physically real universes popping out of nothing every infinitesimal fraction of a second for no reason, for which we have absolutely zero empirical evidence. Now, if you believe in that, what do you not believe?
You said Sean Carroll,
for me, it's much more reasonable.
That way. The only way else that way.
Yeah, but it's a hybrid.
And then take a left.
So I'm just curious. I'm just curious if you guys accept that dichotomy. Because I don't. He states it so nonchalantly. It's either physical.
It's already by observation, not because you can have a hybrid. You can have a hybrid of both of those ideas. So it's never a dichotomy. Whenever somebody says it's a true dichotomy, unless they're speaking of mathematical absolutes, biology is always full of contradictions.
Like what at least we are terming physical reality.
Yeah, I think dichotomy is the wrong word to even use. I think it's just the baseline of the two absurdities, right? Is all that you're doing, and I agree. There's always the spectrum in between. I mean, ironically, when we're talking about the thing with color and what's red is red, we're talking about, well, it appears like someone wants to go, it's either 0 or 1, it's either black or white, and it's like, no, the magic is in the color in between, right? That we're talking about with this qualia thing. But you can get to the point where you say, well, is that qualia just a mapping? Is it just 0, 1 and for everything? So I'm in favor of the idea that it could possibly be that there only is
a binary for these kind of options, but then we apply that quality into it. That's kind of what I'm saying. You can go to the weirdest thing possible and the most normal thing well, not even normal. The truth of the matter from what we've investigated, where evidence takes us, is that we don't ever have a physical thing, right? And that if you want to say that there is something that's causing this physical nature, that is a necessary discovery that you need to make that I haven't seen, right? And when he's going to the, objects popping in and out of existence, obviously we're talking about, the countless shades of gray there is between wave-particle duality, and what the different, epistemologies are. That's fine.
So it's talking about like superposition and things like that. But yeah, in quantum mechanics, there's also this concept of decoherence, which is when you have you have a region of space-time in superposition, right? And this is back to me and Benjamin's discussion about whether these quantum properties or effects are epistemological or ontological. Because you can have in quantum mechanics, you have this thing called decoherence, which is when a region that's in superposition, however many particles in this whatever cloud of superposition, once they kind of interact with another region of space-time, that for which the wave function, now there's other objects here about the wave function collapse, but it interacts or becomes entangled with a region that the wave function has already collapsed. It causes decoherence and causes and this decoherence is basically causes that region that was in superposition to collapse into something real, and I guess independent decoherence. It continues the collapse. So it's just since there is decoherence at the so-called classical limit, or at basically our macro scale, we say at our scale, the wave function has already been collapsed. This is why we never see chairs, in two places at the same time, we don't see anything like superposition, or we don't see no quantum weirdness in our world, because these quantum properties that emerge from the subatomic level, the Planck scale level, at that level they're described as being in superposition and all entangled and all this shit. But by the time those quantum effects scale, by the time that shit scales up to the macro level, so say our scale or the scale of galaxies, even cells in biology. These quantum phenomena are either no longer in any superposition or negligible amount of superposition, because it's already experienced decoherence with the classical world, with the world where the wave function is already collapsed.
Isn't the Schrodinger's thing short?
Well, no. So it's just because this guy. So yeah, I was just curious because this left Grandma being fucking dumbfounded, and left me as well. I was like, how are those two the only possibilities? I don't agree with him there. I don't agree with him at all with analytic idealism. It's funny because at the beginning of this, or in some of his other podcasts, his intellectual life story is almost the inverse of mine. When I first started reading about philosophy, I was a full-on Platonist and read into Buddhism and all this stuff, and complete idealist in high school. And then, but I am now physical and naturalist, and you can there's the physical natural reality, which is the foundation, and then all this philosophy and all this metaphysics is fucking superimposed on top of the physical reality. But these idealist guys fucking completely invert that. What the actual foundation of reality is either idealist, platonic, some philosophical or metaphysical shit, and then the physics and the actual natural reality is superimposed on top of this fucking cloud of metaphysics. And so, because he started when he was in his 20s, dude, he worked at CERN. He was a physicist.
No,
So
he was well, I don't know what he did, but he's a computer science guy. No, I like to imagine he was an IT guy. Because he's often presented as a physicist who worked at CERN. Like, well, I mean, lots of people. He's never talked about what his actual role was. He's a computer science guy. I'm just going to assume he did IT. Now, the IT requirements for CERN are probably pretty intense. So it's not really like a slight. I just wish he would be like forthcoming about what he actually did there. Because he uses that as a badge. He uses it as like a for credit.
Exactly.
And he doesn't really talk about what he did.
And so I agree.
That's weird.
He uses that as a badge. He uses that the way the flat earthers use. Well, I used to be a glober, but now I see the truth.
But now my brain is as flat as this table.
Fucking I used to be a glober and this and that.
I've seen the light.
He kind of does that with. He kind of does it where I used to be a physical materialist, but now I see the truth.
I used to think, but now my brain has fallen out.
He criticized Tim Modlin for not being a real physicist. Like, he's not a real physicist. Like, what the fuck? It's fair. It's a fair point. Tim Modlin is not like a PhD physicist, but he's got his bachelor's in physics, and then he went on and did like philosophy. I forget exactly his role, but he's got some physics under his belt. And
there's a lot of it. He has more physics
more than Kastrup, as far as I can tell from their resumes, but I don't know for sure.
But I agree. He uses he always talks about him working at CERN in his 20s and stuff to imply. Well, I used to be a physicalist and all this stuff, but now I've become enlightened and now I know.
Right, he was inside the temple and he saw what was going on and it was crazy and it's
and oh my God, yo, T, you there?
Yes, I'm back. Hey, Sam.
So, dude, I'm having the conversation with these guys that I was having with you yesterday about the Kastrup and Graham Hoppe debate and we're talking about this, how I tell you how he poses some weird dichotomy that had my jaw on the ground. During the video, you see Graham Hoppe also dumbstruck, couldn't believe what he was hearing. About this guy says it's either physicalism is false or we live in a multiverse. Remember that?
Right. Yes.
I brought up. Yeah. So I brought up I played it twice. Sorry guys, but I really want to play this for T, just so we can get a sense of what the fuck, and then we can all talk about find. Either let's find right now. I was just using the concept of decoherence as a possible way out of this so-called supposed dichotomy. But
okay, explain. Break it down.
Okay. Yes. Here's the trick. When voting became a right, it is no longer at that point. It is no longer a privilege. Does that make sense to you? When you invite people to vote and say, simply because they have a right, that only means there's a good chance they don't have a reason. In fact, they're voting simply because that right. And this is how you drag people that are unknowledgeable about what they're actually voting for into the voting booth when you do that. I think that was a psychological game played on the people. Voting rights, not privilege.
Okay, so you're repeating yourself. So you are fine with literacy tests?
Absolutely, because there's too many people going out there voting to their own demise.
I got you. And are you okay with the way literacy tests have been used in the past?
I'm not versed on how they were used in the past.
Thank you very much. What about grandfather clauses? Are you okay with grandfather clauses?
I'm unaware of that also.
Fantastic.
Can you explain?
I got you. What about poll taxes?
I'm not versed on that either.
Fantastic. All right, let me go to another thing in Texas politics. So, Texas has about 4 million or so black people in it. A large portion of them do not have health care coverage. They don't have health insurance. They don't get it at their jobs, and they don't qualify for Medicaid. Texas is a state. Texas is a state that did not expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. That leaves hundreds of thousands of black Texans, indeed millions of Texans generally, or maybe a million or more Texans generally,
without coverage because they're in the Medicare, the so-called Medicaid gap. Do you support expanding Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act? If so, why? If not, why?
No, I don't.
Okay, why? Why?
I think expanding Medicaid gives too much power to the government over your health. Okay. In a society of haves and have-nots, you cannot trust people in power to control your health decisions. I think, and to add to what you just said, Texas ranked number one with young people, children that are not insured. Texas is the number one state in the nation of children that are not insured. Now, this is a slippery slope. Excuse me? No.
You're proud of that?
I didn't say, no, you're saying that. I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Keep going. Okay.
No, I'm not proud of that. That's unfortunate. The healthcare is a very complicated issue. People have to be employed, number one. I'm talking about working class people that's employed. Since the Civil War, people get their insurance through their jobs. The companies that
since World War II, not since the Civil
War. That's what I mean. World War II.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I know.
Thank you very much. See, we can have a great dialogue.
You know, the black liberal Democrat plantation guys like me are really smart.
Well, I never said that you weren't. I never said that anybody that voted Democrat.
That I supported mutilating children.
Well, no, I never asked you that.
No,
let me finish here.
Can I like to just...
let him go.
Oh, okay.
So,
come here every day. Let him speak. He's responding.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so,
go ahead.
No problem.
Jonathan.
The healthcare issue is a slippery slope. Is very complicated because on one end, expanding healthcare, you would have to raise taxes because that, at the end of the day, that is what's paying for it. It is people that have to go to work that's paying for the healthcare. So you have to tax people that work to pay for Medicare, and then you have to withdraw money out of their salary to pay their insurance. So it's kind of crazy. I think we need a healthcare reform nationwide. I think President Trump's idea of giving the money to the people so they can buy their own private health care was a genius idea. I think that is the way we should go because people can control their own decisions. They can own Obama. You can keep your doctors. He said that 1,000 times, and we know that ended up not being true.
Okay,
but
yeah,
it's best. Let me finish.
No, but that's just keep going, bro. Keep going.
You interrupted
you're going on Obama's thing. He was wrong.
No. But I'm talking.
Bringing inflation down.
Okay. President Trump said, rather than giving these subsidies to the fat cat insurance companies, why not give it to the people?
And then what will the people do with the subsidy?
That's their life. That's their health. And if they want to buy insurance, if they're wise and buy their health insurance, good. And if they're foolish and take it and use it for something else, that's their business. At the end of the day, that's their decision.
That actually wasn't the plan. So the plan
was
not.
I don't know it in detail. I just gave you a summary.
No, but that summary. The problem with the summary is it wouldn't just give you $800 a month, and if you wanted insurance, you could. If you wanted insurance, you couldn't. What it actually was going to give you money that you then had to use for insurance, and they would have probably done it for the tax code. So they would have done it through the tax code. So what would have happened was it would have gone to the fat cats anyway, but by not giving it directly to the fat cats, they would have been able to raise the price. It would have actually led to more expensive healthcare. But that's only the people on Obamacare. That wasn't like me or you who gets it from our job. So if the American healthcare system is so Trump, who you supported, said he had concepts of a plan. He was president from 2017 to 2021, then president now from 2025, and still to the present, ongoing through 2029, January. When are we going to get Donald Trump's health care plan to bring down costs and accessibility for Americans and to get better outcomes. And I say this in light of, we spend more on healthcare per person than any one other country in the in the developed world. That was messed up. In the developed world, and yet our outcomes are among the lowest in the. When do you think we'll get Donald Trump's healthcare plan?
Well, you would have to ask that question to the House and the Senate, because they don't want Donald Trump to succeed. Can't you see the play? Nothing that he brings up, these people, they don't even want to pass the Save America Act, which means only American citizens can vote. They don't even want to pass that. So we need to get the insurance. He wants to get this done, but you have to see that he's fighting against both houses, right? These people do not want, and that's my point.
The Senate, Brother Jonathan.
I think it's split.
What party controls the Senate?
I think maybe the Republicans are in favor of one seat. I don't know.
Who controls the Senate, Brother Jonathan?
What do you mean who controls the Senate? You mean what party?
Democrat or Republican?
Republicans.
Who controls the House, Brother Jonathan?
Republicans.
Okay, so does the White House have an Office of Legislative Affairs?
I'm sure.
Okay, so when they wanted to do the big beautiful bill, did the White House write that bill?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so then where's the bill? Forget the House and Senate. Where's the bill from the White House on Donald Trump's health care bill, which he said in 2017 he would have?
Well, listen, just a couple of months ago, he tweeted out on Truth Social that he wanted a health care plan for Americans. And he suggested...
Where is his health care plan? It's been 10 years.
Okay, listen, one step at a time. The Save America Act is still stalling. They're still stalling that right now.
No, but before the Save America Act, in the election against Carmelita Harris, we weren't talking about the Save America Act. He said he had concepts of a plan. This is yes or no. Have you seen the concepts of a plan?
Yes.
Okay,
I just laid it out. I just laid it out. In summary, he wants to give the money to the people rather than the insurance company.
That was Obamacare subsidies. That wasn't for me or you. Okay.
Oh my God. It's called Trump Care.
What about Trump Care? What is that?
I just told you what it was.
Okay.
He does not want to give the money to. It doesn't matter. Oh my God. He does not want to give the money to the insurance companies.
I got that. So what's he doing? So what would it do for me? I don't have Obamacare, so I don't get any money.
Of course you would. If the bill came into play, of course you would.
So that's what I'm saying. Who gets money?
Right now, it's negotiation period, right? They're in negotiation period, all right?
Another question.
First things first, Save America Act. We have to get past that so we can move on to other pertinent issues.
Okay, I got you.
Right.
I got you. We'll come to Save America Act, and I'm going to do that after this, but I'm going to do one other thing, going back to the first term. So we all knew Donald Trump as a construction guy. Real estate. Yes, I was looking for real estate. Can you name me what Donald Trump's signature? He's not at 2 terms. What is his signature policy or achievement in rebuilding American infrastructure, either electronic, fiber optic, or material? That is to say, roads, bridges, etc. Does he have a signature bill that he can point to?
No, he's brought it up. It was in the Make America Great presentation. To rebuild the infrastructure. But again, he's fighting against both parties.
One second.
Oh, hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this. He's fighting against. We say Republican and Democrat. Yeah, but he is fighting to be very truthful. He's fighting against both parties, and they call it the establishment. Okay, he's fighting against the establishment. That is who's holding the American. Okay.
Okay, but
these things that you're saying, these things that you're asking me.
To my question. So are you saying the establishment is against an infrastructure bill?
The establishment is against anything that Donald Trump proposed.
So then why did they pass? Okay, cool. So why did they pass the big beautiful bill?
Look how hard they fought.
They didn't. What do you mean? Look how hard they fought? They had control of. They did it through reconciliation. They passed the House very easily.
once again, no, it didn't.
It
did
passed
not.
the House very easily. The House. It passed the House very easily. All Republicans voted for it. So you're telling me? I just want to know. So the reason why did Donald Trump propose an infrastructure bill to Congress?
Yes, I don't know if he did it to Congress or not, but he had it in his campaign initiatives.
So this is the last question on this. Then we'll go to the Save America Act. Why was Joe Biden able to do an infrastructure bill? And we know he was dead. He was pooping on himself. Why was he able to get one done? Which, by the way, he did over a filibuster. But Donald Trump could not get one done. Is Joe Biden a better leader of politics in his party than Donald Trump is of his? In other words,
well, he's a better puppet. Donald Trump can't be controlled. He's a better puppet.
You're not listening. Go ahead. Oh, so you're saying an infrastructure bill for bridges, tunnels, and roads is from being a puppet?
Yeah.
Okay, got you. So Donald Trump. Let's go to the Save America Act. Which part of the Save America Act do you think is the most important part?
The most important part of the Save America Act is American people, number one, getting rid of the paper ballots, and American people producing.
Getting rid of the paper ballots?
Yes.
You want to get rid of paper ballots?
Yep.
That's in the Save America Act?
I think so, but let me finish.
No. I want to see that part.
You can verify that. You can verify that.
Hold on, bro. You don't have to go fast. We're just chilling. I don't see anything in here about the Save America Act and paper ballots.
Okay. Well, I have more.
What else do you think is the? Did you mean mail-in ballots?
That's what I'm talking about. Correct.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
I'm sorry.
So yeah. I got you. So 1 second. So there are Republican states that Donald Trump won 3 times that use mail-in ballots. You think those states should be able to have them? So like in Utah, for example, the vast majority of the population uses mail-in ballots. You don't think Utah should use mail-in ballots?
No.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. What other part of the Save America Act do you like?
Proof of citizenship.
Okay. Where? At the ballot box?
Wherever you have to present it. In order to vote, produce that you are a legal citizen.
Okay. So when you register to vote now, you already do that. You think we should have to do that at the ballot box as well?
I don't know how, but that's in the bill, and I answer that. Everybody have to prove that they're American citizens in order to vote.
I know that. Too much corruption. Do you think it should be during registration or at the ballot box?
Wherever they feel that is needed best. Where the best place you put it.
Think is? I'm asking you, brother. You lead the organization.
I'm not. Well, I don't. My organization. I don't lead people or tell people how to vote. I challenge them to think.
Now I know I'm challenging you to think. Where do you think it should be?
I have no idea.
Oh, so you haven't thought it through. You just go with whatever Donald Trump says.
No. I know this. I trust him. So I guess it's safe to. Yes, sir.
Why do you trust Donald Trump?
Because he's real.
Oh, okay.
And that's rare.
You can trust somebody.
That's right, and that's rare.
Okay. So being real is saying you're going to end the Ukraine-Russia war in the first week, and he didn't do that. Saying you would bring down cost of electricity by half at the end of the first year, you didn't do that. Saying you would have % GDP, you didn't do that. Saying that the labor market, you would bring back manufacturing, and you wouldn't do that. Saying that you would bring down inflation, you wouldn't do that. What do you trust them on?
Everything.
Okay.
Everything. Because I know what he's fighting against. I know. I kind of laid that out earlier. I know exactly what he's fighting against. He's fighting against an establishment. He's fighting against people that want him dead.
Okay. And so the people in Congress who aren't passing his bills, they're fighting against him. So do you believe the Senate should get rid of the filibuster?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you believe that?
Well, I mean, because it's time to move on and get things done.
Okay. And so when the Democrats have the Senate, you'd be fine with them not having the filibuster either?
Right.
Okay. So you don't care if there's a filibuster?
No.
Okay, cool. I was just okay. And What was your other major issue? You said you have to do the Save America Act first. What happens if they don't pass the Save America Act?
Shame on them, and that's death to America, because now you leave the gate open for cheating.
Okay. What elections have there been cheating in that you know of?
Donald Trump was cheated in 2020.
How so? Which states?
Georgia, Michigan, of course California.
Oh, you think Donald Trump won California?
Shit, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So you think one of the most liberal states in America was won by Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay. And how did?
Because I can tell you, I did what? How did they cheat? I'm doing fine.
Logic has
how did they cheat? There's many ways to cheat, which is why. Well, I mean, I don't know because I don't cheat, but I know.
You know that I don't, but you don't know how.
Of course, I mean, you would have to cheat. They still have Gavin Newsom as your governor.
I got you. So, well, maybe the people there are just stupid. I mean, there's dumb governors all over the country.
No, I got a lot of family in California. They're not stupid.
Oh, because your family's there, that doesn't mean the other 40 million people aren't stupid.
No, that's just an indication. That's just a temperature.
I got you.
Well, no, and friends.
I got you.
And friends.
I got you. So Donald Trump is the president. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that Donald Trump, as president, controls the DOJ, the Department of Justice?
Yes.
Okay. If you know that he cheated and they had the investigatory power, prosecutory power, et cetera, why haven't we seen any indictments on any of the cheating from 2020?
That's a great question. But just because we have not seen them does not mean that they won't happen.
Okay. Well, it's taking so long. He's been in office for more than a year. And I remember when Biden was in office, people said, all we need is Cash Patel, Don Bongino, and Donald Trump back, and we'd have the proof of the cheating from 2020. When are we going to get the proof?
I don't know. We have to just wait and see.
Okay.
I can't give you a definite date.
So I understand, but if the cheating was so widespread, why haven't they even indicted one person?
Maybe it's on the horizon.
It's on the horizon. I got you, cool. And then do you think that the Democrats changed votes?
Of course.
Okay, so people voted for Trump, and then the Democrats then changed to Biden.
Yes, and let me say something about that. Those of you that are on social media, you ever been invited to a group and you hit the invite and it doesn't register? It comes back like as if you didn't hit it. These glitches like that, see, that's a message right there, just on social media. So if that can be compromised, of course, the kiosk at the voting location can be compromised because it's an electronic device, computer generated. So why if that happens on Facebook and these other places, when people invite you to a group and you hit it and you accept the invite and then it erases it, yeah, it's possible, very possible.
Okay. So do the machines have paper audit trails?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So when you hit invite on Facebook, is there a paper audit trail?
I'm not sure about that either.
Okay. So then if there's a paper audit trail, wouldn't the DOJ be able to subpoena, get the paper audit trails and see the votes were changed?
Possibly. Okay. I think they have this evidence. I think they have this.
Oh, so what do you think they're waiting for? The midterms?
I have no idea. Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
Cool. Did you support Doge?
Absolutely.
What did you like about Doge?
It exposed the corruption. Because the corruption is widespread and it's been that way for a long time. A lot of people that make 100 and whatever the salary is to be a representative, most of those people are millionaires. Okay, most of those people are millionaires. So how is it possible that you become a millionaire, on $174,000 a year? So the corruption is okay. Hold on. Yes, I'm very serious. There's a lot of corruption. When people vote for you on emotions and vote for you because the culture suggest that they do.
Doge. Stay on Doge.
I'm just okay, and I'm in.
Doge. So you said Doge exposed corruption, like in Congress. So Doge showed the corruption of Congress people. What are you talking about?
I mean, corruption everywhere. These NGOs, these nonprofits, these NGOs, these nonprofits. Yeah, the corruption is widespread and it's bad.
I got you. So Doge is now officially over. It's done. Who got indicted as a result of the fraud, waste, abuse, and corruption from Doge?
To my knowledge, at this point, nobody.
Okay, so
but that,
Elon Musk.
It does not mean that they won't.
Okay, so we know they did a thing, but even though they haven't given us any proof of it, you just believe it without proof.
They did
Elon
give us
Musk
proof.
and Donald Trump said so.
No, they did give us proof.
What proof did they give?
Pam Bundy exposed everything that they uncovered in Doge.
What is
so? I mean, I don't recall, but
so
she had receipts.
I'll tell you one thing. They said that there were people who were collecting Social Security from others who were dead or didn't exist.
Okay.
That's correct. One second. Pam Bondi was the Attorney General. That level of fraud because of Social Security is punishable by decades, probably, in federal prison. Question for you. Did Pam Bondi indict any of the people? Because she was a DOJ.
No.
Okay. Why didn't she indict anybody?
I don't know her reasoning, but she did.
So they exposed fraud and just allow people to keep the money.
We don't know that yet.
Oh,
does it have to happen on our time? Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I understand. So we have to let it wait. Inflation. Do you think Donald Trump's doing a good job on inflation?
Excellent job.
Excellent job. Are you drinking or smoking or doing drugs?
Wow. Continue on, man.
What are you doing? We keep hearing snorting.
Continue, please.
Oh my God, bro! Come on, man. What's going on? What are you doing, bro?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, you came on here and you getting fucked up.
No, I'm listening to you, man.
All right, cool. Okay. So, he's doing a good job. So, if he's doing a good job, why is inflation higher now than when he took office?
I don't know.
So then, how's he doing a good job?
He's doing a good job. Once again, he's fighting the establishment. Everybody's against him. He cannot get the things that he wants done because for that reason alone. Okay. So what we have to do, I think the economy is doing great.
No, I think people are economy, has he not gotten done that he wants to get done?
There's a lot of things that he hasn't hit them. I mean, right off, I can't really name him. I'm really tired. No, I can't. This is like a cross-examination. So, this is just basic questions. Yeah, of course they're basic questions, but they're coming. They're coming in rapid fire. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
And what's your organization called?
It's Urban Conservatives of America. We're rebranding to Urban Conservatives United.
Okay, so Urban Conservatives of America. So you're unable to answer questions about Voting Rights Act and civil rights, about the economy, about you said it wasn't a war. What questions do you feel? Do you want to do like social issues? You want to talk about welfare? You want to talk about welfare?
Real quick, in all fairness, we did tell Jonathan this would be an hour. We are now 40 minutes over that. I just want to I want to be fair to Jonathan. He has been working all day. He did take this time out. If he wants to answer a few more, go on a little bit. I just want to be fair to him.
Okay, so he has an organization that is about like getting people to his organization. I'm just a random dude who gets fired from his jobs, according to Gerard on the app. But he doesn't have the stamina. Cool. Do you want to do the welfare and social issues? Because are you against welfare or the 60s? Do you want to talk about that, Brother Johnson?
Am I against welfare?
Yeah.
No, I'm not against welfare unless it's for retired people and widows, but able-bodied people, no.
Okay, so you were saying something before about welfare in the 60s. What did you want to talk about on that?
Well, man, I'll talk about this, and I got to get some rest, man.
Yeah,
I was The Welfare Act. I think that was it was called the Great Society Act by Lyndon B. Johnson.
Thing is called the Great Society Act.
Okay. Well, we know there's a such thing as Lyndon B. Johnson.
Yes,
okay.
He was president
There is
from 1963 to 1969.
Right, and he also said, "I'll have these niggas voting Democrat for 200 years."
Yep, and I'm one of them. Keep going. Yeah.
Okay, well that's good. Now we're on the same page.
I don't know why that annoys you.
I'm not annoyed. You sound like you're annoyed. You're using foul language now. So I'm not the one annoyed. Stop projecting. Stop projecting. It's you.
Yeah, I apologize.
Well, thank you. Apology accepted. But anyway, I think dependency. I think government dependency is a form of slavery. I think it's two ways to make a slave. You can work him without pay, or you can pay him without work. One is physical, and one.
I think that's a great. Well, I think that's a great place to end it. I do want to ask.
Okay, so he doesn't want to end it. He's speaking.
Oh, okay.
No. Yes, I do want to end it because I'm tired.
1 second, John.
Yes, sure.
So agribusiness, Elon Musk, all these massive corporations, banks, airline industries, they're all dependent on the government. Are they slaves?
Oh my God! But they're job creators.
Okay, and we're job havers. I'm just asking, are they slaves?
No, they're not. They're job creators. Everybody's a slave to something. To answer your question,
my husband leaves me, and I get food stamps to supplement my working. You know, a lot of people who work at Walmart, they get food stamps to supplement. That person's a slave because they're getting food stamps to supplement.
No, I think you missed the point.
I think break it down.
Yeah, you did. You did. Listen, it's not about people who work. It's about taking people out of the workplace, right?
What does that?
Hold on. Listen, please.
Man, let the man finish so he can go to sleep.
I think you know, a handout is a difference from a hand up. A handout cripples you and makes you dependent, and that is the game. And that's all I'm talking about. You know, I'm not against welfare for people who need it temporarily, but I'm against welfare for people who want to make a career out of that. The black community, through generations, that's been what when I say it in a general sense, have passed down our children. Government dependency, and that needs to stop. All right, we are God's creation. Hold on, please. I don't know those. Okay, but per capita,
I said what percent of blacks are on cash welfare?
I don't know the numbers.
Well, what would you guess? What percent?
I have no idea. It's
Why would you say that? Then why are you going around spreading that, saying that black people?
What about me? Hold on.
Hold on. Please let me finish. Can I finish? Let me finish, and I can bring clarity to this.
1 second, bro.
Sure.
And then you go. You have an organization dedicated to urban conservatives, and one of your main points, because you had these nice lines, that it was clever quips, was about hand up, hand out, all these kinds of things. And you're telling me you don't know what percent of blacks are on welfare?
I have no idea.
What would you guess based off of what you think about the dependency and the generational transmission of black assistance on the government from the Democrat plantation? What would you guess?
I think it's in the high teens.
It's 3%.
Your source?
This source is the U.S. government.
Okay,
it's actually 2.5% from the U.S. Census Bureau. This last one was taken under Donald Trump's administration. Is that good source, or you don't believe it?
Listen, most of those news outlets are liberal, but listen.
News outlets? I said from the Census Bureau. Did you graduate high school?
Listen, they're liberal too.
Wait a minute.
They are liberal too.
Is liberal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Last question for you, then you can go.
Sure.
Did you graduate high school?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm done. Nice to meet you. Nice to talk to you. I hope to see you again.
Okay. What does graduating high school have to do with anything? What are you calling me dumb?
Yeah.
Are you calling me stupid?
You said you was dumb. You dumb, girl. You dumb.
Yes, I'm
calling
you a idiot.
Okay. wonderful evening.
You too.
My God, the stuff that you could say. Oh my God.
Oh, we needed to save that.
Trump is not doing a good job. Man, I was listening to what that guy was saying. It was absolutely ridiculous. You know, and somebody gave me a skull face in the chat. Who gives a damn? The guy is horrible, and his policies are horrible. And people are dying in wars that they shouldn't be in. Amen. You can't sit up here and have 20-year-old people, 18-year-old, young folks losing their lives because Donald Trump wants to play Russian roulette with others' lives and not his or his friends. So I have a problem with that. You can't get life back. You can't buy it back. You can't tally it back. None of that. And at the end of the day, God has a place for people like that.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
yes.
So you can't sit up here and walk two lines at once and straddle the fence. You can't do that. You can't serve two masters at once. You either serve the people of this country, amen, or you serve yourself. Donald Trump has done, amen, and sit here and grift and serve himself. Those who sit here and say he's doing a great job, where the hell are you?
All right. I gotta ask Trent a question. Trent, are you there, sir?
Trent's not on stage.
Hold on. Trent, I said on welfare, cash assistance.
Sorry.
Because he's talking about people that don't work. So you could be working and be on SNAP. See, what you're trying to do is you're trying to prove me wrong to defend your friend who didn't know what he was talking about. I have the number, it's 2.5%.
Okay, you're going to just I was looking, because I looked at the
I can't understand them. Is that just me?
Is
But it might be for the best.
He's underwater. He put this man promised us. You got no signal, brother. You got no signal.
Can you hear me now?
Hard.
Can you hear me now?
Black Manta.
Divine, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, and so to go to point, yeah, I was looking at total government assistance, which includes SNAP and other benefits. Like if we just took in welfare, yeah, you're correct. Yeah, so, and to Divine, to your look, you said that you wanted to speak to hardcore MAGA conservatives, and that's it. Oh, maybe it wasn't you.
No,
it wasn't you. But Jonathan and Alexandra, and I applaud them for coming in. It is very difficult to come into a hostile territory like this in habitation.
They made it hostile. They made it hostile. I was trying to ask questions about the historical voting patterns, and the lady accused me of wanting to mutilate children.
Yeah, I get that, but remember the point of what I
don't want to mutilate children. That's your friends that came here and accused us of wanting to mutilate children.
No, maybe I know I'm breaking up a little bit. I'm in a place that doesn't have great reception, but the reason this conversation started is I said, many of you could not even have an effective conversation with MAGA, and this was proven right because Alexandra couldn't even stay. I get that a lot of the things that she said may have been offensive to some of you, and to people on the other side, a lot of the things that you say are just as offensive.
Let's stop there. Hold on One second.
Yeah,
the lady came in and started by talking about how she liked Donald Trump because he was a straight shooter and didn't hide stuff. But with me, she melted down. It was too much. I didn't say anything about that lady. I said I was trying to understand black people have voted in a group from one period and then they switched voting for a group for the other party in the other period. I'm trying to make my way up. They get into their talking points. I don't care. I'm not into bathrooms. We're not voting on bathrooms. That was your friends that did that. I didn't say anything offensive to those people. The lady said she was a teen mom and he was a crackhead. Believe me, I have scores and scores of jokes and much more to go. I held all those in. Hello?
Again, the one of the problems that I see with having dialogue on both sides is being respectful from both sides and understanding where they were coming from.
I was respectful.
Respect.
Wait, I was respectful. I said, introduce how you got to MAGA. To be fair, Jonathan was about 3 minutes. She spoke for 11 minutes. Nobody interrupted her. And I said, okay, I wanted to take our way to how we got to where we are. A lot of black Republicans talk about the history of black republicanism and going back to that. I thought they might bring that up. When you bring in somebody who's running for Congress and somebody that has an urban, conservative, whatever, it's my bad for me thinking they had read a book with more than 40 pages and chapters in it since middle school. I didn't know that they were just going to be regular clubhouse magats. I had no idea.
So to be fair to them, when we postulated this and Patty and First Lady were on, it was around Tallarico and Texas politics, and so that's why I was trying to interject as you were asking your line of questioning. And I get, Ben, that you were not I know you wrote your own questions, and you may not have been aware of that, but that's
they were Texas questions. I was asking it because of the history of the Lily White Party out of Texas. I was trying to get to the history of black Republicans in Texas. Go look up the Lily White movement in the Republican Party. It's from Texas. I know what the assignment was.
And
I talked to Patty and or First Lady.
And you are, again, you are in the 99th, not even the 90th, the 99%.
Congress.
Hold on, my man. Calm down. You are in the 99th.
You're gaslighting, and it's insulting.
No. What I'm saying is you are in the 99th percentile of intelligence in the United States.
Do that. And so I know it was going to be about Tallarico. I was trying to establish how.
Yeah, I know, but most people do not know. Most people do not know all the questions. Even I had no idea of some of the questions that you were asking what the answer to, and I'm okay. No, but I actually
Do you have an institute based in Texas to bring people to the Republican Party?
So, but Ben, here's the thing: 99%.
All she had to do was say, "I don't know." She didn't have to say, "I wanted to mutilate children."
You're correct. But 90% of Texans don't give a fuck about the questions that you're asking.
I'm not talking to 90% of Texans.
I know.
It's a political combo. So, Trent, if they don't know, and I know, and there are other people in here, it becomes a learning opportunity to know that one of the reasons that black people moved from the Republican Party was because of the Lily White movement, which was based in Texas. They were trying to make it Lily White and get rid of the black and tans.
I was
going to talk black Republicans in Texas.
Okay, I wish you would have asked conversations about affordability.
And you didn't give a chance to. Your friend crashed out after a minute.
Okay.
And by the way, Jonathan and I did have conversations about affordability and contemporary issues.
And so the
she crashed out. Wait a minute, because she crashed out on me, sir. She crashed out on me when I was trying to bring the peace. I was trying to reset the space so that we all could get on one accord and we could move forward. But she began to continuously speak over me and then say, "I'm leaving." So please, just stop. We're not. I don't need to have a conversation with you. If you want to just go, then please just go. Because how you were recapping this story and how you're trying to make a play as if we did something wrong to them, when continuously we let them speak for minutes on end, and then when we. And you're doing it. Maybe it's a Texas thing.
Yeah, they're really dumb in Texas. Correct. The blacks in Texas are dumb.
I don't get it. It's simple. The conversation we tried. We got off on the wrong start for whatever reason, but we're here now. Jonathan, he did stay. Thank you for staying. Thank you for
Jonathan.
Trying to have the conversation. And that's it. That's all. That's it. That's There's no need for you to try to tell somebody that they did something wrong and all this stuff or whatever. Let's just keep it moving. Go ahead.
Do you mind if I respond? Thank you. So listen, again, this is what I'm talking about. Well, I don't think you were disrespectful. Again, it's the first time using Clubhouse, and it is difficult if you don't understand like the nuances. It is difficult. It is difficult to have a conversation with people who you feel are attacking you. And I know that I again.
Don't tell me that! I don't want to hear it, Trent. I'm telling you, you're going to set me off. And I'm telling you, that was not the case. Nobody was attacking anyone except for them. They came here attacking. Are you insane? Do not piss me off. That's why I said, let's just leave it alone, Trent, because you're going to piss me off. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. They came in attacking. They came in attacking the Democrats, talking all this negative things about the Democrats. So don't tell me somebody was attacking them when nobody got a chance to attack them. Don't do it. Don't do it, Trent. I'm telling you, why don't you just back away? Back away. Let it go.
Pass away.
Is there a free moment for me to make a comment really briefly? I am deeply embarrassed by that display. I think that to be running for any sort of government position in a state, and in particular in Texas, to have some sort of organization here in the state, to be in a room full of people, a little 200 apiece, and you don't know who in that room is from your state and from your area, and you comport yourself the way those two individuals comported themselves, embarrassing. The display that I just saw of people who are, in quotation, supposed to represent Black Texans, at that, the Republican ones, it was pathetic. I can understand this idea about how it's hard to have these conversations and all these things, but everyone was very respectful. They got upset. They crashed out. They didn't know anything. I think this idea that Black Texans or that Texans in general don't care about history, don't care about certain things, wouldn't care about the line of questioning the mods were going down originally to set expectations. I think that idea right there is deeply troubling to me, but it's also highly disrespectful to the time that the moderators took to gather the questions, to prepare for this event. Preparation and questions. Here, okay, for an hour. Love it. You just said that.
I think it's mean as hell, and nobody should be upset when they're fired back upon again. They're rude as hell, and a lot of them denigrate people. They say horrible things about them. I had a Republican call me stupid. Somebody else called me slow. I said, I don't like him down because I have to be they look like trash anyway. They want to talk about somebody while they their masks got sleep all over the just
One second. Right, welcome to Politically Correct. It's another time of the hours, 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. Hope everybody's doing well. Just want to do a quick reset. Of course, shout out to Patty and First Lady for trying to have this discussion today, for making the time and making the space for us to come together. And shout out to Trent for bringing some people in here. It's not what I expected. We are, of course, this will be the after discussion as to what took place. I listened the whole time. I did not partake because I really wanted to kind of get an idea of how people on the other side think. We all witnessed it, but I just think we just need to take a moment, reflecting on what happened on this day.
So, welcome to Politically Correct.
This incredibly important historical day of notation.
The floor is open, and of course, if there's any breaking news, please drop it. One second. If there's any breaking news, please put it in the chat so we can go over it, take a look at it, and see where we're going to go from here. Appreciate you guys.
Could I comment?
If there's a few, I'd like to be
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we're gonna go to Tira. I heard you come off mic first. Go ahead, Tira.
Yeah.
Can I get some of this queue, please? Thank you. I would like to as well.
I think we saw like two things. I think Jonathan.
RJ and Woody, I got you guys.
I think Jonathan was trying, but I also think what we saw was, and I have to say, like, this an abysmal lack of actual facts. And basically, what it was, it was a belief in Donald Trump, no matter what. He's besieged. The Congress is against him. He's giving all of this information, and they're just not doing it. I mean, it was conspiracy theory, but it was also devoid of any factual basis, which was very sad, right? And I think that was probably the saddest part of it for me. There was literally,
it was so sad. Listening to this Texas African American Republican, it was so sad.
Well, it's Trump. And I think that really is a MAGA sensibility that we saw there, which is, to me, very sad.
MAGA sensibility.
It is just a belief in this one person. It doesn't really matter about whether...
Could you imagine believing in the president? Oh, God!
I think we saw with, and forgive me, I now have forgotten her name, I'm tired, the woman who was in for...
so tired.
To a certain extent, a lack of understanding of the ground rules, right? Maybe they weren't laid out. Maybe she's never been here. But,
what ground rules? Don't upset the first N-word.
Then you have to talk as much as I did or less than I did. And it's not really as a back and forth. And I do feel that she just didn't maybe get it in the beginning. But I also felt
she didn't get it. She's not here to voice her opinion. She's here to be manipulated and spoken to.
She was able even to be really questioned in any depth.
Oh, the lawyer couldn't get the questions in depth.
I do think it was valuable for one purpose. To me, it showed sort of the paucity of some of the ideas.
The paucity!
And the fact that
the
based paucity! They don't, it was really, disturbing, but also...
It was disturbing!
One sec. We're gonna go RJ and Odie. Go ahead, RJ.
I just want to say I've learned some valuable things today in Clubhouse. Earlier today, and I'll try to be short, but I got a bit to say. Earlier today, I heard an individual on this app, a male who is of modest intelligence, somewhat learned, speak about how knowledge is not an asset, it's actually disincentivized in today's discussions. And after listening to this, I think that they were correct. I see plenty of black men on this stage who have learned some things in their lives, maybe read books, studied, dog-eared some pages, wrote some notes, maybe even did a dissertation.
Really?
I tell you were all incorrect. What you need to do is leave that library. And some of you went to libraries that have several floors upstairs as well as downstairs. If you're in the stacks,
oh my God, a room full of books
you may or may not be on. Go out, find someone who'll sell you some crack, get yourself a glass pipe and freebase under a highway underpass. And when you do that, you will get the knowledge that you need to lead people in this nation politically. So tell you what I'm going to do now to rectify the mistakes of my misguided youth. I'm going to go find my good brother Messi. And I'm going to find him because I know that he lives in a van down by the river.
Damn, that is a submission, brother.
Old jeans,
great submission,
and a belt. And when I'm there, I'm going to go get me some heroin. I'm going to heat it up in my spoon, use the belt to expose some veins in my arm.
Oh, shit.
And I am going to shoot dope into my veins, and then I will truly find the knowledge I need to exist in this America.
I'm done.
Damn!
One second. We're gonna go to Odie. Go ahead, Odie. Thank you, RJ. Love when you come on stage. Odie, it's on.
Thank you very much. I won't be quick. I don't know, Trent is not here, but I would have loved to have asked him because the way Trent spoke about these two people, it spoke as if they were some intellectual coming to tell us what we've never heard before or what the maggots on the app don't say. Then I must give it to Bad. I don't know why.
Hello?
Is it me?
No, I can't hear him. Odie, we can't hear you.
Odie, you went out. Did your earpiece die? Odie going once.
I'm here.
Odie, go. Okay, go.
Sorry. Somebody clearly stated that Trump won California. I remember when I was in optometry school, and there was a question my colleague asked one of our lecturers. I'll never forget, I was still a young child. And the question the lecturer asked the colleague is, how the fuck did you get to 400 level? She didn't use the F word, sorry for swearing. How the hell did you get to this class? I thought that Bad would have calmed down, have some introspection, and ask myself, why the hell am I continuing this discussion? If somebody can say that, didn't know who controlled the house. But anyways, it's Trent I want to speak to because the way he spoke about these guys, I was expecting some MAGA intellectualism. We're going to go into debate, maybe argue with Bad. Bad will talk about Bill Section 1965 of the AMCD. The guy will say, well, there's a kind of do that. There's the 1967. Did you hear that? Instead, I heard the regular rhetorics. The Democrats are giving our children the entire consideration. Anyway, thank you very much. So,
Request of Johnny's. We
just can't know about the rape,
after
the abortion,
submission.
the blow.
There's a lot. I don't know what to say, but again, I said it. I love when RJ comes on stage because man, that was an uppercut and a right hook for your ass. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm biased. I don't know, but
yeah, you biased, bitch.
I heard
you fucking biased.
To tell us a little bit about yourself. That was done. He said his little part. She said her part. Then we said, okay, how did you become a Democrat? How did you become a Republican? What was your walk? He gave his story. She gave her story. In them giving their stories, in the midst of that, they were coming down on the Democrats and saying all kinds of different things. Now, normally, y'all know the people in this space would have gone mad and would have interrupted them. Not one person came off mic. Not one person interrupted. So when somebody tells me that they felt attacked, I don't know. I missed that part. I understand there were some questions asked, and it's the that.
In the midst of that, I don't know what I got else to say. Well, fuck Donald Trump.
Got off to a rough start. No, I don't think got off to a rough start.
You want to talk about stocks?
To a great start. Okay, I'm speaking right now.
Hello?
And I understand they're new to Clubhouse, and I'm trying to.
Oh shit, he knew.
But at the same time, we gotta respect.
He knew to having a conversation.
So respecting each other, right? That means just like how I listened to the stuff that I didn't even want to hear. I wasn't even saying anything about what they said, other than the fact that they attacked the Democrats. Then she just decided she was going to leave. So here we are. But Johnny, he stuck around. And,
here we are.
He did the conversation. I thought, the people that were going to be coming had a little bit more experience in public speaking.
Oh, shit.
And knew how to have a conversation. We didn't even get a chance.
You mean the public speaking like you did 5 minutes ago, screaming at everybody?
Move forward.
Hello, let's move forward.
Here we are.
Here we are.
So,
Here
anybody
we
else has anything
are.
to say, I guess we can listen to it.
I would say that. I was gonna say I thought Bam was good. I'm sitting here at Juicy Crab eating my crabs. It was a good debate.
He had Juicy Crab eating his crabs
from the '90s. So I don't know what happened. Shout out to everybody in the room, the moderators. Say First Lady, I love you, Grandma. I don't know what that was all about, but it was really educational. I feel really bad for y'all. So I feel like after the whole debacle, you got what beat up on. So yeah, but it was a great debate, great back and forth. But yeah, it was even too much. But Van did really good. He did really good. Great educator.
He's a great entertainer.
Right all I want to say is, look, Republicans, like I said, can be rude as hell. And when you speak out
unlike
against them,
the classy, educated Democrats,
on their lives, and they do, like I said, they denigrate people. They talk about people without remorse. And again, they don't want that
projection alert system has been activated.
And some people are disrespectful. You know what I mean? To others.
Ashton. Ashton.
I showed him I don't like his policies. He was affecting the economy and how people have died. I guess how people have died.
Oh shit! Trump has killed people.
I'm saying it's this kind of magic. You're saying it's that kind of magic at the end of the day. You never know. That might be quite the magic.
So you sign like an affidavit, basically, when you're filling out, getting your driver's license, and you check the box register to vote, and there's another check mark that you say you're a U.S. citizen.
Right, and the same thing is online, Abby. Right, you go to register to vote. Go to any site. Go to New York. Say register to vote in New York. Click on it, and it'll ask you. It'll fill out all the details. At the end, it'll ask you, click here. Are you a U.S. citizen? Yes. If lying to this is perjury or whatever is a felony, blah blah blah. By the way, notice Mikey Sherrill or whatever David's governor's name is basically made a comment saying that the 400 people. Did she say these 400 people are being arrested? She said no fault of their own. No, sorry, there's 6,600. No, they did. And then she said 400 voted. She didn't say we're investigating them. We're putting charges against those 400. She didn't say anything. But 400 of the 6,600 people apparently voted. So what is happening to those people? Are they just, you voted, it's no big deal, move on, or are they arresting them? I mean, nobody's talking about it. She didn't mention you'll be prosecuted at the fullest extent of the law, nothing like that.
I just renewed my registration, and one of the questions was like, do you want to vote? Do you want to, I mean, I already, I'm already registered to vote. Like, one of the questions are, like, why is, like, car registration renewal asking the question if you want to register to vote.
Look, that makes sense, David. David, that makes sense.
No, because like you don't need to be an American citizen to register a car.
But it makes sense. Are you? Do you want to vote? Right? Do you want to register to vote? So you should say yes, and then it should say, okay, please upload proof of citizenship. Right? Whether it's your passport copy, whether it's your, your driver's license. Sorry, not your driver's license. Your birth certificate or whatever, and you upload it. Now, the system has your data. And now you say, okay, and then they can, and then when you go to vote, you don't need voter ID. You go to vote, they pull up on their iPad when they check you in, there's a copy of your birth certificate right there. And they go, okay, yep, this is him. Okay, is this you? They'll ask, is this you? Yeah. Okay, you go in and vote.
Yeah, when I voted, the last time I voted, they just try to match my signature. They don't check my ID or anything like that.
Oh, I didn't even get a signature match. My signature.
Yeah, mine was just a signature match. They didn't check
mine didn't even match my signature. I put a dash, and then I told her, I went in, I said, do you want to see my ID? She said, no. Asked me my address, gave my name and address. She pulled me up, and then I put a dash in the signature. That's not my signature. And then she said, okay, here you go. I said, do you want to check my signature? She goes, no need. Why? Is it not you? Right now, who you say you are? I said, no, I am. She goes, okay, then you're good. I said, but like, here's my license. My signature is different. She goes, well, you not who you say you are? I said, no, I'm who I say I am. She goes, okay, well, I don't need to see your ID. That's okay. I'm like, who you vote for? I said, how will you catch it? How will you catch who it did?
Yeah, who did you vote for?
Mickey Shell.
For the record, if you go ahead and take a look at the link in the chat, that's regarding Minnesota's oversight committee on it. Yeah, we have ID for all, and yeah, I'm pretty sure if we had an actual audit, you'd see how bad the fraud is in Minnesota. Thank you.
If any of you have ever been an election judge, what King Nav just described is the way that the process goes down. If you're using a Dominion voting system, the voter comes in, they give you their name, address, or some other identifier. You pull it up on the screen on the little computer. If it matches, they're good. The error that I detected is that people go to the wrong polling station, and then you tell them, hey, you can't vote here. You got to go to this location. But I never saw individuals wanting to cast ballots in Chicago without identification. And when I lived in California, I voted for Roseanne Barr for the Green Party versus Barack Hussein Obama, and I didn't need an ID or anything. It's just an absentee ballot that doesn't count unless there's like a runoff or something. So that was my experience.
You say Illinois has where you have to vote in your county. You can't vote anywhere in the state. You have to specifically vote
Correct.
in your polling district in
Correct.
Illinois.
Correct. It's it's on your card.
That way anymore.
Yeah, it's on your card that you get after you register that tells you the precincts, the polling number, and where you're supposed to vote.
We can vote anywhere, but I know in Texas you have to go to your polling station. The other thing that we're trying to push is using the jury role. When you register to get your driver's license, you go into the jury pools, and when you get called on jury duty, whether you go or you don't, you have to sign another affidavit that you're a U.S. citizen. So it's another way to cross-check the lists. So people have affirmed 2 times that they're U.S. citizens. There's different ways to try to check for citizenship or to get that affirmation. But I was trying to. Who remembers that? Is David still here? No, he left. Oh no, David. So David, wasn't it really close when Murphy ran in Jersey?
Yeah, it was 200 years. Yeah.
So people did right. So those are significant votes.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for sure. You were looking at because we were friends with him, and he was like my family is friends with the campaign, so like we're monitoring it very closely, and there was like he's got a chance. And then of course during election day, it's like I guess not, but yeah, leading up to it, we thought there was a chance for sure. And who knows what happens, and if there's hijinks, there could have been hijinks. I don't know.
I posted an article about a recent ruling in D.C. appeals court about it was Trump had said that all these states that are doing mail-in ballots have to hand over their voter list and also barcode the mail-in ballots. It was challenged by the NAACP and they lost. So now I think this has gone under the radar. It's not really getting discussed a lot on mainstream media. I think this is huge news, requiring the states that are going to do mail-in ballots to have to give the list over of who will be getting one, plus the barcodes on the ballots. Have you heard about this? It's the last link I posted up there. Trump admin wins huge court battle mail ballot.
We have some huge breaking news right now. We have some big news right now. We have some terrible breaking news coming. We have
Well, I can see there's a little lull in the President Trump house. So I just want to say that we're living under a structurally white racist society, obviously. And I did my part today to help reverse the structural white racism so I could help Bima in her goal to defeat structural white racism once and for all. And I listened to a politically correct band. He talked to a African-American Trump supporter in Texas, and he absolutely harassed and harangued, cross-examined, and abused this African-American conservative Republican black man who also probably believes in structural white racism, the establishment, as he put it. And I just want to thank Bima and Beaver. Congratulations on your engagement. I'm looking forward to the wedding this autumn. I'm so excited to be there, and Dr. Adams is going to be your ring bearer and flower child. It's so exciting, and Marshall Rankin is going to officiate, and I just hope you can get him to take a bath beforehand, maybe spray him down with some French cologne so you guys can breathe at the altar. Breathe, because anyways.
No, that's enough. Not Marshall is the gentleman of Clubhouse. You don't do that to Marshall.
Well, that's why he's officiating. Oh, hey, Marshall, speak of the devil, and the cheetah will arrive.
Marshall is the gentleman of Clubhouse.
But what? Everything else was true?
I'm reading this, guys. She's running for Congress. This is not a state house. The woman that was in there. If that's the person, Beaver, that you put in the chat.
Pretty sure that's her. I didn't even.
Yeah, Marshall, were you in that room at all? The woman running for Congress in Texas. Alexandra Butler, Republican for Congress.
Marsha works for Monica De La Cruz.
Texas District 9, but is that a different person?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll have to look it up. I just figured there's no way he'd get somebody running for U.S. to seat. I thought he had to be a state person.
I don't know, like the last Washington Post polling data shows that the Dems only lead by 3 points in a generic poll. So, I mean, the Republicans could hold on to the House and obviously the Senate. So I wouldn't be worried at this point, but there's still plenty of time left.
It's near Houston, the area, I think.
Yeah, the U.S. House District is Houston, represented by Al Green, Texas 9.
So she's running for Al Green's seat? Wow.
Yes, so. Wait, Al Green is
that's who was in the room?
Al Green is like the crazy guy, right?
Yeah, he is insane. Wait, Beaver, that's who was in the room?
No, I think it was Alexandria Butler running for Texas House of Representatives, District 146.
Texas House Representative 132.
If you look at this, Marshall, look at the name. The name pops up as someone running for Congress. Maybe I'm reading this wrong.
Well, is anyone else super excited that the Saudis are going to begin enriching uranium to build thermonuclear warheads? I'm like super proud of those Saudis. Very excited about the prospects of creating more nuclear weapons in the Middle East. It's such an exciting time that we live in.
What do you mean more? There is none.
No, that's not true. Actually, the United States of America has a massive weapons of mass destruction stockpile in Oman. Chemical, biological, nuclear. I don't know if you know about that, but it's one of the largest weapon depots that the United States military has. It's in the country of Oman. Oh, man.
So she ran, but prior for that seat, but now she's running for the House, the Texas House.
Oh, did she get smoked in the first one?
Well, don't the Republicans have like a super majority in the Texas State House anyway? So does it matter? I don't know.
Abby, I'm getting all of my accessories for my horse, and this horse, the brush kit, one of the brush kits, the grooming kits, it's called Abby.
It's funny.
I know, Abby.
Do you have a name for the horse?
Yeah.
Name him Beaver, believe it or not.
Beaver, like Justin Bieber?
No, Beaver, like my name, Beaver.
Are you really?
I got a question. Tiger is calling.
She promised me that she would.
Tiger is calling me a retard in the chat, and I hear Tiger in Gary Bumgarden's newsroom all the time, and
Tiger's right.
yeah, Tiger is like a super academic, intellectual Chinese, agent sent here to demoralize America. Isn't that right, little Tiger? Oh, yeah, get it.
About my horse.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So I'm so excited. His grandsire is some beach somewhere. So he has the fastest standardbred mile on record. There's a whole documentary made about him. His father also made the Hall of Fame, but he made like $3 million in prizes. But he's not so. I guess he's not so fast. He's very laid back, like lackadaisical. But he likes jobs, but he's not fast. So the horse, I guess the barn that has the racehorses, so they have all, like thousands and thousands of dogs with horses. And so they said that they wanted to really sweet, and they offer a price that was way out of budget. And I saw him on a close to Ocean Farms. So anyway, there's a lot of racing techniques that come through. And so I was just on the pages. It's like a whole horse, like horse business. And I saw it, it was just so beautiful. So we messaged her, we started talking to her, and then she told us his price. And that's way too expensive for us. We're not trying to do anything with it. We just want to, play horses in our backyard, basically. Me and my sister, that's ridiculous. So this is why we're going to be keeping it close. We love him so much. He's such a sweetheart. And we just love when we don't need the money. And so
It's a reason why they do.
Oh wait, JoJo, one second, because I wanted to say, based on what a couple of people are talking about, I think that's why I don't remember who, maybe I don't know who exactly it was, asked, "What are you?" And like I said before, no disrespect, but if you take it as disrespect, that's a personal problem. I'm sorry, but the way that Black Americans speak about certain things, if you are not Black American and like foundational Black American, I don't think that you should be talking about how Black Americans think, because even if you are Caribbean or African American, you are not like you. The upbringing is not the same. So please,
yes, it is.
1 second, don't do that. It's not. And if you think it is, then that's your own level of ignorance that you are not addressing, and that's okay. In other spaces.
What if you're white and you got a doctorate in black criminology?
1 second. Wait a minute.
Oh no.
I wasn't finished. But yeah, Alistair, I don't even know who you are. I never met you before. Most of the people out here I've never met. So like,
his name says it all. If you know Alistair Crowley, the person, his name says it all.
Okay, then I'm gonna let you stay there for a second. But if you do choose to be obtuse about the way Black Americans have been treated systematically for centuries, then I don't think that like you should be talking on this stage.
Yeah.
Like you can go somewhere else and hate on us. Other than that, mind yours. Mind your own lovely household.
Right.
Hey, Kaz, I just want to let you know, bro. You gotta, don't tread lightly, bro.
I'm just saying, like some people say that, right? I completely.
I dated a girl from Devon, Pennsylvania.
You date women?
Her family had some horses, and they're very nice horses.
Have you gone to the horse show? Did you go down to the
Yeah, I went for 1 year with her family. Yeah, back when I was dating her.
You ever date a girl uglier than a horse with a face uglier than a horse?
David, have you ever gone to Kennett Square to Penn's, why am I blanking on the name of that center? It's the
Equestrian Center.
It's where Barbaro went after Barbaro had the accident, and they tried to, they put all the pins in the legs. The equine center. It's a big equine. I think it's like the most famous in the country.
It doesn't ring a bell. No, I don't think I've been there. No, I used to spend a lot of time in like the Villanova, Gladwin, Marion area.
All the way out. No, Kennett Square is all the way out. Like by the.
Is it like King of Prussia area?
No. Past Chad's Ford, past Brandywine, by the Maryland border. But the equine center is like the big vet treatment for horses, and they have when Barbaro was there, they had like swimming pools when they rehab the horses. They into a pool with it. There's something about them working their legs in water that heals them. It's a pretty cool place.
Did they learn that?
Yeah, definitely never been there. But spent a lot of time in the mainline area. Only been to the Devon horse show once. And I've only dated one girl that had horses, and she was from Devon.
Did you ever notice a thing about women that have horses? Like their ADHD is really high, and so they get a horse to like try to calm them down therapeutically, but then they spend all their time with the horses, and then they never develop a career, and all they do is spend time working with horses, and that ends up becoming their fake career. But they're still hot, but they're also not very nice or pleasant. They're like, very poor, and they have bad ADHD, and they're just always working with horses.
My girlfriend wasn't poor. She was very good looking. and she was fine. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I was thinking about one of these crazy horse girls that I took out on a date that, just always working with horses, could never pin down a job.
Maybe the people you were associating with are a lot different than the people I was associating with.
I agree. With all due respect, I do agree. But since we're on the topic of horses, I'm just wondering, when a man or a woman is united with a horse and they're galloping on through the field and they're one with the horse, is that a centaur?
And I got a question for you. Is there a lot of structural white racism within horse breeding, the horse breeding culture, and horse racing?
Interesting.
Because if they're not Arab and not white, I don't really see a lot of diversity.
Well, I was dating this extremely hot, rich young woman, beautiful woman. Her father worked in the oil industry in Texas and Houston, and they were exceedingly rich, far beyond the structural class of David and his little Chinese toy company. We're talking about oil billionaires, not Chinese toy import manufacturers like David and his pathetic little insignificant family. What I'm trying to say is that this woman also loved horses. And I have noticed that within the horse community, there is segregation and racism against African Americans that actually are affluent enough to purchase horses and to play with horses all day. And I think it's interesting that Bima, though she wants to correct and stamp out and forever eliminate this white Caucasian structural racism, she's participating in an economy that clearly is discriminating against African Americans who can't afford horses or even ride a horse to work. If you live in, say, a suburb and you want to ride your horse to Chicago downtown, well, that should be your right. We have parking garages, but we don't have stables anymore. And I think that that's indicative of the structural white racist society. And Bima, I'm glad to see that you're spending all your time with a horse instead of going to the gym where you belong. I am complete.
Racist shit. Like, that is the racist ass shit that I'm talking about. And I know you're joking about it, but it's just so sad. The best trainers, the best natural trainers that I follow on TikTok, horse trainers, they're all Black Americans. Okay, they're Black Americans. They're the real ones.
Yeah, I was going to say on the Kentucky Derby, American Pharaoh was owned by an Egyptian Orthodox Jewish family. And, yeah, and do you remember American Pharaoh?
Yeah, of course.
They had to set up what do you call it, like Winnebagos, like trailers to live in, because they were keeping the Sabbath. That was a whole issue because of when the race was, because it was on Saturday.
Bono Shalom?
Yeah, I forget the name of the family.
Well, Bima, are you aware of redlining in the horse racing industry? Because this very hot chick who ultimately dumped me because I got rid of my dog that I was couldn't really take care of that well. Biggest mistake of my life.
Got rid of your dog?
Yeah, unfortunately, I had to have a.
Get rid of their dog.
Well, hold on. Oh my God! Are you guys gonna break up with me and kick me from the room too? I've already suffered enough.
Who gets rid of their dog?
I gave the dog to a great family. The dog was a Havishire. It wouldn't shut up.
That's awful.
Why do men divorce their wives that won't shut up? It's because they won't shut up. I'm speaking.
That depends on the case.
Peter, what do you know? You're an expat. You don't even live in Iran anymore. I've seen videos of Iran. It's so nice. The malls, the women walking around without the hijab, they're so beautiful. I don't believe the lies anymore about Iran. Iran looks like a beautiful country with beautiful women walking around free, single, just looking for bald-headed Ashkenazi, white, Caucasian Americans. I'm ready to go. Anyways,
do you know why that smart woman broke up with you?
Because I abandoned my dog.
Because she knew that you would just abandon her the same.
Oh, not her. But anyways,
no, it's what would happen. Yeah, a man that would be so swift is you a live life.
I would never abandon my dog. That's
just incredible. That right? Thank you, David.
I think that's the most shocking statement I've ever heard on Clubhouse. Abandoning your dog.
Yeah, we should call.
Now I know what to lead with.
It actually might be responsible. We should probably congratulate him.
Listen, I've also abandoned a bunny that I bought, a beautiful long-haired Turkish bunny. But see, I didn't just abandon these pets in the street. I put them on Pet Finder and eBay Classifieds and found them quality families that could take better care of the dog, as I was suffering and not taking care of myself the way that I should have been. Instead, I was acting like a mother to a baby all day long. And eventually I had my breaking point and I had to do the responsible thing and give the puppy away. But in the process, I lost the most beautiful, rich woman I've ever dated in my life. And let me just say, when I woke up at midnight and she was under my sheets blowing me in her mother's multi-million-dollar house in Escondido, I thought I died and went to heaven.
Yes. What's that about?
Well, I don't know, David. You're always bringing up, class and stratosphere and your cool network for your pathetic Chinese toy import company and all your cool business meetings at the hockey games. And so I just thought I'd, tickle your feather a little bit. Hello?
Just because my ex-girlfriend had a horse doesn't mean she's like super wealthy. I mean, their parents' house did have a name, but
most of them do out that way. There are all the states out there, and people from that area, usually it's a lot of DAR and a lot of blue blood that live around Devon.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the name of the house because I don't want dogs, but yeah, her house did have a name. Or her parents' house, I should say.
What's DAR?
DAR. I can't believe you don't know what that means. I'm shocked.
You said
know everything.
DAR?
DAR.
What's the acronym for? I don't know.
Daughters of the American Revolution.
Ah.
It's the people that track back that are the old.
The legacy.
Very waspy.
Yeah.
Like in certain neighborhoods in the area. Line. It's a lot of
Basically, like they're all rich CIA, tax parasites sucking our economy dry.
No.
No?
Have you been in Washington, John? Have you ever gone to DC?
Yeah.
There's a DAR.
I don't think he's allowed. I think there's a word.
There's an auditorium. It's like an event center, like a theater.
Got it. The last
American Revolution.
The last time I was in DC, I was doing a contracting class on behalf of the Treasury Department. And oh my God, there were these Palestinians in there working for an NGO, and they were ready to submit these multi-million-dollar theft parasite packages through USAID. I was like, wow, what a scam.
And what did you do about it?
Oh, I brought this really hot Bosnian chick from Chicago with me, and we were very romantic in Chicago. We got to DC. She didn't even want to touch me. And I was like, what happened to the romance?
Was she rich?
No, she was not rich, but she was hot. And in my book, being hot is just as good as being rich. Well, we've got a real man on stage, Brad Stauffenberger, the Viking warrior who can talk unabated for 10 to 20 minutes about any topic in the world. Doesn't matter what it is. He's the king of chillism. And I just want to say, Brad, have you ever dated a crazy white woman who loves her horses?
That sounds like a question, not a statement.
Hey, Chicago, how you doing, babe?
Hey, Jacob, how you doing, babe? Let's go to Lakeview and get a beer.
What are you doing over there?
Did you see that shooting on Lincoln Avenue last night at the Dime? Oh, my God.
What's he doing? Give it up.
Forget about it. They kicked me. Why did they kick me?
He left you.
David.
He's back.
David, what's up?
Oh, David. Okay, sorry. Hey, Crazy Dave.
I don't know how he has all this strength the way he does to like keep going. His shtick is.
David, I don't think. Are you talking about Chicago?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't think that he's saying. Have you ever? I don't know how this happened, but he popped up on my TikTok feed. Okay, this guy sits here every day, David. Okay, for hours he sits there with all of these phones, and I mean, I don't know what the hell.
You mean
this guy is not right.
the guy from the north side?
Yeah, he ran for Congress, and
I know. Is he still here?
Does anybody know if it's like was it a traumatic brain injury or
is he still here?
No, he's gone.
I want to talk to freedom. Good. So,
he could be the Anon.
This guy used to actually dox me years ago, and I was like, you know what, whatever. This guy's he had, I don't know. Again, he's not here, right? Because I'll be honest with you.
Don't say anything because we don't know who Anon is, and it's likely him.
Well,
he always comes in with multiple accounts. Just don't do it.
But yeah, you know, whatever. But I did stay in the same neighborhood as him. I never met him directly because he said, yeah, let's get a beer and everything. Because they stayed in Lakeview, like on the north side of Chicago, where he stayed apparently. I didn't get his address, but it told me pretty quickly. He was like half a mile on the street from me. And, you know, blah, blah, blah. But he had like 5, 6, 7 different Facebook accounts, you know, trying to run for Congress or whatever the hell. It never worked. Nor should it. But, yeah. He said, hey, let's get a cold beer up in the lake. Yeah. He would do yoga and show it on his Facebook how to do yoga as a man. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Stretching and breathing.
Feels like he's the type of person like shoot you in the head.
Projection says what?
And then himself after.
Peter, what's your diagnosis of Kitover? He what?
Is he high or is he straight?
No, I don't think it's high, man. Because if you look him up, because he puts a tremendous amount. I mean, I'm kind of smart. He puts a tremendous, I call it online presence or footprint for you to see. So the more you want to see, you can look it up. Definitely, I'm going to let you know, form your own opinion.
Backward kicks again!
But it's definitely something that I'm not comfortable with being acquainted with something like that.
I had to boot him again just now.
This is so funny.
But
Sam just bought him!
He does, or he's completely himself is also involved in the blaming. I mean, either he's crazy or he's playing with
he's got like 7 different Facebook accounts. He has 7 different phones.
He's talking. I just don't know what caused it. Like, is it a head injury or?
I don't. It's the thing. It's like I don't know either. You know? Do you want to find out? I mean, I don't know. You know,
I mean, sometimes he's okay.
Yeah, I know.
He's actually intelligent. And other times he's just batshit.
Just like, holy fuck. Like, you know, he'll dox me, and I'm like, I don't care. But he's like, well, but he's cool. I don't know what to say. Like, I don't want to be mean. Okay? I like
talking about?
They're roasting me in the President Trump room.
Misguided? I don't know. I'm just being fair.
Hello?
Coach
Hello? Don't make me change my profile.
Yasmin, why are you messaging me on WhatsApp saying I got the wrong number? What the fuck?
I mean, yeah, society does a lot of people. But it's how you react.
You're like screenshotting me eating a popsicle?
If somebody calls you fat your entire life, and then you lose 200 pounds.
Sitting watching you. It's so funny.
So let's not get into that crap.
No, I love it. Sometimes when I'm bored, I go watch him live stream people on Clubhouse, and it's the funniest thing. He live streams them on TikTok. It's the funniest thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, John, you better never have live streamed me, bro.
Well, if I did, what are you?
John has a beer belly and has a big cock, Yasmin. This is your attempt. Come on.
Yeah, I like bald men too.
Ooh.
I mean, they have more testosterone.
Yeah, we got a lot of tea. We're high tea. We last a long time in bed, and we go multiple rounds.
Yeah, I don't doubt fucking you is a great fuck.
Woo!
You're crazy. I can tell that you're a good fuck. Part of my life.
Meow!
You can be a congressperson. You can be the first lady.
I think you're too much of a headache afterwards. It's not worth it.
John, you already have her nudes, so like you're all good. So
Wow.
It's true.
Listen, if you want my nudes, I'll just send them to you. I don't care.
wait, does Bow Wow have your nudes?
You could also just go to a delicatessen and get a Reuben sandwich. I'd rather have the Reuben, personally.
Is it an innie or an outie?
She needs labia reduction surgery, that's for sure.
Thanks.
Don't shame a meaty vag. There's nothing wrong with
I
that.
don't have a meaty vag.
Listen, Yasmin is hot. There's just no doubt about it. Like, she's hot.
It's like, it just isn't, so it's not really offensive. I actually have a very small vagina.
She's a MILF, but I bet you when she was 19, she was like a rock star. Weren't you just like the hottest thing? Because I've seen that photo of her.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But for a woman my age, I still look far better.
I don't
So
doubt
I'm
it.
doing okay.
I don't doubt it. But do you think Clown House has aged you?
No, I think it's pushed me to not age. It's actually freaked me out to the point where it's pushed me into like, I can't work out this week because I broke my toenail, but I'm so scared of becoming like the people on here.
Yeah.
And it pushed me to start working out again. And last year I started like really getting into it. I lost over 30 pounds. I got like way in shape. And it's honestly because I didn't want to, it was Clubhouse. It freaked me out.
Has Bow Wow aged you?
He has scared me that I don't ever want to be like that, yeah.
Hey, David, I have a question. Why?
And it has motivated me.
In rooms. What have I done to you? Can we squash this beef?
What do you mean? I have nothing against you.
But sometimes I try to talk to you in rooms and you don't acknowledge me.
I'm busy.
Respectfully.
But you're like the tie-in that I have to the room, so you need to, like, in those situations, you need to introduce me to everybody else, you know what I mean?
Want me to send you nudes? You could just ask Edmund.
I didn't save them. I didn't save them.
I know, but you want me to do it. That's why you're saying it, so I said just don't do it.
Wait, how come Bow Wow is not going to get the news?
Just ask.
Yeah. I was reverse psychologizing so I could get more new, fresh photos. Thanks, babes. What's at me?
Bow Wow first.
Bow Wow.
No, Bow Wow could never see my body. He does never have my consent to do that.
Sahi, welcome to the stage. You just missed the fun. We were discussing nudies.
I don't like the orange bar on the bottom. Don't tempt me to remove you by addressing me.
Well, that's okay.
Could I please have Maud? Why am I down here with David and Edmund?
True.
Someone's got it. You should reflect on that and see what qualities you three have in common.
I just want to comment on large vaginas that it's true. if your vagina is enlarged, but just through natural processes, not through egregious sexual behavior.
You want to see my pussy?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, there, check your DMs. You tell me.
Damn! David's like getting so excited right now.
PTR.
Oh my God, y'all. Baby doll. Baby girl. Oh my God. Ooh! I'll be right back. I gotta go run to the bathroom.
Give it a little kiss?
The bathroom.
Making my pussy tingle just hearing you. I have to start touching myself.
Oh my God, my YouTube live is exploding. Our numbers are growing. Is there like a social audio version of Clown House, but like for dirty talk?
PornhubLive.com.
Oh, that's true. I forgot. There's porno
Why don't you send it to me
websites.
too then? Fuck it. Why not?
Where's you buzz me out?
Oh my God, Yael. Holy cow, that lingerie is hot.
Mm-hmm. Look at this one. Don't my tits look good there?
Oh my God, they do. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Dude, holy shit. Baby doll, baby girl.
It's the most action John's got in all of it.
There you go.
I'm ready to delete my hinge and just go to sleep forever with your nudies.
Perfect.
Don't do that, man. She's gonna get fucking creeped out.
No, I'm not. I like it. It's turning me on, actually. I've always found kind of sexy, crazy, but
Your tits are huge.
Yeah.
Don't you like porn stars? The porn star tits are amazing.
Wait, why did you delete the other photo?
I don't know. Do you like that one too? I can send it again.
Yeah, send it again.
Okay.
Damn, girl. I bet those whales were jumping out of the water just to get a sneak peek of those titties.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, Michael. I'm screenshotting everything to send you later in the DMs.
She told you don't have consent to do that.
How does it feel that you have to get them secondhand? Where's the sense of pride? Does it embarrass you at all that you have to get it through, like...
Michael, this is all part of the game.
It make you embarrassed?
The truth is, Michael's been desperately trying to get with Yasmin.
I just feel like if I was a man, I wouldn't want to look at nudes that some girl didn't send to me, because I would feel like I'm looking at something 100 other dudes are, and then it's a little bit gay.
I mean, you're essentially just pretty much a porn.
They're all masturbating over the same thing together. There's a little bit of a homoerotic too, like.
Not really, but whatever.
There is, yeah.
Just the very fact that you got to the second hand, like, just shows how the woman doesn't desire you at all. Like, do you want to be desired a little, Michael? What is this? What are you talking about?
I would honestly never have sex for the rest of my life and never have sex with Michael.
Damn.
Yeah.
What if you were on an island? What if you were on an island and everybody on the whole world? Well, don't feel dismayed, Bow Wow. This is all part of like her.
Because he really does remind me of one of my brothers. So when he's sexual, it's just revolting to me.
Well, you know, incest is a thing.
Ew.
Not at all. I don't think that's funny.
So wait, yeah, are these photos post 30 pounds lost, or is this pre 30 pounds?
Last week.
Oh damn. Well, send me more.
Yeah, honestly, you used to say all you do is sit on here all day, da 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 da. And I was like, you know what? Like, he was a troll, but he's fucking right. I don't want to be like that.
It really must sting.
I like had a weird
moment. I was like, I can't be like that. Yeah.
You started sweating again.
Yeah.
Hey, Billy. We're talking about Yasmin's enlarged vagina. What's new with you?
What's new with you, Billy?
Billy!
Why does Billy have such a close relationship with Cha-Cha?
Cha-Cha. No, he's obsessed with me.
Why?
I don't know.
Billy's a sexy little Indian boy. What do you mean?
What Billy's United States, I hope United States, and I think that the Raymond
I'm not just
really crucial at this point. Because you need to satisfy the other side. You, not me. You are at the table. I think that the role of the Raymond Reddington is also very important in this issue, isn't it?
What's the point of having all the metal on the halters? I'm picking a halter, and I just like the rope halters. Like, why do you gotta have all like the metal piece? It looks just heavy, like on your face. What's the downside to it? I mean, like the upside. Just like no metal.
White people problems.
No, this is natural problems. I picked my color for him. I picked my color.
Like the most white thing I've ever heard you do. I'm impressed, actually.
Your worst is racist.
Don't you ever say that again.
Well, I was dating this really hot chick with a great ass that had an Irish wolfhound, and boy, that dog barked at every.
Dogs people up here. You know better, Kitover.
You dox somebody?
Who did I
Why would
dox?
you do that? Why would you do that?
You talking about Jacob? The fucking guy doesn't even live in Chicago.
You said a last name.
Last name?
You do it again, you'll get.
He's all hurt.
I missed it. I wasn't bothered.
Yeah, you weren't bothered.
Oh, I just missed it. I'm glad you got it, Eve. You're the best.
You're the best, baby.
So my sister has green. That's her color. And so I got my color.
So you take your boyfriend to meet the horse is going to look at him and run. And then you're going to be left with a huge mold clip up. You're not going to know what to do.
Do you know he won't even acknowledge him?
Oh my God, Yasmin, that video you sent is really hot. Michael, you're gonna wet your pants when you see it. Oh my God, Yasmin.
Why would you want Michael to be involved with this? I thought this was just you and I. I don't like share.
Oh, shut up.
I would rather it just be you and I and Michael not come.
Got it. All right. So wait, do you want to see me spread my cheeks, and you want to see my booty hole, or do you want to see my Johnson?
I want to see you. You know.
We've been so betrayed. Then this happened. If you weren't so honest and respectful of yourself, I would have fucked them already by the way Ashton's. Word for word, that's what he said.
Wow!
Listening to.
Well, Yasmin, I'm shooting a video now on WhatsApp to you. I'm about to stand up and pull my pants down so you can see Rabbono Shalom, Hashem's gift to mankind.
How are you, Westbrook?
She's definitely blocked on Instagram. Well, I'm blocked me.
Yasmin, you must have some crazy stories about like your activities on the internet and men contacting you.
Yeah, lots.
What on X? Do you get anything on X, or is that just like
Mostly just pictures of Anne Frank and like Auschwitz on X.
wow? Well, I lost my shit one day on somebody on this app because they were talking about Anne Frank's like eye color or something like that, and I was like so angry that I was even sitting here listening to this shit, and I was just like I went bananas. Hello? Yeah, I think it was Nora actually, Nora Bandura.
Yeah, but it's crazy.
I did hear Buttercup say that she was actually perma banned from ever going back to Israel. She's like on a Canary database now, and she can't get into Israel. I was like,
Oh, really? She's on Canary Mission?
whoa! Yeah,
Oh, wow, that's interesting. Let me just go take a look. Oh, wow, did you hear that?
What?
yeah, she was screaming at somebody on this app who she was claiming doxed her and got her on the database.
Who doxed her?
I don't know who it was. It could have been Norm, but don't quote me on that. But I think Norm was in the room when she was accusing somebody of doxing her.
Oh, wow.
And I was very excited. And I told that woman, Grace, who always says she hates Buttercup.
I think Pearl was crazy.
No, Pearl's amazing.
Pearl's an amazing
Pearl,
woman.
Sorry, Grace. I think Grace is crazy. Sorry, not Pearl. I was reading your name. You are kind of crazy too, but I do think Grace is like actually.
It takes one to know one.
Psycho. It does a little bit, but don't you find her strange?
She's strange, for sure.
She's fucking strange. Like I feel.
But she's on her like second husband, living in a multi-million-dollar house, just living her best life. And you know, some people are pretty far out there. And the older you get, the less your brain works. So, you know.
I don't know. She gives me a weird vibe. I feel like she keeps people in her basement.
She's a cantor. Grace is my ex-wife, by the way, Yasmin, so I'm not surprised she didn't say anything.
Oh yeah, I was looking at Canary Mission. Search.
Buttercup alias.
Rachel.
Rachel?
I'm gonna have to look. Is she under the student section or the faculty?
I work in the media.
Okay, got it. I hear you. I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
I've been messaging this chick in Tel Aviv. She's like, she's like, were you just in Israel? And I was like, yeah, I changed my geo settings on Hinge. I was just there for 10 minutes swiping right. She's like, it didn't work out, huh? I was like, nope, didn't work out. Want to come to Chicago?
I don't see her on here.
She said she was on there.
Did you look?
I didn't look. I was just happy.
More
I
pages.
was just happy that she said she can't get back into Israel. I was like, that's great news. We've actually had an impact.
Oh god, that's funny if she is.
I'll say who they should get rid of is that fucking Emrose. Oh man, what a fucking brain rotted out fucking
Communist bitch.
ugh.
Yeah.
Just like she's like listening to literally like people scratch chalkboards with their nails incessantly. She wins the prize for the most highly annoying person of Clubhouse. Even Amir's rooms, the fucking terrorist supporter promoter Juhay rooms, they can't stand her after a while, even though she is even more hardcore than them. Well, I just want to play my little Chinese flute. This song is dedicated to Yasmin's perfect pussy, and each picture is $10 a pop. Just $10 a picture. We got all the juicy photos. Send more, y'all. We'll send you a royalty.
They all look so similar.
Who, Rachel?
Don't know which one she is. What's Buttercup's last name?
Miller.
What is it?
What I'm playing?
Yeah, I don't think she's on here then.
Maybe she got herself removed.
Oh my god.
This girl texted me today. She's like, "Excuse me, can I ask you a question?" I said, "Sure." She's
God
like,
sent this message just for you
she's
today.
like, "Can you send me $175? I have some unexpected medical bills that came up, and I would really appreciate it. And I would send you pictures to make it, fair for you." And I saved her in my phone as like Anna hates Trump because like on her Hinge account it was like fuck Donald Trump or something. So, I just wrote her back a polite no, but it's pretty ridiculous that these chicks are like texting random guys that they've never even spoken to on the phone asking for money, and like if they actually have any success, like I'd be fucking amazed.
You know what I found out?
What?
Apparently Lolly's given thousands of dollars to Travis.
Who's Lolly?
Lolly?
Yeah. Shocking, right?
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Nudies.
I always felt something was weird about her.
Like suicidal empathy here? Like what the fuck?
I bet she's got a weird thing, yeah. I think she's a strange woman.
I'll give you $5.
Sold to the highest bidder. I like the AI photos of you and Michelle.
Yeah, isn't Michelle great?
Yeah, she's fun. I was in a room with her earlier today or yesterday. It was like a couple of gay guys. I think it was like Gigi's Mansion or something like that.
Yeah.
I could only last for like a couple minutes before I had to question why I was continuing to listen to this horrifically gay conversation. And then
You're the one on Anonymous then?
no, I think it was just like in a different account, not Anon at the time. I'm just saying that as soon as I left, Michelle left and like came to my room because she's like, he's right. This is fucking trash. This is fucking stupid.
Wait. Oh, hey. What's this guy? Shlomi, like my thing. Shlomi's Yonts.
How are your budgies?
They're good. Hot. Temperature.
I do not miss my budgies.
Love them.
You should have an Instagram or a YouTube for them.
I don't have an interest in being a public person.
That's why people do it with their pets.
That's why I stuck on Twitter for as long as I did, because I don't really want to do that.
You said you were going to delete the account. You never deleted it.
I know. I thought I was going to too, but then I remembered that Elon Musk liked my tweets, and I was like, oh, I don't want to give
shit.
up that. Yeah.
That's some big karma. Why don't we just rebrand it and just call it like Clown House Retards, and then just live stream Clown House Retards?
Because everyone that's following now that's still even on Twitter will just stop following me because it'll annoy them.
Who cares?
Well, I kind of want to hold on to it.
Got it.
I had it for a long time.
Got it. Boring.
Is this crazy to see him sitting in office, Mamdani? Because it's official.
It's like watching a mentally ill person who doesn't understand the law.
No, you shouldn't see that because he knows he's lying, but it's official. The reason why they put all the flags there, the desk, the emblem, because they're making it official. The genocide is happening, war criminal, their message is becoming stamped with the U.S. emblem.
It got a lot of views, like an insane number of views, like hundreds of millions of views.
Probably a lot of bots, but yeah.
Yeah, there's always a lot of bots, but anyways, I didn't even watch it or hear to what he said, but I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is shaking in his boots. So it's just clickbait. It's all it is just publicity for Mamdani.
No, I know nothing's going to come of it, but nothing to Bibi. But what will happen is it's a open target on Jews in New York. He understands that he can't do shit against Bibi, but it's going to incite.
Yeah, that's a problem. Well, if anybody hurts somebody, well, it's a hate crime and it's against the law, but they never charge anybody for a hate crime unless it's white on black.
Have you seen this thing where like all these black people are listed as white as inmates?
Yeah, that's been a thing.
Really?
What the fuck is that? Like,
It's
thousands of them.
laziness, or when they're writing out the documentation.
You don't think that's on purpose?
It could be. Some could be intentional, but I think a lot of it's just like processing.
Was it nationally or just New York?
Nationally, everywhere. It's like kind of an own thing.
Insane.
How many people?
Are?
This is with the Federal Bureau of Prisons?
Yeah, so it packs the statistics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So somebody was
I have to wonder if it's not done on purpose.
Well, you know who
that white people are superior.
You know who we need to talk to is Pepe. This is like Pepe's, subject matter expertise. Where's Dr. Pepe when you need him? Let's see. FBI releases. No, I can't find what you guys are talking about.
It was online somewhere. I forgot where it was. She's right, though. I saw that too, and I read a little bit about it.
Well, if you want to fly into Chicago this weekend, I'd be happy to get you a plane ticket, especially after seeing you in that lingerie with that whip. Meow. That one's going to cost you $20, Bow Wow. That's an exclusive. Thanks, Yasmin. You're the best, babe.
No problem.
You're the best, babe.
Why? Why are you being a hater?
I'm not being a hater. I didn't say hater.
A little bit.
My ex-fiance, two of my girlfriends had fucking ginormous tits and a fat ass.
Warning, free capers on your salad.
I'm hungry.
I had butter chicken today. So good.
I haven't been able to because it's 40 degrees. Well,
Your obsession with like Indian men is so fucking bizarre to me.
She lives in Canada. She's brainwashed to love them.
No, Jasmine, this guy don't know what to talk about. I was at a music studio there. They provided food, and they provided Indian food. What's he fucking do, bitch?
Yeah, they sure did.
It was good. We hit a hit. All the
That's
artists. Awesome.
Hey Nick, fish back on crusty court road is cooked. What's the plan? Both from Royal Sun Jolly.
Like, you're just always so negative. Like, I don't know why you can't just be grateful.
Yeah, just be grateful, Michael.
I agree with Bonishaw a
It's a
lot.
long time, that's why.
Well, because you don't fucking fly. You're slimy. You don't got fly.
Hello?
Adam.
Hitler? Yeah, this is a good. I don't know if it's really.
No, I'm not Adam.
No, it's really you. Wait, I'm gonna fill it in. I'm gonna fill it in. Whatever your lawsuit is, your big.
He's trying to what?
This is my idea.
Do you really think so? Michael is?
Hello?
Yeah, why the fuck would I want to fuck you?
Are you gonna fuck Sierra? Why not?
Yeah, Elle, you must be really bored. Like, goddamn, woman.
It's so fucking boring. So I'm waiting for my license to get back, and I have to do all these modules, and then I can start looking for a job. But honestly, yeah, I'm really fucking bored.
Well, come to Chicago this weekend, and I'll tickle your feather.
I don't want to go to Chicago, but I gotta start working this fall because I gotta lose my fucking mind.
Well,
I can't do it.
why don't...
How long have you been out of work for?
5 years?
5 years.
No.
Yeah, I don't like working, and I don't need to.
Put this on Fox
You
News.
weren't even on Clubhouse 5 years ago.
Oh, yes, she was.
Yeah, I was. I sold my nursing thing. Anyways, I worked for Chabad actually for 3 years.
Rabbanu Shalom.
I haven't worked as a nurse for 5 years. But I was working at Chabad until Shuki got me fired.
Are you shitting me?
No, I'm not joking. He got me fired.
Yeah, he got her fired.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What do you mean? That's a memorable thing. Oh, wait. I see Jacob has...
He gets kicked out of Israel. Or America and stuff to Israel.
Hey, Jacob. I love the new haircut. I'm in a room with Yasmin. She just sent me some lingerie photos, and they're $10 a piece. Hope you're doing well.
Why did Shuki do that to you? You guys used to get along.
Because when that blind 21-year-old black girl came on and started saying that she had his baby, I thought it was really funny because the summer before he had been sending us pictures of some black 21-year-old girl that he'd been hooking up with. And then I saw pictures of the baby, and it was like a little black Shuki baby. And I just thought it was fucking hilarious. And I could not laugh at that. And he got so angry because it's his baby. Because he knows it's a baby.
Oh, my God.
He's in denial about it, yeah. If you saw this baby, it's so funny. It is literally Shuki if he was like biracial and a baby.
So wait, what did he say to the Rebbe or the Rebbe?
To the Rebbe, well, he said that I went on the internet exploiting young Arab Muslim men for naked photos of just really dirty stuff. Yeah, it was really embarrassing, the whole thing.
Damn. So you're not welcome at that Chabad anymore, huh?
No, so they knew. So Nehama and Modi, they know it's bullshit, but it's also like these people don't even have social media. Like they are so sheltered, and it was just such a aggressive, humiliating thing for them, for my family. It's just easier not to.
Mm-hmm.
And so they didn't rehire me for my contract. And I'm not going to push it because it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
I don't want that for them.
And it's not really a great career choice, you know, to have a contract at
I don't want to
Chabad
I hate working.
serving food. Well, I don't know.
No, I was teaching Hebrew school.
See, people like karma. You know, oh, you were teaching Hebrew school? Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Well,
it was, yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyways, there's just, you know, I hope you get your license back and,
But there's so many things you could do. You don't even have to go back into medicine. You could fucking go into private equity, venture capital, financial advisory.
I don't know anything about that stuff though.
There's nothing to know. You know how to talk.
To be honest, I hate working, but I am bored.
Well, you've boarded Jacob out. Jacob doesn't want to listen to your shit anymore. Yeah, I hear you. You hate men. You hate working. It sounds, like you're going back to the career. Oh, you don't hate men.
No, I love men.
Yeah, I was talking to you, Jacob. I'm live streaming the large vagina room into your depressed room.
I don't hate Jacob. Jacob, maybe if you were in the large vagina room, you wouldn't be in a depressed room.
Yeah, come enlarge your consciousness in a bigger vagina.
Yeah, your clit awaits you.
A big, wet, slimy clit.
Love porn star tits.
Love huge, fake plastic tits that when you fuck her from behind, it looks like she's got bowling balls in her chest.
Oh, dude, I don't know what it is. It's just something about it.
So my tits move. I don't know what you're imagining.
Well, whatever.
They move.
Do you know?
I like that style. I don't know why.
No, stop that. I don't like it when you do that. It's disgusting.
I just want to call women a whore because they're just they're so stupid. Because women are so
watch
stupid.
so much porn and it's so obvious.
It's like, oh.
Bow wow!
Wow! Watch this a living.
Bow wow! Bow wow! Bow wow! Bow wow! See, Bow Wow, I don't know if you know that they've run scientific observational studies on augmented breasts, and they've found that 9 out of 10 men prefer augmented breasts to non-augmented breasts 100% of the time.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's something in the brain that
It
lights
is.
up
It's
and
in the
I'm
brain, yeah. It's
just
called
something-
it's called supernormal stimulus. Look it up.
Yeah.
It's on Wikipedia. It's basically billboard advertising, but
It's just
yeah.
the weirdest thing in my brain. As I got older too, it's even more pronounced as I get older.
What are you talking about?
Before I was
It's a psychological term called supernormal stimulus. It's on Wikipedia, and they did tests where they've done observational studies on men that do
Super what stimulus?
supernormal. It's like when a new stimulus exceeds the threshold of a previous stimulus.
That's just basic economics, though. The more you use something, the less value it has.
No, it's really more about aesthetic and enlarging, you like hentai porn or something. It's yeah. This is John Kitover, Jacob.
Nicholas Tinbergen. It occurs when an animal's innate drive are hacked. For example, a bird will often choose to sit on an oversized bright blue polka dot. Oh, this is so interesting.
It's fascinating.
And the weird thing is, as I got older, I really wasn't too much of a tit guy, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, I'm just so enamored by
tits,
fucking porn tits. Yeah, dude, I can't explain it. And I'm like, God, they're fucking that whore. I just want to fuck the shit out of her. I'm like,
yeah, this is like Dr. Lucky. Stop.
I think it's personally, I think it's kind of gross, augmented breasts, because that person now has to live with a possible health scare in the future. I was watching the Drewski show, and this big fat Colombian bitch, she's like, my breast is leaking right now, and the bags can leak. And so it's
so that's why you get saline. You have a choice whether you get silicone or saline.
Mm-hmm.
So in the developed world, we
do saline, yeah.
Or a good surgeons will recommend you go with saline. Should there ever be a tear, at least it's something that's not foreign to your body. It's going to cause an infection and problems, right?
Yep, I understand. But what I'm saying is, when it comes down to preference, a man will always prefer a non-surgically altered augmented woman.
True. Michael's right here saying he prefers them.
No, he hasn't actually been given the option.
It's literally a man saying he prefers fake tits. So that's false. What you're saying.
No, I like them. I didn't say prefer
No, you
them.
said you can't get enough of them. You see, you just want to fuck them. All you want is fake tits. Rah. Listen to him.
Yeah, but doesn't
He
mean
prefers fake tits. There you go.
I mean, it doesn't mean I prefer them.
Yes, it does.
No.
He's just merely expressing often.
You already broke your argument.
No, go on, John.
I'm just saying that at the end of the day, like I was dating this really hot 27-year-old with fully augmented breasts, and she started working at Hooters last Friday. All I'm trying to say is that she was very hot, but at 27, with her lip injections, her breast augmentation, her vape pen addiction, her 2 cats, and the toxoplasmosis, she had some red flags that outweighed, the awesome tits.
I agree. I'm at the point where I'm dating only based on finance. Like, if you're not in my finance bracket, I'm not interested anymore.
What do you bring to the table?
Me.
What does that mean?
I know what I am.
What does that offer? Can you cook?
Anyways, there's a certain type of women in the world that have certain je ne sais quoi. Yeah, okay. Anyways.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I broke up with her because I took her to my favorite hamburger place, and she's like, "I'm not eating here." And so I told my dad, and my dad said she's just too high class for me. And
Bow wow.
Bow wow.
She's just out of your league.
Well, she wasn't out of my league when I met her at the Greek Fest, and I slammed her the same night.
She was out of your league.
Out of my league, she borrows $6,000 a month to go to PA school.
Financially, she only dates men that are above your league then.
I agree. I think that she probably does date wealthier men, but at the same time, she's exchanging sex for some financial accompaniment, not even like security.
All men are shit, but not all men are rich. So, choose wisely.
Oh, damn! I'm gonna remember that one.
Is it wrong?
See, that's where it like gets a little interesting with a woman, because on a Friday or a Saturday night, if the Shekhinah is present and there's a bottle of whiskey or a glass of red wine, the money and the economics are transcended by the pleasure of the moment and the experience. So it's, when you say that all men are shit, you're just like an atheist, low IQ cunt. And I'm glad I got your photos, because I've made $2,000 off that pussy.
Relationships, like romance relationships, it's not worth it. The older I get, I just realize that kind of all men are going to be disappointing. There isn't a special one. They're just all disappointing. That's in a personal relationship. Men as friends, I love them. I love men. But in a relationship, so if they're all going to disappoint you, may as well find one that's going to be, worth it.
I get it. You're strictly transactional. You're a sugar baby. That's what you're describing yourself as.
I would rather stay single than date somebody that was a headache. Yeah, I'm perfectly comfortable being on my own.
I think everybody
But
says
if I'm gonna
that.
date somebody, it's going to be somebody who improves my life.
Well, there's different ways to improve your life. Like the way that I treated this girl until I finally had my breaking moment.
No, dick doesn't do it for me at this point. I'd rather have trips, vacations, new club. I would rather have all this than dick.
Yeah, but if you're going on vacations with a guy that you don't even like, you're not attracted to.
It's okay, I can learn to like him. I don't like most people.
Well, see, that's the heart of dysfunction, because he's also going to be equally unhappy being with an artificial
he's gonna
flake.
be so happy because men are much easier to satisfy and please.
Then what, opposed to women?
Yes. Women are kind of psychotic. Men are much more simple.
Well, what I'm saying is that an authentic, genuine, loving, caring, conscientious. Oh, got kicked from the room. I got kicked from the room, Jacob. Was I boring you? Okay, have a great evening. Take care. I got kicked from that room too. Get kicked from all the rooms. Here we go. We're back. We're back, bitch.
He's the that was John Kitover, I think.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
We're back, bitch.
Audience. I actually wanted to ask him a question. A man-hating room by way of the title? Yes. You have a problem? Tricky Airlines.
Wait, so this room is on some man-hating shit? Like what it?
Are you Palestine or for Israel?
Doo-doo. They only hate you. No, normally.
Are you for Palestine or you for Israel?
So now it's on.
Char.
Hold on, give me a second. Are you for Palestine or for Israel?
We're not going to be able to talk to anybody, Shuki.
I'm pro-mutant. How about that?
You're for me. Oh, that's very good. Shuki Airlines offering tonight.
Bye.
Chicken wings. I'm African food.
He's going to take your job. I love when it gets like this. Out of control. I wanted to talk to him. He's
I'm
talking about
sorry.
the room title.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Next time, I'm leaving it to you. But I'm unloading, so I kind of did it like automatic.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, it's nice. All of you are laughing.
I'm laughing, but I wanted to ask him, like, if he came to join in on hating men, or he just wanted to complain.
Oh, okay. Next time, I promise.
He's
You know him?
American, and for whatever bizarre reason,
The modern world is destroying your brain's visual system. Now they use neuroscience to prove it. I'm also playing over 3 neurohacks, which you can start doing today.
many of their justification
Your
are
brain's
ridiculously
visual focus and
short-sighted and
you're supposed to blink 15 times per
and he's
minute.
such a person.
But guess how many times you blink
We just came
when
out
you're
of a
staring
long
at a screen?
period which hating white people is like a major
5 times per
college.
minute.
Whatever,
That's
and
alarming.
calling these
Because
white
blinking
people, it's just
resets
endless
the brain's visual system
foolishness.
to enhance
What's
focus.
up? What's up?
There's these
I love to say that when somebody calls me white. I'm actually.
With all the respect.
With all due respect.
You know who my father is?
Great. Oh my god, that was great.
I know that I have that.
What is that from, Ellie?
It's from David Babadia. He goes, "Do you know who my father is?" And we're like, "Do you know who your father is?" I'm asking him.
Wait, are we mad at Brett? Is Brett in the doghouse?
No, I told him to come up and introduce himself. Otherwise, he was gonna get kicked.
Brett, who are you?
Today I'm issuing a veto on this bill.
State your name, purpose, and social security number, please.
Every dollar you add to that tab is a promise they will have to pay.
Oh my God, you don't understand that. Oh, okay. You don't understand
What the fuck? Why am I not mod? What the fuck is going on here? Am I treated like you? Please keep
We're waiting for you. We're waiting for you to introduce yourself, Brett.
No, someone else speaking white. They modded me up.
That was Shuki.
He took care of you, Brett.
Yeah, because our name is not Rafi, and over here there is no Soviet Union to be communist.
So that's your luck today.
איזה מזל יש לי, איזה מזל.
And I'm a good Jew, not like you. That's trying to.
You're gonna bring this up for another year, aren't you? I didn't give you a girl, some bad Jew.
Bad Jew. So here's the thing, guys, for your judgment.
No, you're gonna lie, you're gonna lie.
You're gonna lie.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Everybody knows that Chuck is not a liar.
I heard your narrative this morning. You were missing a very important.
No. Yesterday he walked in the streets, and I told him that Vietnamese girl. My way. And he said,
It's okay, Shuki asked for my housekeeper also.
exactly. Beautiful. There you go. Melanie is my Meliciosha. How do you say Meliciosha in English?
I don't know.
Well, she is my. That's okay. I'm talking. So he said, how much? He said, you want the product? I have the product. How much you willing to pay? I said, you tell me how much you want. Then from there you start to negotiate. It's not that I'm offering. That's stupid. That's not even a businessman. How you never gonna offer before you know what he's asking.
Right.
If you're gonna offer too much, that's stupid.
Right.
So he's trying to tell me that I need to offer something.
Are you sure you're Jewish? You don't know the art of negotiation?
Exactly. You see?
She's talking to you, Shuki.
No, she's talking to you.
No, I offered you a money-back guarantee.
No, I'm talking to you, Brett.
But you're.
There you go.
He said.
No, I like, come on, like it just doesn't make sense. Like,
He asked me.
when you're gonna offer something, what if he offers more than what she was originally expecting?
What if he offered more than I was expecting?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the point.
Offered
Exactly.
more than this person was expecting. Why do you come in with an offer and not see what you're expecting first?
Because I told him yesterday, it's supply and demand. I had the supply, he had the demand. I didn't offer him the commodity. He asked for it. So I said, how much are you willing to pay? He said, how much are you offering it for? I said, what you mean?
I don't know. This is not Jewish negotiation for me.
It is. This is the thing. No. Shuki. You didn't get the supply that you needed. I had the supply.
I don't need it.
So then why did you ask for it? Why did you request it?
Look, throw a fish
When you go to the shuk, Brett, do you go to a doorkeeper and say, how much do you want for it? Or you say, I'm going to offer you that, and you don't even know the price of what it is?
Are you comparing a woman to a vegetable? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying the art of negotiation.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Shuki didn't get what he needed. I don't care. So I win.
Well, I mean, that's where it's already flawed that you don't care. That's like the elemental.
To begin with, by you saying that that means that you're a bad Jew. Because
I think we need to name.
And you need to jump.
Shuki.
No jump. To help a fellow Jew, then you're a bad Jew. End of the story.
You're using a Jew card now? Now you've come down to the Jew card?
Like
what the fuck?
We sink into you so deep.
What is this, a harem? Are we in a harem here? Should we call it Shuki's harem house? Like, what the fuck's going on here?
Why are you?
What is harem?
Don't curse.
And why are you getting so defensive and mad?
Yeah.
I'm laughing my head off.
Don't you know that baseless hatred is the reason why we don't have the temple?
That's correct. We're supposed to have base hatred, correct, Ellie?
Yeah.
You guys are using your G card. You're using your G card. You're simply to Shuki here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Oh, okay. I'll wait till he comes back.
Don't say that.
Don't waste my
Honestly, it makes
insults.
me really angry.
Oh, come on. Are you serious? You obviously know the Israelis. You know who makes the worst Holocaust jokes in the world? And Jew jokes at Israelis. Come on, Captain.
Tisha B'Av, we should.
Okay, whatever. Oh, shut up.
We should be making Holocaust jokes in honor of Tisha B'Av. I always forget how sad I go.
What do you forget? How
Let
sad
someone else.
you get.
This is why I asked
You
him.
know, like reading how sad it is. I always forget. It's so lyrical. It's like pure sorrow. It's poetry.
Like research chemicals that's out there, okay? So no.
You know how much you have to drink though?
You'd have to drink literally in a your.
Is that Eleanor?
Health insurance companies. Cause you niggas are drinking too much.
All of us New York City fans are like,
I'm so normal. I'm so annoying. True, it's true. Like that.
This is one of my first questions. I can hear you. This is one of my first questions was, is he a fat bitch?
Yeah,
Because it's synonymous with the delusion behind fat bitches that keep chugging Diet Coke and still remain fat bitches. So, I mean, if you want to continue to live in that delusion, then that's fine. But there is no clinical science. He said that Diet Coke contributes to weight loss.
He said that.
Yes, I said. So why is it that
Everybody
else
shut the fuck up? You have to let Kevin say something bad. So you might not like it, but in research where they assign different drinks to different people, yes, the diet.
Kevin, losing weight is not equivalent without
Jasmine, why are you interrupting me? You dumb bitch.
Now I'm a dumb bitch because you don't know the difference between nutrition and weight loss. Just because you're losing weight doesn't mean that you're doing something healthy for yourself. It's called malnutrition.
Fantastic. That's amazing. Thank you.
Like, why are you gonna let this fucking weird little ass jazz?
Why are you on it? The one thing I want to say,
Fucking hell, I swear to God, every time
the doctor said that the upper limit at which there might start being issues is 40 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. If you do this math, that means that you'd have to drink about 17 cans a day in order to even get close to what the research says might be a problem.
Okay, well, here's
how many 2 liters?
Okay, now I get to talk. No, now I get to talk. All right, so the fact of the matter is, dude, I hate breaking down things on Clubhouse because, you know what, the hardest class I had outside of the deficiency language aptitude and battery test that I took was business analytics. And it's all these other fucking factors out there that involve, that have an effect on math. Basically, so whenever you Democrats like spew your statistics and this, that, or any Republican, doesn't matter, bro.
Statistics
are fucking bullshit, bro. I'm never gonna be part of that. It's ever changing and especially nowadays, like even by the fucking microsecond, probably. Right?
Your party is made up of socialists and Marxists.
Yeah,
Wake the fuck up.
Dumb. Like, I'm not gonna sit here. Yeah.
Wait, can I say one more thing?
So dumb.
Yeah, say one more thing, Jazzy. You're gonna get me this
Diet
time.
Coke conversation, and then we coexist. Okay? Thank you.
Is about to deliver the fatal dunk after decades of research, which shows that it is actually safe. She's about to share the final piece of information.
Why is he not letting me talk, bro? So if you see, I put 2 links in the chat. Click on the last one first. This is from the American Institute for Cancer Research, June 11, 2014. In a short but controlled trial of beverages and weight loss, diet soda led to slightly greater loss compared to other beverages. Right? Hold on. Now click the second link I put, which is from Harvard Health, and it was done March 22nd, 2021. So a more recent study.
weight loss from zero calorie drinks, sitting soda, right? Says, are you trying to cut back on calories by making a switch from regular soda to diet soda, right? Research suggests that none of these choices may help with weight loss, right? This is from Harvard Health, and it's a more recent study than the one that shows that you do lose weight every 3 months. How do we know any of this shit is true?
Diet Coke isn't gonna help me lose weight.
Diet soda drinking ass billions, okay? And I don't believe it. And you know what? The first one with the cancer shit, they want you to drink aspartame because you won't get cancer. And guess who's gonna make money? Guess who's gonna make money? Cancer. Correct. They are literally correct. You guys are so dumb. How are you living your lives at this point and not realizing what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to give you cancer with diet soda so they can sell you chemo. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want so many people on the earth. They just want you dead. Yeah. Why do they said it over and over? Why do you think your diet is such shit there? Why do you think you have such high rates of diabetes? Everyone thinks he doesn't know that I used to have diabetes. You know how cured it has been? I started eating only pure cane sugar. No more white beet sugar. No more aspartame. No more agave. All that bullshit. I don't want it. It's bullshit. Yeah. You gotta do your honest, I don't know. Yeah. Your liver can only process real sugar, not artificial. Not artificial sugar. Okay? How do you have any trust? Like after all this shit they lied to us during COVID, just so many lies that we know about in hindsight now. How do you have any trust? Trust. Not really trust. Said it didn't come from Wuhan. It didn't come from Fauci's lab, just like Ukraine. He was putting on those labs close to Russia. Yeah. He was like, yo, back off, bitch. Stop putting the labs over here, you fuck boys. They were like, no, we're gonna spread AIDS. We're gonna make everyone about the AIDS. Yeah, look at him. Ukraine is fighting an HIV outbreak at the same time they're fighting warfare. Yeah.
Jazzy, can I ask you a question?
It's one.
Can you just tell me, just define what random assignment is in the context of research study and tell me what that is?
Hold on, Jazzy.
Wait, nobody know Jazzy in my ears. Just answer that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. She likes me, but she has no perspective on this.
Okay. I'm gonna flip my kneecap. Well, I know them. I don't think you do.
Okay, what is the purpose of writing that? Can you just tell me free?
I'm not Googling. I'm flipping cabbage. The thing is, you stop drinking diet soda.
Okay, so
you can make that commitment to me.
You said something.
Yeah, of course. You know what, Evan? Of course I don't know. You think I don't know shit?
You don't know anything about research. You know more about cutting hair, I think. You think more about cutting hair.
What do I do for work? Hold on, what do you do for work?
I do data analysis.
What do you know about research? You just can't rely for smart people to do.
I will literally on it.
I literally will
Jazzy, you know what an institutional review?
Oh my God, it's your feelings hurt, bro. Stop.
Just tell me. Just tell me. So yes, I do.
You know we do research with the scalp shit too, right? Why want you to ask him right now. He's hurt.
I get that. There's like, I welcome him as a friend.
Yeah, and I welcomed him as a fucking diet soda. Yes.
Sorry, you don't understand research.
He's a diet soda. Yes. I understand Harvard Health said that fucking diet soda don't help you lose weight, like you said. I understand that.
Yeah, you're making a logical fallacy right now.
How? Yo, exactly.
Do you think that we
Do you think at all, or do you just talk? Do you think, or do you just talk?
really unable to let me talk?
I don't want you to talk. You're right. I do not want all your mouth. Whatever you say, Evan, you got it, bro.
Oh, you're broke, pal.
Whatever makes you feel talk. Okay? Whatever you want to say, you got it, bro. What?
Buddy, guy, pal.
You got it. Are you not a bro? You not a bro? You not a dude?
Not your bro.
Bitch, bro don't mean you my bro. I know you can never be my bro. You a lame ass nigga.
Whoa, wow,
My brother
wow.
cool as fuck.
Wow.
No, wait,
Whoa,
hold on.
you didn't call the N-word.
Yeah, not the N-word.
That means I get to say it now.
No, don't say it.
Go ahead, Kevin. Say it.
No, don't
Say it.
say
Go
it.
ahead.
Don't
Say
say
it.
it.
Go for
Say
it.
it.
No,
Say it.
no.
it's not.
Say it.
Yo,
Say it. Say it.
I don't say
Say
that.
it.
I don't say that.
Say it.
Oh,
Say it.
I'm not
Say
saying
it.
you that nigga you want to call me a nigga?
Kevin is a liberal. He doesn't say
Huh,
the N-word.
nigga?
If I say that word, I will spontaneously combust.
yo, but Jazzy and Kevin have some things in common, right?
Such as motherfucker.
Yeah, we both have a nice size portfolio put up.
Oh, fuck.
That's about it.
No, you guys are more in common than you know.
Oh, we both
You don't
do
think?
it?
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
no,
Actually, I think
I
I
don't think
couldn't
that.
have less in common with you.
Oh, really?
Besides the fact that we both spend too
Okay,
much
can
time
I
on this
put you
app.
under a line of questioning?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
This nigga bored.
Yeah. Just kidding. Like, you know, I don't have anything prepared for you, Kevin.
Ask
Can I
him,
say
right?
something?
Who's that?
Daddy, hi. I haven't said it yet. I just want to say this has been a very entertaining conversation.
Has it?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, welcome to the
I didn't mean to call him the N-word.
Yeah, you should apologize. Apologize.
I'm sorry for calling you what you are.
No, we like Gary. So Gary plays trombone. Gary's very smart.
And I love this. Oh, let's go!
Let's go. Do you drink Diet Coke?
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, me and Gary we were live on TikTok, dude. Like, I saw this like friend request. I was like, dude, that's that guy from.
Yeah, I did a concert on TikTok and Brock came. Brock came to my.
Yeah, and then there's like you got hijacked by like somebody from another country or something, right?
Yeah, but how much do you weigh?
Hey, people are asking to come